Whether incest is a determinate species of lust? Objection 1: It would seem that incest is not a determinate species of lust. Translator's note: incestus is equivalent to incastus, unchaste. For incest takes its name from being a privation of chastity. But all kinds of lust are opposed to chastity. Therefore it seems that incest is not a species of lust, but is lust itself in general. Objection 2. Question 154, Part 1 of Summa Theologica Secunda Secundae. Treatise on the Cardinal Virtues. The virtue of temperance. This Question 154, Part 2 of Summa Theologica Secunda Secundae. Treatise on the Cardinal Virtues. The virtue of temperance. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Summa Theologica Secunda Secundae. Treatise on the Cardinal Virtues. The virtue of temperance. By St. Thomas Aquinas. Translated by the Fathers of the English Dominican Province. Question 154. Of the parts of lust, in 12 articles. Part 2, Articles 6 through 12. Sixth Article. Whether seduction should be reckoned a species of lust? Objection 1. It would seem that seduction should not be reckoned a species of lust. For seduction denotes the unlawful violation of a virgin, according to the Decretals. But this may occur between an unmarried man and an unmarried woman, which pertains to fornication. Therefore seduction should not be reckoned a species of lust, distinct from fornication. Objection 2: Further, Ambrose says (On the Patriarchs iv): "Let no man be deluded by human laws. All seduction is adultery." Now a species is not contained under another that is differentiated in opposition to it. Therefore, since adultery is a species of lust, it seems that seduction should not be reckoned a species of lust. Obj. 3: Further, to do a person an injury would seem to pertain to injustice rather than to lust. Now the seducer does an injury to another, namely, the violated maiden's father, who "can take the injury as personal to himself," according to Gratian, and sue the seducer for damages. Therefore seduction should not be reckoned a species of lust. On the contrary, seduction consists properly in the venereal act whereby a virgin is violated. Therefore, since lust is properly about venereal actions, it would seem that seduction is a species of lust. I answer that, when the matter of a vice has a special deformity, we must reckon it to be a determinate species of that vice. Now lust is a sin concerned with venereal matter, as stated above in Q. 153, A. 1. And a special deformity attaches to the violation of a virgin who is under her father's care, both on the part of the maid, who through being violated without any previous compact of marriage, is both hindered from contracting a lawful marriage, and is put on the road to a wanton life from which she was withheld, lest she should lose the seal of virginity; and on the part of the father who is her guardian, according to Ecclesiasticus 42:11: "Keep a sure watch over a shameless daughter, lest at any time she make thee become a laughingstock to thy enemies." Therefore it is evident that seduction, which denotes the unlawful violation of a virgin, while still under the guardianship of her parents, is a determinate species of lust. Reply Obj. 1: Although a virgin is free from the bond of marriage, she is not free from her father's power. Moreover, the seal of virginity is a special obstacle to the intercourse of fornication, in that it should be removed by marriage only. Hence seduction is not simple fornication, since the latter is intercourse with harlots, women, namely, who are no longer virgins, as a gloss observes on 2 Corinthians 12, "and have not done penance for the uncleanness and fornication," etc. Reply Obj. 2: Ambrose here takes seduction in another sense, as applicable in a general way to any sin of lust: wherefore seduction, in the words quoted, signifies the intercourse between a married man and any woman other than his wife. This is clear from his adding, "Nor is it lawful for the husband to do what the wife may not." In this sense, too, we are to understand the words of Numbers 5:13: "If the adultery is secret, and cannot be provided by witnesses, because she was not found in adultery" (stupro). Reply Obj. 3: Nothing prevents a sin from having a greater deformity through being united to another sin. Now the sin of lust obtains a greater deformity from the sin of injustice, because the concupiscence would seem to be more inordinate, seeing that it refrains not from the pleasurable object, so that it may avoid an injustice. In fact, a twofold injustice attaches to it. One is on the part of the virgin, who, though not violated by force, is nevertheless seduced, and thus the seducer is bound to compensation. Hence it is written (Exodus 22:16, 17): "If a man seduce a virgin not yet espoused, and lie with her, he shall endow her and have her to wife. If the maid's father will not give her to him, he shall give money according to the dowry, which virgins are wont to receive." The other injury is done to the maid's father, wherefore the seducer is bound by the law to a penalty in his regard. For it is written (Deut. 22:28, 29): "If a man find a damsel that is a virgin, who is not espoused, and taking her, lie with her, and the matter come to judgment, he that lay with her shall give to the father of the maid 50 sickles of silver, and shall have her to wife, and because he hath humbled her, he may not put her away all the days of his life": and this, lest he should prove to have married her in mockery, as Augustine observes. _Seventh Article [I II, Q. 100, Art. 7] Whether Rape Is a Species of Lust Distinct from Seduction? Objection 1: It would seem that rape is not a species of lust distinct from seduction. For Isidore says in his Etymologies (526) that "seduction (stuprum) or rape, properly speaking, is unlawful intercourse, and takes its name from its causing corruption. Wherefore he that is guilty of rape is a seducer." Therefore it seems that rape should not be reckoned a species of lust distinct from seduction. Obj. 2: Further, rape apparently implies violence, for it is stated in the Decretals that "rape is committed when a maid is taken away by force from her father's house, that after being violated she may be taken to wife." But the employment of force is accidental to lust, for this essentially regards the pleasure of intercourse. Therefore it seems that rape should not be reckoned a determinate species of lust. Obj. 3: Further, the sin of lust is curbed by marriage, for it is written (1 Corinthians 7:2): "For fear of fornication, let every man have his own wife." Now rape is an obstacle to subsequent marriage, for it was enacted in the Council of Meaux: "We decree that those who are guilty of rape, or of abducting or seducing women, should not have those women in marriage, although they should have subsequently married them with the consent of their parents." Therefore rape is not a determinate species of lust distinct from seduction. Obj. 4: Further, a man may have knowledge of his newly married wife without committing a sin of lust. Yet he may commit rape if he take her away by force from her parents' house, and have carnal knowledge of her. Therefore rape should not be reckoned a determinate species of lust. On the contrary, rape is unlawful sexual intercourse, as Isidore states (Etym. v, 26). But this pertains to the sin of lust. Therefore rape is a species of lust. I answer that, Rape, in the sense in which we speak of it now, is a species of lust, and sometimes it coincides with seduction. Sometimes there is rape without seduction, and sometimes seduction without rape. They coincide when a man employs force in order unlawfully to violate a virgin. This force is employed sometimes both towards the virgin and towards her father, and sometimes towards the father and not to the virgin, for instance, if she allows herself to be taken away by force from her father's house. Again, the force employed in rape differs in another way, because sometimes a maiden is taken away by force from her parents' house and is forcibly violated; while sometimes, though taken away by force, she is not forcibly violated, but of her own consent, whether by act of fornication, or by the act of marriage; for the conditions of rape remain, no matter how force is employed. There is rape without seduction if a man abduct a widow or one who is not a virgin. Hence Pope Symmachus says: "We abhor abductors, whether of widows or of virgins, on account of the heinousness of their crime." There is seduction without rape when a man, without employing force, violates a virgin unlawfully. Reply Obj. 1: Since rape frequently coincides with seduction, the one is sometimes used to signify the other. Reply Obj. 2: The employment of force would seem to arise from the greatness of concupiscence, the result being that a man does not fear to endanger himself by offering violence. Reply Obj. 3: The rape of a maiden who is promised in marriage is to be judged differently from that of one who is not so promised. For one who is promised in marriage must be restored to her betrothed, who has a right to her in virtue of their betrothal; whereas one that is not promised to another must first of all be restored to her father's care, and then the abductor may lawfully marry her with her parents' consent. Otherwise the marriage is unlawful, since whosoever steals a thing, he is bound to restore it. Nevertheless, rape does not dissolve a marriage already contracted, although it is an impediment to its being contracted. As to the decree of the council in question, it was made in abhorrence of this crime and has been abrogated. Wherefore Jerome declares to the contrary: "Three kinds of lawful marriage," says he, "are mentioned in Holy Writ. The first is that of a chaste maiden given away lawfully in her maidenhood to a man. The second is when a man finds a maiden in the city, and by force has carnal knowledge of her. If the father be willing, the man shall endow her according to the father's estimate, and shall pay the price of her purity. The third is when the maiden is taken away from such a man, and is given to another at the father's will." We may also take this decree to refer to those who are promised to others in marriage, especially if the betrothal be expressed by words in the present tense. Reply Obj. 4: The man who is just married has, in virtue of the betrothal, a certain right in her, wherefore, although he sins by using violence, he is not guilty of the crime of rape. Hence Pope Gelasius says: "This law of bygone rulers stated that rape was committed when a maiden, with regard to whose marriage nothing had so far been decided, was taken away by force." Eighth Article. Whether adultery is determinate species of lust, distinct from the other species? Objection 1: It would seem that adultery is not a determinate species of lust distinct from the other species. For adultery takes its name from a man having intercourse "with a woman who is not his own," according to a gloss on Exodus 20:14. Now a woman who is not one's own may be of various conditions, namely, either a virgin, or under her father's care, or a harlot, or of any other description. Therefore it seems that adultery is not a species of lust distinct from the others. Obj. 2: Further, Jerome says: "It matters not for what reason a man behaves as one demented." Hence Sixtus the Pythagorean says in his Maxims: "He that is insatiable of his wife is an adulterer"; and in like manner one who is over enamored of any woman. Now every kind of lust includes a too ardent love. Therefore adultery is in every kind of lust, and consequently it should not be reckoned a species of lust. Obj. 3: Further, where there is the same kind of deformity, there would seem to be the same species of sin. Now apparently there is the same kind of deformity in seduction and adultery, since in either case a woman is violated who is under another person's authority. Therefore adultery is not a determinate species of lust distinct from the others. On the contrary, Pope Leo says that "adultery is sexual intercourse with another man or woman in contravention of the marriage compact, whether through the impulse of one's own lust, or with the consent of the other party." Now this implies a special deformity of lust. Therefore adultery is a determinate species of lust. I answer that, Adultery, as its name implies, is access to another's marriage bed, ad alienum tuorum. By so doing, a man is guilty of a twofold offense against chastity and the good of human procreation. First, by accession to a woman who is not joined to him in marriage, which is contrary to the good of the upbringing of his own children. Secondly, by accession to a woman who is united to another in marriage, and thus he hinders the good of another's children. The same applies to the married woman who is corrupted by adultery. Wherefore it is written (Ecclesiasticus 23:32, 33): "Every woman that leaveth her husband shall be guilty of sin. For first she hath been unfaithful to the law of the Most High," since there it is commanded, "Thou shalt not commit adultery"; and secondly, she hath offended against her husband, by making it uncertain that the children are his; thirdly, that she hath fornicated in adultery, and hath gotten children of another man, which is contrary to the good of her offspring. The first of these, however, is common to all mortal sins, while the two others belong especially to the deformity of adultery. Hence it is manifest that adultery is a determinate species of lust through having a special deformity in venereal acts. Reply Obj. 1: If a married man has intercourse with another woman, his sin may be denominated either with regard to him, and thus it is always adultery, since his action is contrary to the fidelity of marriage; or with regard to the woman with whom he has intercourse, and thus sometimes it is adultery, as when a married man has intercourse with another's wife, and sometimes it has the character of seduction, or of some other sin, according to various conditions affecting the woman with whom he has intercourse; and it has been stated above (A. 1) that the species of lust correspond to the various conditions of women. Reply Obj. 2: Matrimony is specially ordained for the good of human offspring, as stated above (A. 2. But adultery is especially opposed to matrimony, in the point of breaking the marriage faith which is due between husband and wife. And since the man who is too ardent a lover of his wife, acts counter to the good of marriage if he use her indecently, although he be not unfaithful, he may in a sense be called an adulterer; and even more so than he that is too ardent a lover of another woman. Reply Obj. 3: The wife is under her husband's authority as united to him in marriage, whereas the maid is under her father's authority, as one who is to be married by that authority. Hence the sin of adultery is contrary to the good of marriage in one way, and the sin of seduction in another; wherefore they are reckoned to differ specifically. Of other matters concerning adultery we shall speak in the Third Part, when we treat of matrimony. Ninth Article. Whether incest is a determinate species of lust? Objection 1: It would seem that incest is not a determinate species of lust. Translator's note: incestus is equivalent to incastus, unchaste. For incest takes its name from being a privation of chastity. But all kinds of lust are opposed to chastity. Therefore it seems that incest is not a species of lust, but is lust itself in general. Obj. 2: Further, it is stated in the Decretals that incest is intercourse between a man and a woman related by consanguinity or affinity. Now affinity differs from consanguinity. Therefore it is not one but several species of lust. Obj. 3: Further, that which does not, of itself, imply a deformity, does not constitute a determinate species of vice. But intercourse between those who are related by consanguinity or affinity does not, of itself, contain any deformity, else it would never have been lawful. Therefore incest is not a determinate species of lust. On the contrary, the species of lust are distinguished according to the various conditions of women with whom a man has unlawful intercourse. Now incest implies a special condition on the part of the woman, because it is unlawful intercourse with a woman related by consanguinity or affinity, as stated in Obj. 2. Therefore incest is a determinate species of lust. I answer that, as stated above in Art. 1 and 6, wherever we find something incompatible with the right use of venereal actions, there must needs be a determinate species of lust. Now sexual intercourse with women related by consanguinity or affinity is unbecoming to venereal union on three counts. First, because man naturally owes a certain respect to his parents, and therefore to his other blood relations, who are descended in near degree from the same parents. So much so indeed, that among the ancients, as Valerius Maximus relates, it was not deemed right for a son to bathe with his father, lest they should see one another naked. Now from what has been said in question 142, Article 4, as well as in question 151, Article 4, it is evident that in venereal acts there is a certain shamefulness inconsistent with respect, wherefore men are ashamed of them. Wherefore it is unseemly that such persons should be united in venereal intercourse. The reason seems to be indicated in Leviticus 18:7, where we read: "She is thy mother, thou shalt not uncover her nakedness"; and the same is expressed further on with regard to others. The second reason is because blood relations must needs live in close touch with one another. Wherefore, if they were not debarred from venereal union, opportunities of venereal intercourse would be very frequent, and thus men's minds would be enervated by lust. Hence in the Old Law, found in Leviticus 18, the prohibition was apparently directed specially to those persons who must needs live together. The third reason is, because this would hinder a man from having many friends, since through a man taking a stranger to wife, all his wife's relations are united to him by a special kind of friendship, as though they were of the same blood as himself. Wherefore Augustine says (De Civ. Dei xv, 16): "The demands of charity are most perfectly satisfied by men uniting together in the bonds that the various ties of friendship require, so that they may live together in a useful and becoming amity. Nor should one man have many relationships in one, but each should have one." Aristotle adds another reason (Polit. ii). For since it is natural that a man should have a liking for a woman of his kindred, if to this be added the love that has its origin in venereal intercourse, his love would be too ardent and would become a very great incentive to lust, and this is contrary to chastity. Hence it is evident that incest is a determinate species of lust. Reply Obj. 1: Unlawful intercourse between persons related to one another would be most prejudicial to chastity, both on account of the opportunities it affords, and because of the excessive ardor of. Wherefore the unlawful intercourse between such persons is called incest, antonomastically. Reply Obj. 2: Persons are related by affinity through one who is related by consanguinity: and therefore, since the one depends on the other, consanguinity and affinity entail the same kind of unbecomingness. Reply Obj. 3: There is something essentially unbecoming and contrary to natural reason in sexual intercourse between persons related by blood, for instance, between parents and children who are directly and immediately related to one another, since children naturally owe their parents honor. Hence the Philosopher instances a horse which covered its own mother by mistake and threw itself over a precipice as though horrified at what it had done, because some animals even have a natural respect for those that have begotten them. There is not the same essential unbecomingness attaching to other persons who are related to one another not directly but through their parents: and, as to this, becomingness or unbecomingness varies according to custom, and human or divine law, because, as stated above (A. 2), sexual intercourse, being directed to the common good, is subject to law. Wherefore, as Augustine says (De Civ. Dei xv, 16), whereas the union of brothers and sisters goes back to olden times, it became all the more worthy of condemnation when religion forbade it. 10th Article. Whether sacrilege can be a species of lust? Objection 1. It would seem that sacrilege cannot be a species of lust. For the same species is not contained under different genera that are not subalternated to one another. Now sacrilege is a species of irreligion, as stated above in Q. 99, A. 2. Therefore sacrilege cannot be reckoned a species of lust. Obj. 2: Further, the Decretals do not place sacrilege among other sins which are reckoned species of lust. Therefore it would not seem to be a species of lust. Obj. 3: Further, something derogatory to a sacred thing may be done by the other kinds of vice, as well as by lust. But sacrilege is not reckoned a species of gluttony or of any other similar vice. Therefore neither should it be reckoned a species of lust. On the contrary, Augustine says (De Civ. Dei xv, 16) that "if it is wicked, through covetousness, to go beyond one's earthly bounds, how much more wicked is it through venereal lust to transgress the bounds of morals." Now to go beyond one's earthly bounds in sacred matters is a sin of sacrilege. Therefore it is likewise a sin of sacrilege to overthrow the bounds of morals through venereal desire in sacred matters. But venereal desire pertains to lust. Therefore sacrilege is a species of lust. I answer that, as stated above in the Pars Prima Secundae (Q. 18, AA. 6, 7), the act of a virtue or vice, that is directed to the end of another virtue or vice, assumes the latter's species. Thus theft committed for the sake of adultery passes into the species of adultery. Now it is evident that, as Augustine states (De Virginit. viii), the observance of chastity, by being directed to the worship of God, becomes an act of religion, as in the case of those who vow and keep chastity. Wherefore it is manifest that lust also, by violating something pertaining to the worship of God, belongs to the species of sacrilege, and in this way sacrilege may be accounted a species of lust. Reply Obj. 1: Lust, by being directed to another vice as its end, becomes a species of that vice: and so a species of lust may also be a species of irreligion, as of a higher genus. Reply Obj. 2: The enumeration referred to includes those sins which are species of lust by their very nature, whereas sacrilege is a species of lust in so far as it is directed to another vice as its end, and may coincide with the various species of lust. For unlawful intercourse between persons mutually united by spiritual relationship is a sacrilege after the manner of incest. Intercourse with a virgin consecrated to God, inasmuch as she is the spouse of Christ, is sacrilege resembling adultery. If the maiden be under her father's authority, it will be spiritual seduction; and if force be employed, it will be spiritual rape, which kind of rape even the civil law punishes more severely than others. Thus the Emperor Justinian says: "If any man dare, I will not say to rape, but even to tempt a consecrated virgin with a view to marriage, he shall be liable to capital punishment." Reply Obj. 3: Sacrilege is committed on a consecrated thing. Now a consecrated thing is either a consecrated person, who is desired for sexual intercourse, and thus it is a kind of lust, or it is desired for possession, and thus it is a kind of injustice. Sacrilege may also come under the head of anger, for instance, if through anger an injury be done to a consecrated person. Again, one may commit a sacrilege by partaking gluttonously of sacred food. Nevertheless, sacrilege is ascribed more specially to lust, which is opposed to chastity, for the observance of which certain persons are specially consecrated. 11th Article. Whether the unnatural vice is a species of lust? Objection 1. It would seem that the unnatural vice is not a species of lust. For no mention of the vice against nature is made in the enumeration given above (Article 1, Objection 1). Therefore it is not a species of lust. Objection 2: Further, lust is contrary to virtue, and so it is comprised under vice. But the unnatural vice is comprised, not under vice, but under bestiality, according to the Philosopher (Ethic. vii, 5). Therefore the unnatural vice is not a species of lust. Obj. 3: Further, lust regards acts directed to human generation, as stated above (Q. 153, A. 2), whereas the unnatural vice concerns acts from which generation cannot follow. Therefore the unnatural vice is not a species of lust. On the contrary, it is reckoned together with the other species of lust in 2 Corinthians 12:21, where we read: "And have not done penance for the uncleanness, and fornication, and lasciviousness," where a gloss says, "lasciviousness, that is, unnatural lust." I answer that, as stated above (AA. 6 and 9), wherever there occurs a special kind of deformity, whereby the venereal act is rendered unbecoming, there is a determinate species of lust. This may occur in two ways. First, through being contrary to right reason, and this is common to all lustful vices. Secondly, because, in addition, it is contrary to the natural order of the venereal act, as becoming to the human race. And this is called the unnatural vice. This may happen in several ways. First, by procuring pollution, without any copulation, for the sake of venereal pleasure. This pertains to the sin of uncleanness, which some call effeminacy. Secondly, by copulation with a thing of undue species, and this is called bestiality. Thirdly, by copulation with an undue sex, male with male or female with female, as the Apostle states (Rom. 1:27), and this is called the vice of sodomy. Fourthly, by not observing the natural manner of copulation, either as to undue means, or as to other monstrous and bestial manners of copulation. Reply Obj. 1: There we enumerated the species of lust that are not contrary to human nature, wherefore the unnatural vice was omitted. Reply Obj. 2: Bestiality differs from vice, for the latter is opposed to human virtue by a certain excess in the same matter as the virtue, and therefore is reducible to the same genus. Reply Obj. 3: The lustful man intends not human generation, but venereal pleasures. It is possible to have this without those acts from which human generation follows, and it is that which is sought in the unnatural vice. _12th Article. Whether the unnatural vice is the greatest sin among the species of lust? Objection 1: It would seem that the unnatural vice is not the greatest sin among the species of lust. For the more a sin is contrary to charity, the graver it is. Now adultery, seduction, and rape, which are injurious to our neighbor, are seemingly more contrary to the love of our neighbor than unnatural sins, by which no other person is injured. Therefore the unnatural sin is not the greatest among the species of lust. Obj. 2: Further, sins committed against God would seem to be the most grievous. Now sacrilege is committed directly against God, since it is injurious to the divine worship. Therefore sacrilege is a graver sin than the unnatural vice. Obj. 3: Further, seemingly a sin is all the more grievous, according as we owe a greater love to the person against whom that sin is committed. Now the order of charity requires that a man love more those persons who are united to him, and such are those whom he defiles by incest, than persons who are not connected with him, and whom in certain cases he defiles by the unnatural vice. Therefore incest is a graver sin than the unnatural vice. Obj. 4: Further, if the unnatural vice is most grievous, the more it is against nature, the graver it would seem to be. Now the sin of uncleanness or effeminacy would seem to be most contrary to nature, since it would seem especially in accord with nature that agent and patient should be distinct from one another. Hence it would follow that uncleanness is the gravest of unnatural vices. But this is not true. Therefore unnatural vices are not the most grievous among sins of lust. On the contrary, Augustine says that of all these, namely the sins belonging to lust, that which is against nature is the worst. I answer that, in every genus, worst of all is the corruption of the principle on which the rest depend. Now the principles of reason are those things that are according to nature, because reason presupposes things as determined by nature, before disposing of other things according as it is fitting. This may be observed both in speculative and in practical matters. Wherefore, just as in speculative matters the most grievous and shameful error is that which is about things the knowledge of which is naturally bestowed on man, so in matters of action it is most grave and shameful to act against things as determined by nature. Therefore, since by the unnatural vices man transgresses that which has been determined by nature with regard to the use of venereal actions, it follows that in this matter this sin is gravest of all. After it comes incest, which, as stated in Article 9, is contrary to the natural respect we owe persons related to us. With regard to the other species of lust, they imply a transgression merely of that which is determined by right reason, on the presumption, however, of natural principles. Now it is more against reason to make use of the venereal act, not only with prejudice to the future offspring, but also so as to injure another person besides. Wherefore simple fornication, which is committed without injustice to another person, is the least grave among the species of lust. Then it is a greater injustice to have intercourse with a woman who is subject to another's authority, as regards the act of generation, than as regards merely her guardianship. Wherefore adultery is more grievous than seduction. And both of these are aggravated by the use of violence. Hence rape of a virgin is graver than seduction, and rape of a wife than adultery. And all these are aggravated by coming under the head of sacrilege, as stated above in Article 10, Second Reply. Reply to Obj. 1: Just as the ordering of right reason proceeds from man, so the order of nature is from God Himself. Wherefore in sins contrary to nature, whereby the very order of nature is violated, an injury is done to God, the author of nature. Hence Augustine says (Confess. iii, 8): "Those foul offenses that are against nature should be everywhere and at all times detested and punished, such as were those of the people of Sodom, which should all nations commit, they should all stand guilty of the same crime, by the law of God, which hath not so made men that they should so abuse one another. For even that very intercourse which should be between God and us is violated, when that same nature, of which He is the author, is polluted by the perversity of lust." Reply Obj. 2: Vices against nature are also against God, as stated above in the First Reply, and are so much more grievous than the depravity of sacrilege, as the order on human nature is prior to, and more firm than, any subsequently established order. Reply Obj. 3: The nature of the species is more intimately united to each individual than any other individual is. Wherefore sins against the specific nature are more grievous. Reply Obj. 4: Gravity of a sin depends more on the abuse of a thing than on the omission of the right use. Wherefore among sins against nature, the lowest place belongs to the sin of uncleanness, which consists in the mere omission of copulation with another; while the most grievous is the sin of bestiality, because use of the due species is not observed. Hence a gloss on Gen. 37:2, "He accused his brethren of a most wicked crime," says that "they copulated with cattle." After this comes the sin of sodomy, because use of the right sex is not observed. Lastly comes the sin of not observing the right manner of copulation, which is more grievous if the abuse regards the vas than if it affects the manner of copulation in respect of other circumstances. End of question 154. Read by Michael Shane Craig Lambert, L.C. Question 155 of Summa Theologica Secunda Secundae. Treatise on the Cardinal Virtues. The virtue of temperance. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Summa Theologica Secunda Secundae. Treatise on the Cardinal Virtues. The virtue of temperance. By St. Thomas Aquinas. Translated by the Fathers of the English Dominican Province. Question 155. Of continence, in 4 articles. We must next consider the potential parts of temperance. 1. Continence. 2. Clemency. 3. Modesty. Under the first head we must consider continence and incontinence. With regard to continence, there are 4 points of inquiry. First, whether continence is a virtue. Second, what is its matter? Third, what is its subject? Fourth, of its comparison with temperance. First article: whether continence is a virtue. Objection 1. It would seem that continence is not a virtue. For species and genus are not coordinate members of the same division. But continence is coordinated with virtue according to the Philosopher in Ethic. vii, 1, 9. Therefore continence is not a virtue. Objection 2: Further, no one sins by using a virtue, since, according to Augustine (De Lib. Arb. ii, 18, 19), "A virtue is a thing that no one makes ill use of." Yet one may sin by containing oneself, for instance, if one desire to do a good and contain oneself from doing it. Therefore continence is not a virtue. Obj. 3: Further, no virtue withdraws man from that which is lawful, but only from unlawful things. For a gloss on Gal. 5:23, "Faith, modesty," etc., says that by continence a man refrains even from things that are lawful. Therefore continence is not a virtue. On the contrary, every praiseworthy habit would seem to be a virtue. Now such is continence, for Andronicus says in his On the Affections that "continence is a habit unconquered by pleasure." Therefore continence is a virtue. I answer that, the word continence is taken by various people in two ways. For some understand continence to denote abstention from all venereal pleasure. Thus the Apostle joins continence to chastity, for example in Gal. 5:23. In this sense perfect continence is virginity in the first place, and widowhood in the second. Wherefore the same applies to continence understood thus, as to virginity, which we have stated above (Q. 152, A. 3) to be a virtue. Others, however, understand continence as signifying that whereby a man resists evil desires, which in him are vehement. In this sense the Philosopher takes continence (Ethic. vii, 7), and thus also it is used in the Conferences of the Fathers (in the Collection 12, 10, 11). In this way continence has something of the nature of a virtue, in so far, to wit, as the reason stands firm in opposition to the passions, lest it be led astray by them. Yet it does not attain to the perfect nature of a moral virtue, by which even the sensitive appetite is subject to reason, so that vehement passions contrary to reason do not arise in the sensitive appetite. Hence the Philosopher says (Ethic. iv, 9) that "continence is not a virtue but a mixture," inasmuch as it has something of a virtue, and somewhat falls short of virtue. If, however, we take virtue in a broad sense, for any principle of commendable actions, we may say that continence is a virtue. Reply Obj. 1: The Philosopher includes continence in the same division with virtue, in so far as the former falls short of virtue. Reply Obj. 2: Properly speaking, man is that which is according to reason. Wherefore from the very fact that a man holds to that which is in accord with reason, as expressed in Latin tenet se, he is said to contain himself. Now whatever pertains to perversion of reason is not according to reason. Hence he alone is truly said to be continent who stands to that which is in accord with right reason, and not to that which is in accord with perverse reason. Now evil desires are opposed to right reason, even as good desires are opposed to perverse reason. Wherefore he is properly and truly continent who holds to right reason, by abstaining from all evil desires, and not he who holds to perverse reason, by abstaining from good desires. Indeed, the latter should rather be said to be obstinate in evil. Reply Obj. 3: The gloss quoted takes continence in the first sense, as denoting a perfect virtue, which refrains not merely from unlawful goods, but also from certain lawful things that are lesser goods, in order to give its whole attention to the more perfect goods. SECOND ARTICLE [I II, Q. 100, Art. 2] Whether Desires for Pleasure of Touch Are the Matter of Continence? Objection 1: It would seem that desires for pleasure are not the matter of continence. For Ambrose says (De Officiis i, 46): "General decorum by its consistent form, and the perfection of what is virtuous is restrained in its every action." Continentum, according to St. Thomas's reading, St. Ambrose wrote in fact continentem, which means harmonious. Obj. 2: Further, continence takes its name from a man standing for the good of right reason, as stated above (A. 1, ad 2). Now other passions lead men astray from right reason with greater vehemence than the desire for pleasures of touch: for instance, the fear of mortal dangers, which stupefies a man, and anger, which makes him behave like a madman, as Seneca remarks (De Anger. i, 1). Therefore continence does not properly regard the desires for pleasures of touch. Obj. 3: Further, Tully says (De Rhet. ii, 54): "It is continence that restrains cupidity with the guiding hand of counsel." Now cupidity is generally used to denote the desire for riches rather than the desire for pleasures of touch, according to 1 Timothy 6:10: "Cupidity is the root of all evils," where cupidity is taken from the Greek philargyria. Therefore continence is not properly about the desires for pleasures of touch. Obj. 4: Further, there are pleasures of touch not only in venereal matters, but also in eating. But continence is wont to be applied only to the use of venereal matters. Therefore the desire for pleasures of touch is not its proper matter. Obj. 5: Further, among pleasures of touch some are not human but bestial, both as regards food, for instance the pleasure of eating human flesh, and as regards venereal matters, for instance the abuse of animals or boys. But continence is not about such like things, as stated in Ethic. vii, 5. Therefore desires for pleasures of touch are not the proper matter of continence. On the contrary, the Philosopher says (Ethic. vii, 4) that "continence and incontinence are about the same things as temperance and intemperance." Now temperance and intemperance are about the desires for pleasures of touch, as stated above (Q. 141, A. 4). Therefore continence and incontinence are also about that same matter. I answer that, Continence denotes, by its very name, a certain curbing, in so far as a man contains himself from following his passions. Hence continence is properly said in reference to those passions which urge a man towards the pursuit of something, wherein it is praiseworthy that reason should withhold man from pursuing: whereas it is not properly about those passions, such as fear and the like, which denote some kind of withdrawal, since in these it is praiseworthy to remain firm in pursuing what reason dictates, as stated above (Q. 123, AA. 3, 4). Now it is to be observed that natural inclinations are the principles of all supervening inclinations, as stated above in the Pars Prima, Q. 60, A. 2. Wherefore the more they follow the inclination of nature, the more strongly do the passions urge to the pursuance of an object. Now nature inclines chiefly to those things that are necessary to it, whether for the maintenance of the individual, such as food, or for the maintenance of the species, such as venereal acts, the pleasures of which pertain to the touch. Therefore continence and incontinence refer properly to desires for pleasures of touch. Reply Obj. 1: Just as temperance may be used in a general sense in connection with any matter, but is properly applied to that matter wherein it is best for man to be curbed, so too continence properly speaking regards that matter wherein it is best and most difficult to contain oneself, namely desires for pleasures of touch, and yet in a general sense and relatively may be applied to any other matter: and in this sense Ambrose speaks of continence. Reply Obj. 2: Properly speaking, we do not speak of continence in relation to fear, but rather of firmness of mind which fortitude implies. As to anger, it is true that it begets an impulse to the pursuit of something, but this impulse follows an apprehension of the soul, in so far as a man apprehends that someone has injured him, rather than an inclination of nature. Wherefore a man may be said to be continent of anger, relatively but not simply. Reply Obj. 3: External goods, such as honors, riches, and the like, as the Philosopher says in Ethic. vii, 4, seem to be objects of choice in themselves indeed, but not as being necessary for the maintenance of nature. Wherefore in reference to such things we speak of a person as being continent or incontinent, not simply but relatively, by adding that they are continent or incontinent in regard to wealth or honor and so forth. Hence Tully either understood continence in a general sense, as including relative continence, or understood cupidity in a restricted sense, as denoting desire for pleasures of touch. Reply Obj. 4: Venereal pleasures are more vehement than pleasures of the palate, wherefore we are wont to speak of continence and incontinence in reference to venereal matters rather than in reference to food, although according to the Philosopher they are applicable to both. Reply Obj. 5: Continence is a good of the human reason, wherefore it regards those passions which can be connatural to man. Hence the Philosopher says in Ethic. vii, 5 that "if a man were to lay hold of a child with desire of eating him, or of satisfying an unnatural passion, whether he follow up his desire or not, he is said to be continent not absolutely but relatively." Third article: Whether the subject of continence is the concupiscible power? Objection 1: It would seem that the subject of continence is the concupiscible power. For the subject of a virtue should be proportionate to the virtue's matter. Now the matter of continence, as stated in A. 2, is desires for pleasures of touch, which pertain to the concupiscible power. Therefore continence is in the concupiscible power. Obj. 2: Further, opposites are referred to one same thing, according to the Categories viii. But incontinence is in the concupiscible, whose passions overcome reason, for Andronicus says in his On the Affections that "incontinence is the evil inclination of the concupiscible, by following which it chooses wicked pleasures in disobedience to reason." Therefore continence is likewise in the concupiscible. Obj. 3: Further, the subject of a human virtue is either the reason or the appetitive power, which is divided into the will, the concupiscible and the irascible. Now continence is not in the reason, for then it would be an intellectual virtue; nor is it in the will, since continence is about the passions, which are not in the will; nor again is it in the irascible, because it is not properly about the passions of the irascible, as stated above in A. 2, ad 2. Therefore it follows that it is in the concupiscible. On the contrary, every virtue residing in a certain power removes the evil act of that power. But continence does not remove the evil act of the concupiscible, since "the continent man has evil desires," according to the Philosopher (Ethic. vii, 9). Therefore continence is not in the concupiscible power. I answer that, every virtue, while residing in a subject, makes that subject have a different disposition from that which it has while subjected to the opposite vice. Now the concupiscible has the same disposition in one who is continent and in one who is incontinent, since in both of them it breaks out into vehement evil desires. Wherefore it is manifest that continence is not in the concupiscible as its subject. Again, the reason has the same disposition in both, since both the continent and the incontinent have right reason, and each of them, while undisturbed by passion, purposes not to follow his unlawful desires. Now the primary difference between them is to be found in their choice, since the continent man, though subject to vehement desires, chooses not to follow them, because of his reason, whereas the incontinent man chooses to follow them, although his reason forbids. Hence continence must needs reside in that power of the soul, whose act it is to choose, and that is the will, as stated above in the Pars Prima Secundae, Q. 13, A. 1. Reply Obj. 1: Continence has for its matter the desires for pleasure of touch, not as moderating them (this belongs to temperance, which is in the concupiscible), but its business with them is to resist them. For this reason it must be in another power, since resistance is of one thing against another. Reply Obj. 2: The will stands between reason and the concupiscible, and may be moved by either. In the continent man it is moved by the reason; in the incontinent man it is moved by the concupiscible. Hence continence may be ascribed to the reason as to its first mover, and incontinence to the concupiscible power, though both belong immediately to the will as their proper subject. Reply Obj. 3: Although the passions are not in the will as their subject, yet it is in the power of the will to resist them. Thus it is that the will of the continent man resists desires. _______________________ FOURTH ARTICLE [I II, Q. 100, Art. 4] Whether Continence Is Better Than Temperance? Objection 1: It would seem that continence is better than temperance. For it is written (Ecclus. 26:20): "No price is worthy of a continent soul." Therefore no virtue can be equalled to continence. Obj. 2: Further, the greater the reward a virtue merits, the greater the virtue. Now continence apparently merits the greater reward, for it is written (2 Timothy 2:5): "He is not crowned except he strive lawfully": and the continent man, since he is subject to vehement evil desires, strives more than the temperate man, in whom these things are not vehement. Therefore continence is a greater virtue than temperance. Obj. 3: Further, the will is a more excellent power than the concupiscible. But continence is in the will, whereas temperance is in the concupiscible, as stated above (A. 3). Therefore continence is a greater virtue than temperance. On the contrary, Tully (De Art. Rhet. ii, 54) and Andronicus (In On the Affections, reckon continence to be annexed to temperance as to a principal virtue. I answer that, as stated above (A. 1), continence has a twofold signification. In one way it denotes cessation from all venereal pleasures, and if continence be taken in this sense, it is greater than temperance considered absolutely, as may be gathered from what has been said above (Q. 152, A. 5) concerning the preeminence of virginity over chastity considered absolutely. In another way, continence may be taken as denoting the resistance of the reason to evil desires when they are vehement in a man: and in this sense temperance is far greater than continence, because the good of a virtue derives its praise from that which is in accord with its reason. Now the good of reason flourishes more in the temperate man than in the continent man, because in the former even the sensitive appetite is obedient to reason, being tamed by reason, so to speak, whereas in the continent man the sensitive appetite strongly resists reason by its evil desires. Hence continence is compared to temperance as the imperfect to the perfect. Reply Obj. 1: The passage quoted may be understood in two ways. First, in reference to the sense in which continence denotes abstinence from all things venereal: and thus it means that "no price is worthy of a continent soul" in the genus of chastity, since not even the fruitfulness of the flesh, which is the purpose of marriage, is equalled to the continence of virginity or of widowhood, as stated above (Q. 152, AA. 4, 5). Secondly, it may be understood in reference to the general sense in which continence denotes any abstinence from things unlawful: and thus it means that "no price is worthy of a continent soul," because its value is not measured with gold or silver, which are appreciable according to weight. Reply Obj. 2: The strength or weakness of concupiscence may proceed from two causes. For something is owing to a bodily cause, because some people by their natural temperament are more prone to concupiscence than others: and again, opportunities for pleasure which inflame the concupiscence are nearer to hand for some people than for others. Such like weakness of concupiscence diminishes merit, whereas strength of concupiscence increases it. On the other hand, weakness or strength of concupiscence arises from a praiseworthy spiritual cause, for instance, the vehemence of charity, or the strength of reason, as in the case of a temperate man. In this way, weakness of concupiscence, by reason of its cause, increases merit, whereas strength of concupiscence diminishes it. Reply Obj. 3: The will is more akin to the reason than the concupiscible power is: wherefore the good of reason, on account of which virtue is praised by the very fact that it reaches not only to the will but also to the concupiscible power, as happens in the temperate man, is shown to be greater than if it reach only to the will, as in the case of one who is continent. End of question 155. Read by Michael Shane Craig Lambert, L.C. Question 156 of Summa Theologica Secunda Secundae. Treatise on the Cardinal Virtues. The virtue of temperance. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Summa Theologica Secunda Secundae. Treatise on the Cardinal Virtues. The virtue of temperance. By St. Thomas Aquinas. Translated by the Fathers of the English Dominican Province. Question 156 of Incontinence, in 4 articles. We must now consider incontinence, and under this head there are 4 points of inquiry: (1) Whether incontinence pertains to the soul or to the body? (2) Whether incontinence is a sin? (3) The comparison between incontinence and intemperance; (4) Which is the worse, incontinence in anger or incontinence in desire? _______________________ FIRST ARTICLE [I II, Q. 100, Art. 1] Whether Incontinence Pertains to the Soul or to the Body? Objection 1: It would seem that incontinence pertains not to the soul, but to the body. For sexual diversity comes not from the soul, but from the body. Now sexual diversity causes diversity of incontinence: for the Philosopher says (Ethic. vii, 5) that women are not described either as continent or as incontinent. Therefore incontinence pertains not to the soul, but to the body. Obj. 2: Further, that which pertains to the soul does not result from the temperament of the body. But incontinence results from the bodily temperament: for the Philosopher says (Ethic. vii, 7) that "it is especially people of a quick or choleric and atrabilious temper whose incontinence is one of unbridled desire." Therefore incontinence regards the body. Obj. 3: Further, victory concerns the victor rather than the vanquished. Now a man is said to be incontinent because "the flesh lusteth against the spirit," and overcomes it. Therefore incontinence pertains to the flesh rather than to the soul. On the contrary, Man differs from beast chiefly as regards the soul. Now they differ in respect of continence and incontinence, for we ascribe neither continence nor incontinence to the beasts, as the Philosopher states (Ethic. vii, 3). Therefore incontinence is chiefly on the part of the soul. I answer that, Things are ascribed to their direct causes rather than to those which merely occasion them. Now that which is on the part of the body is merely an occasional cause of incontinence: since it is owing to a bodily disposition that vehement passions can arise in the sensitive appetite, which is a power of the organic body. Yet these passions, however vehement they be, are not the sufficient cause of incontinence, but are merely the occasion thereof, since so long as the use of reason remains, man is always able to resist his passions. If, however, the passions gain such strength as to take away the use of reason altogether, as in the case of those who become insane through the vehemence of their passions, the essential conditions of continence or incontinence cease, because such people do not retain the judgment of reason, which the continent man follows and the incontinent forsakes. From this it follows that the direct cause of incontinence is on the part of the soul, which fails to resist a passion by the reason. This happens in 2 ways, according to the Philosopher (Ethic. vii, 7). First, when the soul yields to the passions before the reason has given its counsel, and this is called unbridled incontinence or impetuosity. Secondly, when a man does not stand to what has been counselled, through holding weakly to reason's judgment: wherefore this kind of incontinence is called weakness. Hence it is manifest that incontinence pertains chiefly to the soul. Reply Obj. 1: The human soul is the form of the body, and has certain powers which make use of bodily organs. The operations of these organs conduce somewhat to those operations of the soul which are accomplished without bodily instruments, namely, to the acts of the intellect and of the will, in so far as the intellect receives from the senses, and the will is urged by the passions of the sensitive appetite. Accordingly, since woman as regards the body has a weak temperament, the result is that for the most part whatever she holds to it weakly, although in rare cases the opposite occurs, according to Prov. 31:10: "Who shall find a valiant woman?" And since small and weak things "are accounted as though they were not," according to Aristotle (Phys. ii, 5), the Philosopher speaks of women as though they had not the firm judgment of reason, although the contrary happens in some women. Hence he states that "we do not describe women as being continent because they are vacillating, through being unstable of reason, and are easily led, so that they follow their passions readily." Reply Obj. 2: It is owing to the impulse of passion that a man at once follows his passion before his reason counsels him. Now the impulse of passion may arise either from its quickness, as in bilious persons, or from its vehemence, as in the melancholic, who on account of their earthly temperament are most vehemently aroused. Even so, on the other hand, a man fails to stand to that which is counselled, because he holds to it in weakly fashion by reason of the softness of his temperament, as we have stated with regard to woman in the First Reply. This is also the case with phlegmatic temperaments, for the same reason as in women. And these results are due to the fact that the bodily temperament is an occasional but not a sufficient cause of incontinence, as stated above. Reply Obj. 3: In the incontinent man, concupiscence of the flesh overcomes the spirit, not necessarily, but through a certain negligence of the spirit in not resisting strongly. _______________________ SECOND ARTICLE [I II, Q. 100, Art. 2] Whether Incontinence Is a Sin? Objection 1: It would seem that incontinence is not a sin. For as Augustine says (De Lib. Arb. iii, 18), "no man sins in what he cannot avoid." Now no man can by himself avoid incontinence, according to Wis. 8:21: "I know that I could not be continent except God gave it." Therefore incontinence is not a sin. Obj. 2: Further, apparently every sin originates in the reason. But the judgment of reason is overcome in the incontinent man. Therefore incontinence is not a sin. Obj. 3: Further, no one sins in loving God vehemently. Now a man becomes incontinent through the vehemence of Divine love: for Dionysius says (Div. Nom. iv) that Paul through incontinence of Divine love exclaimed: "I live, not now I," (Gal. 2:20). Therefore incontinence is not a sin. On the contrary, It is numbered together with other sins (2 Tim. 3:3), where it is written: "Slanderers, incontinent, unmerciful," etc. Therefore incontinence is a sin. I answer that, Incontinence about a matter may be considered in two ways. First, it may be considered properly and simply: and thus incontinence is about concupiscences of pleasures of touch, even as intemperance is, as we have said in reference to continence (Q. 155, A. 2). In this way incontinence is a sin for two reasons. First, because the incontinent man goes astray from that which is in accord with reason. Secondly, because he plunges into shameful pleasures. Hence the Philosopher says (Ethic. vii, 4) that "incontinence is censurable not only because it is wrong," that is, by straying from reason, "but also because it is wicked," that is, by following evil desires. Secondly, incontinence about a matter is considered properly, inasmuch as it is a straying from reason, but not simply, for instance when a man does not observe the mode of reason in his desire for honor, riches, and so forth, which seem to be good in themselves. About such things there is incontinence, not simply, but relatively, even as we have said above in reference to continence (Q. 155, A. 2, ad 3). In this way incontinence is a sin, not from the fact that one gives way to wicked desires, but because one fails to observe the mode of reason even in the desire for things that are of themselves desirable. Thirdly, incontinence is said to be about a matter, not properly but metaphorically, for instance about the desire for things of which one cannot make an evil use, such as the desire for virtue. A man may be said to be incontinent in these matters metaphorically, because just as the incontinent man is entirely led by his evil desire, even so is a man entirely led by his good desire, which is in accord with reason. Such like incontinence is no sin, but pertains to the perfection of virtue. Reply Obj. 1: Man can avoid sin and do good, yet not without God's help, according to John 15:5: "Without me you can do nothing." Wherefore the fact that man needs God's help in order to be continent does not show incontinence to be no sin, for, as stated in Ethic. iii, 3, "what we can do by means of a friend, we do, in a way, ourselves." Reply Obj. 2: The judgment of reason is overcome in the incontinent man, not necessarily, for then he would commit no sin, but through a certain negligence, on account of his not standing firm in resisting the passion by holding to the judgment formed by his reason. Reply Obj. 3: This argument takes incontinence metaphorically and not properly. Third article [I II, Q. 100, Art. 3] Whether the Incontinent Man Sins More Gravely Than the Intemperate? Objection 1: It would seem that the incontinent man sins more gravely than the intemperate. For seemingly the more a man acts against his conscience, the more gravely he sins, according to Luke 12:47: "That servant who knew the will of his lord, and did not, shall be beaten with many stripes." Now the incontinent man would seem to act against his conscience more than the intemperate, because, according to Ethic. vii, 3, the incontinent man, though knowing how wicked are the things he desires, nevertheless acts through passion, whereas the intemperate man judges what he desires to be good. Therefore the incontinent man sins more gravely than the intemperate. Obj. 2: Further, apparently the graver a sin is, the more incurable it is. Wherefore the sins against the Holy Ghost, being most grave, are declared to be unpardonable. Now the sin of incontinence would appear to be more incurable than the sin of intemperance. For a person's sin is cured by admonishment and correction, which seemingly are no good to the incontinent man, since he knows he is doing wrong, and does wrong notwithstanding; whereas it seems to the intemperate man that he is doing well, so that it were good for him to be admonished. Therefore it would appear that the incontinent man sins more gravely than the intemperate. Obj. 3: Further, the more eagerly man sins, the more grievous his sin. Now the incontinent sins more eagerly than the intemperate, since the incontinent man has vehement passions and desires, which the intemperate man does not always have. Therefore the incontinent man sins more gravely than the intemperate. On the contrary, impenitence aggravates every sin: wherefore Augustine says that impenitence is a sin against the Holy Ghost. Now, according to the Philosopher (Ethic. vii, 8), the intemperate man is not inclined to be penitent, for he holds on to his choice, but every incontinent man is inclined to repentance. Therefore the intemperate man sins more gravely than the incontinent. I answer that, according to Augustine (De Anima x, 11), sin is chiefly an act of the will, because "by the will we sin and live aright," also according to his Retractions i, 9. Consequently, where there is a greater inclination of the will to sin, there is graver sin. Now in the intemperate man, the will is inclined to sin in virtue of its own choice, which proceeds from a habit acquired through custom: whereas in the incontinent man, the will is inclined to sin through a passion. And since a passion soon passes, whereas a habit is "a disposition difficult to remove," the result is that the incontinent man repents at once, as soon as the passion has passed: but not so the intemperate man. In fact, he rejoices in having sinned, because the sinful act has become connatural to him by reason of his habit. Wherefore in reference to such persons it is written (Prov. 2:14) that "they are glad when they have done evil, and rejoice in most wicked things." Hence it follows that the intemperate man is much worse than the incontinent, as also the Philosopher declares (Ethic. vii, 7). Reply Obj. 1: Ignorance in the intellect sometimes precedes the inclination of the appetite and causes it, and then the greater the ignorance, the more does it diminish or entirely excuse the sin, in so far as it renders it involuntary. On the other hand, ignorance in the reason sometimes follows the inclination of the appetite, and then such like ignorance, the greater it is, the graver the sin, because the inclination of the appetite is shown thereby to be greater. Now in both the incontinent and the intemperate man, ignorance arises from the appetite being inclined to something, either by passion, as in the incontinent, or by habit, as in the intemperate. Nevertheless, greater ignorance results thus in the intemperate than in the incontinent: in one respect, as regards duration, since in the incontinent man this ignorance lasts only while the passion endures, just as an attack of intermittent fever lasts as long as the humor is disturbed; whereas the ignorance of the intemperate man endures without ceasing, on account of the endurance of the habit, wherefore it is likened to phthisis or any chronic disease, as the Philosopher says (Ethic. vii, 8). In another respect, the ignorance of the intemperate man is greater as regards the thing ignored. For the ignorance of the incontinent man regards some particular detail of choice, in so far as he deems that he must choose this particular thing now: whereas the intemperate man's ignorance is about the end itself, inasmuch as he judges this thing good, in order that he may follow his desires without being curbed. Hence the Philosopher says in Ethic. vii, 7, 8 that "the incontinent man is better than the intemperate, because he retains the best principle." To beltiston e arche, the best thing, that is, the principle; to wit, the right estimate of the end. Reply Obj. 2: Mere knowledge does not suffice to cure the incontinent man, for he needs the inward assistance of grace which quenches concupiscence, besides the application of the external remedy of admonishment and correction, which induce him to begin to resist his desires, so that concupiscence is weakened, as stated above (Q. 142, A. 2). By these same means the intemperate man can be cured. But his curing is more difficult, for two reasons. The first is on the part of reason, which is corrupt as regards the estimate of the last end, which holds the same position as the principle in demonstrations. Now it is more difficult to bring back to the truth one who errs as to the principle, and it is the same in practical matters with one who errs in regard to the end. The other reason is on the part of the inclination of the appetite. For in the intemperate man this proceeds from a habit, which is more difficult to remove, whereas the inclination of the incontinent man proceeds from a passion, which is more easily suppressed. Reply Obj. 3: The eagerness of the will, which increases a sin, is greater in the intemperate man than in the incontinent, as explained above. But the eagerness of concupiscence in the sensitive appetite is sometimes greater in the incontinent man, because he does not sin except through vehement concupiscence, whereas the intemperate man sins even through slight concupiscence, and sometimes forestalls it. Hence the Philosopher says in Ethic. vii, 7 that we blame more the intemperate man "because he pursues pleasure without desiring it, or with calm," i.e. slight desire. For what would he have done if he had desired it with passion? Fourth Article [I II, Q. 100, Art. 4] Whether the incontinent in anger is worse than the incontinent in desire? Objection 1: It would seem that the incontinent in anger is worse than the incontinent in desire. For the more difficult it is to resist the passion, the less grievous, apparently, is incontinence. Wherefore the Philosopher says in Ethic. vii, 7, "It is not wonderful, indeed it is pardonable, if a person is overcome by strong and overwhelming pleasures or pains." Now, as Heraclitus says, it is more difficult to resist than anger, as cited in Ethic. ii, 3. Therefore incontinence of desire is less grievous than incontinence of anger. Obj. 2: Further, one is altogether excused from sin if the passion be so vehement as to deprive one of the judgment of reason, as in the case of one who has become demented through passion. Now he that is incontinent in anger retains more of the judgment of reason than one who is incontinent in desire, since "anger listens to reason somewhat, but desire does not," as the Philosopher states in Ethic. vii, 6. Therefore the incontinent in anger is worse than the incontinent in desire. Obj. 3: Further, the more dangerous a sin, the more grievous it is. Now incontinence of anger would seem to be more dangerous, since it leads a man to a greater sin, namely murder. for this is a more grievous sin than adultery, to which incontinence of desire leads. Therefore incontinence of anger is graver than incontinence of desire. On the contrary, the Philosopher says in Ethic. vii, 6 that "incontinence of anger is less disgraceful than incontinence of desire." I answer that, the sin of incontinence may be considered in two ways. First, on the part of the passion which occasions the downfall of reason. In this way, incontinence of desire is worse than incontinence of anger, because the movement of desire is more inordinate than the movement of anger. There are four reasons for this, and the Philosopher indicates them in Ethic. vii, 6. First, because the movement of anger partakes somewhat of reason, since the angry man tends to avenge the injury done to him, and reason dictates this in a certain degree. Yet he does not tend thereto perfectly, because he does not intend the due mode of vengeance. On the other hand, the movement of desire is altogether in accord with sense, and nowise in accord with reason. Secondly, because the movement of anger results more from the bodily temperament, owing to the quickness of the movement of the bile which tends to anger. Hence one who by bodily temperament is disposed to anger is more readily angry than one who is disposed to concupiscence is liable to be concupiscent. Wherefore also it happens more often that the children of those who are disposed to anger are themselves disposed to anger, than that the children of those who are disposed to concupiscence are also disposed to concupiscence. Now that which results from the natural disposition of the body is deemed more deserving of pardon. Thirdly, because anger seeks to work openly, whereas concupiscence is fain to disguise itself and creeps in by stealth. Fourthly, because he who is subject to concupiscence works with pleasure, whereas the angry man works as though forced by a certain previous displeasure. Secondly, the sin of incontinence may be considered with regard to the evil into which one falls through forsaking reason. And thus incontinence of anger is, for the most part, more grievous, because it leads to things that are harmful to one's neighbor. Reply Obj. 1: It is more difficult to resist pleasure perseveringly than anger, because concupiscence is enduring; but for the moment it is more difficult to resist anger, on account of its impetuousness. Reply Obj. 2: Concupiscence is stated to be without reason, not as though it destroyed altogether the judgment of reason, but because nowise does it follow the judgment of reason, and for this reason it is more disgraceful. Reply Obj. 3: This argument considers incontinence with regard to its result. End of question 156. Read by Michael Shane Craig Lambert, L.C. Question 157 of Summa Theologica Secunda Secundae, Treatise on the Cardinal Virtues, the virtue of temperance. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Summa Theologica Secunda Secundae, Treatise on the Cardinal Virtues, the virtue of temperance, by St. Thomas Aquinas, translated by the Fathers of the English Dominican Province. Question 157 of clemency and meekness, in 4 articles. We must next consider clemency and meekness, and the contrary vices. Concerning the virtues themselves there are four points of inquiry: first, whether weakness are altogether identical; second, whether each of them is a virtue; third, whether each is a part of temperance; fourth, of their comparison with the other virtues. First article [I II, Q. 100, Art. 1] Whether Clemency and Meekness Are Absolutely the Same? Objection 1: It would seem that clemency and meekness are absolutely the same. For meekness moderates anger, according to the Philosopher (Ethic. iv, 5). Now anger is "desire of vengeance," according to Aristotle in his Rhetoric ii, 2. Since then clemency "is leniency of a superior in inflicting punishment on an inferior," as Seneca states (De Clementia ii, 3), and vengeance is taken by means of punishment, it would seem that clemency and meekness are the same. Obj. 2: Further, Tully says (De Rhet. ii, 54) that "clemency is a virtue whereby the mind is restrained by kindness when unreasonably provoked to hatred of a person": so that apparently clemency moderates hatred. Now according to Augustine (Ep. ccxi), hatred is caused by anger, and this is the matter of meekness and clemency. Therefore seemingly clemency and meekness are absolutely the same. Obj. 3: Further, the same vice is not opposed to different virtues. But the same vice, namely cruelty, is opposed to meekness and clemency. Therefore it seems that meekness and clemency are absolutely the same. On the contrary, According to the aforesaid definition of Seneca (Obj. 1), clemency is leniency of a superior towards an inferior; whereas meekness is not merely of superior to inferior, but of each to everyone. Therefore meekness and clemency are not absolutely the same. I answer that, As stated in Ethic. ii, 3, a moral virtue is "about passions and actions." Now internal passions are principles of external actions, and are likewise obstacles thereto. Wherefore virtues that moderate passions, to a certain extent, concur towards the same effect as virtues that moderate actions, although they differ specifically. Thus it belongs properly to justice to restrain man from theft, whereunto he is inclined by immoderate love or desire of money, which is restrained by liberality. So that liberality concurs with justice towards the effect, which is abstention from theft. This applies to the case in point, because through the passion of anger a man is provoked to inflict a too severe punishment, while it belongs directly to clemency to mitigate punishment, and this might be prevented by excessive anger. Consequently meekness, in so far as it restrains the onslaught of anger, concurs with clemency towards the same effect. Yet they differ from one another, inasmuch as clemency moderates external punishment, while meekness properly mitigates the passion of anger. Reply Obj. 1: Meekness regards properly the desire itself of vengeance, whereas clemency regards the punishment itself which is applied externally for the purpose of vengeance. Reply Obj. 2: Man's affections incline to the moderation of things that are unpleasant to him in themselves. Now it results from one man loving another that he takes no pleasure in the latter's punishment in itself, but only as directed to something else, for instance justice, or the correction of the person punished. Hence love makes one quick to mitigate punishment, and this pertains to clemency, while hatred is an obstacle to such mitigation. For this reason Tully says that "the mind provoked to hatred," that is, to punish too severely, "is restrained by clemency," from inflicting too severe a punishment, so that clemency directly moderates not hatred but punishment. Reply Obj. 3: The vice of anger, which denotes excess in the passion of anger, is properly opposed to meekness, which is directly concerned with the passion of anger; while cruelty denotes excess in punishing. Wherefore Seneca says (De Clementia ii, 4) that "those are called cruel who have reason for punishing, but lack moderation in punishing." Those who delight in a man's punishment for its own sake may be called savage or brutal, as though lacking the human feeling that leads one man to love another. _______________________ SECOND ARTICLE [I II, Q. 100, Art. 2] Whether Both Clemency and Meekness Are Virtues? Objection 1: It would seem that neither clemency nor meekness is a virtue. For no virtue is opposed to another virtue. Yet both of these are apparently opposed to severity, which is a virtue. Therefore neither clemency nor meekness is a virtue. Obj. 2: Further, "virtue is destroyed by excess and defect," according to Ethic. ii, 2. But both clemency and meekness consist in a certain decrease: for clemency decreases punishment, and meekness decreases anger. Therefore neither clemency nor meekness is a virtue. Obj. 3: Further, meekness or mildness is included among the beatitudes, according to Matt. 5:4, and Gal. 5:23, among the fruits. Now the virtues differ from the beatitudes and the fruits. Therefore they are not comprised under virtue. On the contrary, Seneca says (De Clementia ii, 5): "Every good man is conspicuous for his clemency and meekness." Now it is virtue, properly, that belongs to a good man, since "virtue it is that makes its possessor good, and renders his works good also," according to Ethic. ii, 6. Therefore clemency and meekness are virtues. I answer that, The nature of moral virtue consists in the subjection of appetite to reason, as the Philosopher declares in Ethic. i, 13. Now this is verified both in clemency and in meekness. For clemency, in mitigating punishment, is guided by reason, according to Seneca (De Clementia ii, 5), and meekness, likewise, moderates anger according to right reason, as stated in Ethic. iv, 5. Wherefore it is manifest that both clemency and meekness are virtues. Reply Obj. 1: Meekness is not directly opposed to severity, for meekness is about anger. On the other hand, severity regards the external infliction of punishment, so that accordingly it would seem rather to be opposed to clemency, which also regards external punishing, as stated above (A. 1). Yet they are not really opposed to one another, since they are both according to right reason. For severity is inflexible in the infliction of punishment when right reason requires it; while clemency mitigates punishment also according to right reason, when and where this is requisite. Wherefore they are not opposed to one another as though they are not about the same thing. Reply Obj. 2: According to the Philosopher (Ethic. iv, 5), "the habit that observes the mean in anger is unnamed, so that the virtue is denominated from the diminution of anger, and is designated by the name of meekness." For the virtue is more akin to diminution than to excess, because it is more natural to man to desire vengeance for injuries done to him, than to be lacking in that desire, since "scarcely anyone belittles an injury done to himself," as Sallust observes. As to clemency, it mitigates punishment, not in respect of that which is according to right reason, but as regards that which is according to common law, which is the object of legal justice. Yet on account of some particular consideration it mitigates the punishment, deciding, as it were, that a man is not to be punished any further. Hence Seneca says (De Clementia ii, 1): "Clemency grants this, in the first place, that those whom she sets free are declared immune from all further punishment, and remission of punishment due amounts to a pardon." Wherefore it is clear that clemency is related to severity as equity (the Greek epieikei), to legal justice, whereof severity is a part, as regards the infliction of punishment in accordance with the law. Yet clemency differs from equity, as we shall state further on (A. 3, ad 1). Reply Obj. 3: The beatitudes are acts of virtue, while the fruits are delights in virtuous acts. Wherefore nothing hinders meekness being reckoned both virtue and beatitude and fruit. _______________________ THIRD ARTICLE [I II, Q. 100, Art. 3] Whether the aforesaid virtues are parts of temperance? Objection 1: It would seem that the aforesaid virtues are not parts of temperance. For clemency mitigates punishment, as stated above (A. 2). But the Philosopher (Ethic. v, 10) ascribes this to equity, which pertains to justice, as stated above (Q. 120, A. 2). Therefore seemingly clemency is not a part of temperance. Obj. 2: Further, temperance is concerned with concupiscences, whereas meekness and clemency regard, not concupiscences, but anger and vengeance. Therefore they should not be reckoned parts of temperance. Obj. 3: Further, Seneca says (De Clementia ii, 4): "A man may be said to be of unsound mind when he takes pleasure in cruelty." Now this is opposed to clemency and meekness. Since then an unsound mind is opposed to prudence, it seems that clemency and meekness are parts of prudence rather than of temperance. On the contrary, Seneca says (De Clementia ii, 3) that "clemency is temperance of the soul in exercising the power of taking revenge." Tully also (De Art. Rhet. ii, 54) reckons clemency a part of temperance. I answer that, Parts are assigned to the principal virtues, in so far as they imitate them in some secondary matter as to the mode whence the virtue derives its praise, and likewise its name. Thus the mode and name of justice consist in a certain equality, those of fortitude in a certain strength of mind, those of temperance in a certain restraint, inasmuch as it restrains the most vehement concupiscences of the pleasures of touch. Now clemency and meekness likewise consist in a certain restraint, since clemency mitigates punishment, while meekness represses anger, as stated above (AA. 1, 2). Therefore both clemency and meekness are annexed to temperance as principal virtue, and accordingly are reckoned to be parts thereof. Reply Obj. 1: Two points must be considered in the mitigation of punishment. One is that punishment should be mitigated in accordance with the lawgiver's intention, although not according to the letter of the law: and in this respect it pertains to equity. The other point is a certain moderation of man's inward disposition, so that he does not exercise his power of inflicting punishment. This belongs properly to clemency: wherefore Seneca says (De Clement. ii, 3) that "it is temperance of the soul in exercising the power of taking revenge." This moderation of soul comes from a certain sweetness of disposition, whereby a man recoils from anything that may be painful to another. Wherefore Seneca says (De Clement. ii, 3) that "clemency is a certain smoothness of the soul": for on the other hand there would seem to be a certain roughness of the soul in one who fears not to pain others. Reply Obj. 2: The annexation of secondary to principal virtues depends on the mode of virtue, which is, so to speak, a kind of form of the virtue, rather than on the matter. Now meekness and clemency agree with temperance in mode, as stated above, though they agree not in matter. Reply Obj. 3: Unsoundness is corruption of soundness. Now just as soundness of body is corrupted by the body lapsing from the condition due to the human species, so unsoundness of mind is due to the mind lapsing from the disposition due to the human species. This occurs both in respect of the reason, as when a man loses the use of reason, and in respect of the appetitive power, as when a man loses that humane feeling whereby "every man is naturally friendly towards all other men" (Ethic. viii, 1). The unsoundness of mind that excludes the use of reason is opposed to prudence: but that a man who takes pleasure in the punishment of others is said to be of unsound mind, is because he seems on this account to be devoid of the humane feeling which gives rise to clemency. _______________________ FOURTH ARTICLE [I II, Q. 100, Art. 4] Whether Clemency and Meekness Are the Greatest Virtues? Objection 1: It would seem that clemency and meekness are the greatest virtues. For virtue is deserving of praise chiefly because it directs man to happiness that consists in the knowledge of God. Now meekness above all directs man to the knowledge of God, for it is written (James 1:21): "With meekness receive the engrafted word"; and (Ecclus. 5:13): "Be meek to hear the word of God." Again Dionysius says in his Letter 8 to Demophilus that "Moses was deemed worthy of the Divine apparition on account of his great meekness." Therefore meekness is the greatest of virtues. Obj. 2: Further, seemingly a virtue is all the greater, according as it is more acceptable to God and men. Now meekness would appear to be most acceptable to God, for it is written (Ecclus. 1:34, 35): "That which is agreeable to God is faith and meekness": wherefore Christ expressly invites us to be meek like unto Himself (Matt. 11:29), where He says: "Learn of Me, because I am meek and humble of heart": and Hilary declares in his commentary on Matt. 4:3 that "Christ dwells in us by our meekness of soul." Again, it is most acceptable to men, wherefore it is written (Ecclus. 3:19): "My son, do thy works in meekness, and thou shalt be beloved above the glory of men": for which reason it is also declared in Proverbs 20:28 that "the king's throne is strengthened by clemency." Therefore meekness and clemency are the greatest of virtues. Obj. 3: Further, Augustine says in his commentary on the Sermon on the Mount (i, 2) that "the meek are they who yield to reproaches, and resist not evil, but overcome evil by good." Now this seems to pertain to mercy or piety, which would seem to be the greatest of virtues, because a gloss of Ambrose on 1 Timothy 4:8, "Piety is profitable to all things," observes that "piety is the sum total of the Christian religion." Therefore meekness and clemency are the greatest virtues. On the contrary, they are not reckoned as principal virtues, but are annexed to another, as to a principal virtue. I answer that, Nothing prevents certain virtues from being greatest, not indeed simply, nor in every respect, but in a particular genus. It is impossible for clemency or meekness to be absolutely the greatest virtues, since they owe their praise to the fact that they withdraw a man from evil by mitigating anger or punishment. Now it is more perfect to obtain good than to lack evil. Wherefore those virtues like faith, hope, charity, and likewise prudence and justice, which direct one to good simply, are absolutely greater virtues than clemency and meekness. Yet nothing prevents clemency and meekness from having a certain restricted excellence among the virtues which resist evil inclinations. For anger, which is mitigated by meekness, is, on account of its impetuousness, a very great obstacle to man's free judgment of truth: wherefore meekness above all makes a man self-possessed. Hence it is written (Ecclus. 10:31): "My son, keep thy soul in meekness." Yet the concupiscences of the pleasures of touch are more shameful, and harass more incessantly, for which reason temperance is more rightly reckoned as a principal virtue, as stated above (Q. 141, A. 7, ad 2). As to clemency, inasmuch as it mitigates punishment, it would seem to approach nearest to charity, the greatest of the virtues, since thereby we do good towards our neighbor, and hinder his evil. Reply Obj. 1: Meekness disposes man to the knowledge of God by removing an obstacle, and this in two ways. First, because it makes man self-possessed by mitigating his anger, as stated above. Secondly, because it pertains to meekness that a man does not contradict the words of truth, which many do through being disturbed by anger. Wherefore Augustine says (De Doctr. ii, 7): "To be meek is not to contradict Holy Writ, whether we understand it, if it condemn our evil ways, or understand it not, as though we might not know better and have a clearer insight of the truth." Reply Obj. 2: Meekness and clemency make us acceptable to God and men, in so far as they concur with charity, the greatest of the virtues, towards the same effect, namely, the mitigation of our neighbor's evils. Reply Obj. 3: Mercy and piety agree indeed with meekness and clemency, by concurring towards the same effect, namely, the mitigation of our neighbor's evils. Nevertheless they differ as to motive. For piety relieves a neighbor's evil through reverence for a superior, for instance God or one's parents. Mercy relieves a neighbor's evil, because this evil is displeasing to one, in so far as one looks upon it as affecting oneself, as stated above (Q. 30, A. 2). and this results from friendship, which makes friends rejoice and grieve for the same things. Meekness does this by removing anger that urges to vengeance, and clemency does this through leniency of soul, in so far as it judges equitable that a person be no further punished. End of question 157. Read by Michael Shane Craig Lambert, L.C. Question 158 of Summa Theologica Secunda Secundae. Treatise on the Cardinal Virtues. The virtue of temperance. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Summa Theologica Secunda Secundae. Treatise on the Cardinal Virtues. The virtue of temperance. By St. Thomas Aquinas. Translated by the Fathers of the English Dominican Province. Question 158. Of anger, in 8 articles. We must next consider the contrary vices. 1. Anger, that is opposed to meekness. 2. Cruelty, that is opposed to clemency. Concerning anger there are 8 points of inquiry. First, whether it is lawful to be angry. Second, whether anger is a sin. Third, whether it is a mortal sin. Fourth, whether it is the most grievous of sins. Fifth, of its species. Sixth, whether anger is a capital vice. Seventh, of its daughters. Eighth, whether it has a contrary vice. First article, whether it is lawful to be angry. Objection 1. It would seem that it cannot be lawful to be angry. For Jerome, in his exposition on Matthew 5:22, "Whosoever is angry with his brother," etc., says. Some codices add "without cause." However, in the genuine codices the sentence is unqualified, and anger is forbidden altogether. Therefore it is nowise lawful to be angry. Obj. 2: Further, according to Dionysius (Div. Nom. iv), the soul's evil is to be without reason. Now anger is always without reason, for the Philosopher says (Ethic. vii, 6) that "anger does not listen perfectly to reason"; and Gregory says (Moral. on Job 5:45) that "when anger sunders the tranquil surface of the soul, it mangles and rends it by its riot"; and Cassian says (De Institution of Marriage viii, 6): "From whatever cause it arises, the angry passion boils over and blinds the eye of the mind." Therefore it is always evil to be angry. Obj. 3: Further, anger is "desire for revenge," according to Aristotle (Rhet. ii, 2), and as according to the gloss on Leviticus 19:17, "Thou shalt not hate thy brother in thy heart." Now it would seem unlawful to desire vengeance, since this should be left to God, according to Deut. 32:35, "Revenge is mine." Therefore it would seem that to be angry is always an evil. Obj. 4: Further, all that makes us depart from likeness to God is evil. Now anger always makes us depart from likeness to God, since God judges with tranquillity, according to Wis. 12:18. Therefore to be angry is always an evil. On the contrary, Chrysostom says: "He that is angry without cause shall be in danger, but he that is angry with cause shall not be in danger, for without anger teaching will be useless, judgments unstable, crimes unchecked. Therefore to be angry is not always an evil. I answer that, properly speaking, anger is a passion of the sensitive appetite, and gives its name to the irascible power, as stated above (I II, Q. 46, A. 1), when we were treating of the passions. Now with regard to the passions of the soul, it is to be observed that evil may be found in them in two ways. First, by reason of the passion's very species, which is derived from the passion's object. Thus envy, in respect of its species, denotes an evil, since it is displeasure at another's good, and such displeasure is in itself contrary to reason. Wherefore, as the Philosopher remarks (Ethic. ii, 6), "the very mention of envy denotes something evil." Now this does not apply to anger, which is the desire for revenge, since revenge may be desired both well and ill. Secondly, evil is found in a passion in respect of the passion's quantity, that is, in respect of its excess or deficiency. And thus evil may be found in anger, when, to wit, one is angry more or less than right reason demands. But if one is angry in accordance with right reason, one's anger is deserving of praise. Reply Obj. 1: The Stoics designated anger and all the other passions as emotions opposed to the order of reason, and accordingly they deemed anger and all other passions to be evil, as stated above in I II, Q. 24, A. 2, when we were treating of the passions. It is in this sense that Jerome considers anger. For he speaks of the anger whereby one is angry with one's neighbor with the intent of doing him a wrong. But, according to the Peripatetics, to whose opinion Augustine inclines, e.g. on the City of God ix, 4, anger and the other passions of the soul are movements of the sensitive appetite, whether they be moderated or not, according to reason, and in this sense anger is not always evil. Reply Obj. 2: Anger may stand in a twofold relation to reason. First, antecedently: in this way it withdraws reason from its rectitude, and has therefore the character of evil. Secondly, consequently, inasmuch as the movement of the sensitive appetite is directed against vice and in accordance with reason. This anger is good, and is called zealous anger. Wherefore Gregory says (Moral. v, 45): "We must beware lest, when we use anger as an instrument of virtue, it overrule the mind, and go before it as its mistress, instead of following in reason's train, ever ready, as its handmaid, to obey." This latter anger, although it hinder somewhat the judgment of reason in the execution of the act, does not destroy the rectitude of reason. Hence Gregory says (Moral. v, 45) that "zealous anger troubles the eye of reason, whereas sinful anger blinds it." Nor is it incompatible with virtue that the deliberation of reason be interrupted in the execution of what reason has deliberated, since art also would be hindered in its act if it were to deliberate about what has to be done while having to act. Reply Obj. 3: It is unlawful to desire vengeance considered as evil to the man who is to be punished, but it is praiseworthy to desire vengeance, as a corrective of vice and for the good of justice: and to this the sensitive appetite can tend, in so far as it is moved thereto by the reason. And when revenge is taken in accordance with the order of judgment, it is God's work, since he who has power to punish is God's minister, as stated in Rom. 13:4. Reply Obj. 4: We can and ought to be like to God in the desire for good, but we cannot be altogether likened to Him in the mode of our desire, since in God there is no sensitive appetite, as in us, the movement of which has to obey reason. Wherefore Gregory says (Moral. on Job 5:45) that "anger is more firmly erect in withstanding vice, when it bows to the command of reason." _______________________ SECOND ARTICLE [I II, Q. 100, Art. 2] Whether Anger Is a Sin? Objection 1: It would seem that anger is not a sin. For we demerit by sinning. But "we do not demerit by the passions, even as neither do we incur blame thereby," as stated in Ethic. ii, 5. Consequently no passion is a sin. Now anger is a passion, as stated above (I II, Q. 46, A. 1) in the Treatise on the Passions. Therefore anger is not a sin. Obj. 2: Further, in every sin there is conversion to some mutable good. But in anger there is conversion, not to a mutable good, but to a person's evil. Therefore anger is not a sin. Obj. 3: Further, "no man sins in what he cannot avoid," as Augustine asserts (De Lib. Arb. iii, 18. But man cannot avoid anger, for a gloss on Ps. 4:5, "Be ye angry and sin not," says: "The movement of anger is not in our power." Again the Philosopher asserts (Ethic. vii, 6) that "the angry man acts with displeasure." Now displeasure is contrary to the will. Therefore anger is not a sin. Obj. 4: Further, sin is contrary to nature, according to Damascene (De Fide Orth. ii, 4, 30). But it is not contrary to man's nature to be angry, and it is the natural act of a power, namely the irascible. Wherefore Jerome says in a letter (Ep. 12) to the monk Antony that "to be angry is the property of man." Therefore it is not a sin to be angry. On the contrary, The Apostle says (Eph. 4:31): "Let all indignation and anger be put away from you." I answer that, Anger, as stated above (A. 1), is properly the name of a passion. A passion of the sensitive appetite is good in so far as it is regulated by reason, whereas it is evil if it set the order of reason aside. Now the order of reason in regard to anger may be considered in relation to two things. First, in relation to the appetible object to which anger tends, and that is revenge. Wherefore if one desire revenge to be taken in accordance with the order of reason, the desire of anger is praiseworthy, and is called zealous anger. On the other hand, if one desire the taking of vengeance in any way whatever contrary to the order of reason, for instance, if he desire the punishment of one who has not deserved it, or beyond his deserts, or again contrary to the order prescribed by law, or not for the due end, namely the maintaining of justice and the correction of defaults, then the desire of anger will be sinful, and this is called sinful anger. Secondly, the order of reason in regard to anger may be considered in relation to the mode of being angry. namely that the movement of anger should not be immoderately fierce, neither internally nor externally, and if this condition be disregarded, anger will not lack sin, even though just vengeance be desired. Reply Obj. 1: Since passion may be either regulated or not regulated by reason, it follows that a passion considered absolutely does not include the notion of merit or demerit, of praise or blame. But as regulated by reason, it may be something meritorious and deserving of praise, while on the other hand, as not regulated by reason, it may be demeritorious and blameworthy. Wherefore the Philosopher says (Ethic. ii, 5) that "it is he who is angry in a certain way that is praised or blamed." Reply Obj. 2: The angry man desires the evil of another, not for its own sake, but for the sake of revenge, towards which his appetite turns as to a mutable good. Reply Obj. 3: Man is master of his actions through the judgment of his reason: wherefore as to the movements that forestall that judgment, it is not in man's power to prevent them as a whole, i.e. so that none of them arise, although his reason is able to check each one, if it arise. Accordingly it is stated that the movement of anger is not in man's power, to the extent, namely, that no such movements arise. Yet since this movement is somewhat in his power, it is not entirely sinless if it be inordinate. The statement of the Philosopher that "the angry man acts with displeasure" means that he is displeased, not with his being angry, but with the injury which he deems done to himself, and through this displeasure he is moved to seek vengeance. Reply Obj. 4: The irascible power in man is naturally subject to his reason, wherefore its act is natural to man, in so far as it is in accord with reason; and in so far as it is against his reason, it is contrary to man's nature. _______________________ THIRD ARTICLE [I II, Q. 100, Art. 3] Whether All Anger Is a Mortal Sin? Objection 1: It would seem that all anger is a mortal sin. For it is written (Job 5:2): "Anger killeth the foolish man": and he speaks of the spiritual killing whence mortal sin takes its name. Therefore all anger is a mortal sin. Obj. 2: Further, nothing save mortal sin is deserving of eternal condemnation. Now anger deserves eternal condemnation: for our Lord said (Matt. 5:22): "Whosoever is angry with his brother shall be in danger of the judgment": and a gloss on this passage says that "the three things mentioned there, namely judgment, council, and hell fire, signify in a pointed manner different abodes in the state of eternal damnation corresponding to various sins." Therefore anger is a mortal sin. Obj. 3: Further, whatsoever is contrary to charity is a mortal sin. Now anger is of itself contrary to charity, as Jerome declares in his commentary on Matt. 5:22: "Whosoever is angry with his brother," etc., where he says that this is contrary to the love of your neighbor. Therefore anger is a mortal sin. On the contrary, A gloss on Ps. 4:5, "Be ye angry and sin not," says: "Anger is venial if it does not proceed to action." I answer that, the movement of anger may be inordinate and sinful in two ways, as stated above (A. 2). First, on the part of the appetible object, as when one desires unjust revenge: and thus anger is a mortal sin in the point of its genus, because it is contrary to charity and justice. Nevertheless, such like anger may happen to be a venial sin by reason of the imperfection of the act. This imperfection is considered either in relation to the subject desirous of vengeance, as when the movement of anger forestalls the judgment of his reason; or in relation to the desired object, as when one desires to be avenged in a trifling matter which should be deemed of no account, so that even if one proceeded to action, it would not be a mortal sin, for instance by pulling a child slightly by the hair, or by some other like action. Secondly, the movement of anger may be inordinate in the mode of being angry, for instance, if one be too fiercely angry inwardly, or if one exceed in the outward signs of anger. In this way anger is not a mortal sin in the point of its genus. Yet it may happen to be a mortal sin, for instance, if through the fierceness of his anger a man fall away from the love of God and his neighbor. Reply Obj. 1: It does not follow from the passage quoted that all anger is a mortal sin, but that the foolish are killed spiritually by anger, because, through not checking the movement of anger by their reason, they fall into mortal sins, for instance by blaspheming God, or by doing injury to their neighbor. Reply Obj. 2: Our Lord said this of anger by way of addition to the words of the law: "Whosoever shall kill shall be in danger of the judgment," as stated in Matt. 5:21. Consequently our Lord is speaking here of the movement of anger wherein a man desires the killing or any grave injury of his neighbor, and should the consent of reason be given to this desire, without doubt it will be a mortal sin. Reply Obj. 3: In the case where anger is contrary to charity, it is a mortal sin, but it is not always so, as appears from what we have said. _Fourth article [I II, Q. 100, Art. 4] Whether Anger Is the Most Grievous Sin? Objection 1: It would seem that anger is the most grievous sin. For Chrysostom says that "nothing is more repulsive than the look of an angry man, and nothing uglier than a ruthless face, and most of all than a cruel soul." Therefore anger is the most grievous sin. Obj. 2: Further, the more hurtful a sin is, the worse it would seem to be, since according to Augustine (Enchiridion xii), "a thing is said to be evil because it hurts." Now anger is most hurtful, because it deprives man of his reason, whereby he is master of himself: for Chrysostom says (Hom. xlviii on John) that "anger differs in no way from madness. It is a demon while it lasts, indeed more troublesome than one harassed by a demon." Therefore anger is the most grievous sin. Obj. 3: Further, inward movements are judged according to their outward effects. Now the effect of anger is murder, which is a most grievous sin. Therefore anger is a most grievous sin. On the contrary, Anger is compared to hatred as the mote to the beam. For Augustine says in his Rule, as recorded in his letter 211, "Lest anger grow into hatred, and a mote become a beam." Therefore anger is not the most grievous sin. I answer that, as stated above (AA. 1, 2), the inordinateness of anger is considered in a twofold respect, namely with regard to an undue object, and with regard to an undue mode of being angry. As to the appetible object which it desires, anger would seem to be the least of sins, for anger desires the evil of punishment for some person under the aspect of a good, that is, vengeance. Hence on the part of the evil which it desires, the sin of anger agrees with those sins which desire the evil of our neighbor, such as envy and hatred. But while hatred desires absolutely another's evil as such, and the envious man desires another's evil through desire of his own glory, the angry man desires another's evil under the aspect of just revenge. Wherefore it is evident that hatred is more grievous than envy, and envy than anger. Since it is worse to desire evil as an evil than as a good, and to desire evil as an external good, such as honor or glory, than under the aspect of the rectitude of justice. On the part of the good, under the aspect of which the angry man desires an evil, anger concurs with the sin of concupiscence that tends to a good. In this respect again, absolutely speaking, the sin of anger is apparently less grievous than that of concupiscence, according as the good of justice, which the angry man desires, is better than the pleasurable or useful good which is desired by the subject of concupiscence. Wherefore the Philosopher says in Ethic. vii, 4 that "the incontinent in desire is more disgraceful than the incontinent in anger." On the other hand, as to the inordinateness with regards the mode of being angry, anger would seem to have a certain preeminence on account of the strength and quickness of its movement, according to Prov. 27:4: "Anger hath no mercy, nor fury when it breaketh forth, and who can bear the violence of one provoked?" Hence Gregory says (Moral. v, 45): "The heart goaded by the pricks of anger is convulsed, the body trembles, the tongue entangles itself, the face is inflamed, the eyes are enraged, and fail utterly to recognize those whom we know. The tongue makes sounds indeed, but there is no sense in its utterance." Reply Obj. 1: Chrysostom is alluding to the repulsiveness of the outward gestures which result from the impetuousness of anger. Reply Obj. 2: This argument considers the inordinate movement of anger that results from its impetuousness, as stated above. Reply Obj. 3: Murder results from hatred, and envy no less than from anger. Yet anger is less grievous inasmuch as it considers the aspect of justice, as stated above. _Fifth article. [I II, Q. 100, Art. 5] Whether the Philosopher suitably assigns the species of anger? Objection 1: It would seem that the species of anger are unsuitably assigned by the Philosopher (Ethic. iv, 5), where he says that some angry persons are choleric, some sullen, and some ill-tempered or stern. According to him, a person is said to be sullen whose anger "is appeased with difficulty and endures a long time." But this apparently pertains to the circumstance of time. Therefore it seems that anger can be differentiated specifically in respect also of the other circumstances. Obj. 2: Further, Aristotle says (Ethic. iv, 5) that ill-tempered or stern persons are those whose anger is not appeased without revenge or punishment." Now this also pertains to the unquenchableness of anger. Therefore seemingly the ill-tempered is the same as bitterness. Obj. 3: Further, Our Lord mentions 3 degrees of anger when He says in Matt. 5:22, "Whosoever is angry with his brother shall be in danger of the judgment, and whosoever shall say to his brother, Raca, shall be in danger of the council, and whosoever shall say to his brother, Thou fool, is in danger of hellfire." But these degrees are not referable to the aforesaid species. Therefore it seems that the above division of anger is not fitting. On the contrary, Gregory of Nyssa says: "There are 3 species of irascibility, namely, the anger which is called wrath, and ill will which is a disease of the mind, and rancor." Now these 3 seem to coincide with the 3 aforesaid. For wrath he describes as "having beginning and movement," and the Philosopher in Ethic. iv, 5 ascribes this to choleric persons. Ill will he describes as "an anger that endures and grows old," and this the Philosopher ascribes to sullenness, while he describes rancor as "reckoning the time for vengeance," which tallies with the Philosopher's description of the ill-tempered. The same division is given by Damascene in De Fide Orth. ii, 16. Therefore the aforesaid division assigned by the Philosopher is not unfitting. I answer that, the aforesaid distinction may be referred either to the passion or to the sin itself of anger. We have already stated when treating of the passions (I II, Q. 46, A. 8) how it is to be applied to the passion of anger. And it would seem that this is chiefly what Gregory of Nyssa and Damascene had in view. Here, however, we have to take the distinction of these species in its application to the sin of anger, and as set down by the Philosopher. For the inordinateness of anger may be considered in relation to 2 things. First, in relation to the origin of anger, and this regards choleric persons, who are angry too quickly and for any slight cause. Secondly, in relation to the duration of anger, for that anger endures too long, and this may happen in 2 ways. In one way, because the cause of anger, to wit, the inflicted injury, remains too long in a man's memory, the result being that it gives rise to a lasting displeasure, wherefore he is grievous and sullen to himself. In another way it happens on the part of vengeance, which a man seeks with a stubborn desire. This applies to ill-tempered or stern people, who do not put aside their anger until they have inflicted punishment. Reply Obj. 1: It is not time, but a man's propensity to anger, or his pertinacity in anger, that is the chief point of consideration in the aforesaid species. Reply Obj. 2: Both sullen and ill-tempered people have a long-lasting anger, but for different reasons. For a sullen person has an abiding anger on account of an abiding displeasure, which he holds locked in his breast, and as he does not break forth into the outward signs of anger, others cannot reason him out of it, nor does he of his own accord lay aside his anger, except his displeasure wear away with time, and thus his anger cease. On the other hand, the anger of ill-tempered persons is long-lasting on account of their intense desire for revenge, so that it does not wear out with time, and can be quelled only by revenge. Reply Obj. 3: The degrees of anger mentioned by our Lord do not refer to the distinct species of anger, but correspond to the course of the human act. Cf. the I II, Q. 46, A. 8, ad 3. For the first degree is an inward conception, and in reference to this he says: "Whosoever is angry with his brother." The second degree is when the anger is manifested by outward signs, even before it breaks out into effect, and in reference to this he says: "Whosoever shall say to his brother, Raca," which is an angry exclamation. The third degree is when the sin conceived inwardly breaks out into effect. Now the effect of anger is another's hurt under the aspect of revenge: and the least of hurts is that which is done by a mere word, wherefore in reference to this he says: "Whosoever shall say to his brother, Thou fool." Consequently it is clear that the second adds to the first, and the third to both the others: so that, if the first is a mortal sin, in the case referred to by our Lord as stated above (A. 3, ad 2), much more so are the others. Wherefore some kind of condemnation is assigned as corresponding to each one of them. In the first case, judgment is assigned, and this is the least severe, for as Augustine says (De Serm. Dom. in Monte i, 9), "where judgment is to be delivered, there is an opportunity for defense." In the second case, counsel is assigned, "whereby the judge deliberate together on the punishment to be inflicted." To the third case is assigned hellfire, i.e. decisive condemnation. _______________________ SIXTH ARTICLE [I II, Q. 100, Art. 6] Whether Anger Should Be Reckoned Among the Capital Vices? Objection 1: It would seem that anger should not be reckoned among the capital sins. For anger is born of sorrow, which is a capital vice known by the name of sloth. Therefore anger should not be reckoned a capital vice. Obj. 2: Further, hatred is a graver sin than anger. Therefore it should be reckoned a capital vice rather than anger. Obj. 3: Further, a gloss on Prov. 29:22, "An angry man provoketh quarrels," says: "Anger is the door to all vices: if it be closed, peace is ensured within to all the virtues: if it be opened, the soul is armed for every crime." Now no capital vice is the origin of all sins, but only of certain definite ones. Therefore anger should not be reckoned among the capital vices. On the contrary, Gregory (Moral. xxxi:45) places anger among the capital vices. I answer that, as stated above in the I II, Q. 84, AA. 3, 4, a capital vice is defined as one from which many vices arise. Now there are two reasons for which many vices can arise from anger. The first is on the part of its object, which has much of the aspect of desirability, in so far as revenge is desired under the aspect of just or honest, which is attractive by its excellence, as stated above (A. 4). Honesty must be taken here in its broad sense, as synonymous with moral goodness from the point of view of decorum (cf. Q. 145, A. 1). The second is on the part of its impetuosity, whereby it precipitates the mind into all kinds of inordinate action. Therefore it is evident that anger is a capital vice. Reply Obj. 1: The sorrow whence anger arises is not for the most part the vice of sloth, but the passion of sorrow which results from an injury inflicted. Reply Obj. 2: As stated above (Q. 118, A. 7; Q. 148, A. 5; Q. 153, A. 4; as well as in the Pars Prima Secundae Q. 84, A. 4), it belongs to the notion of a capital vice to have a most desirable end, so that many sins are committed through the desire thereof. Now anger, which desires evil under the aspect of good, has a more desirable end than hatred has, since the latter desires evil under the aspect of evil: wherefore anger is more a capital vice than hatred is. Reply Obj. 3: Anger is stated to be the door to the vices accidentally, i.e. by removing obstacles, to wit by hindering the judgment of reason, whereby man is withdrawn from evil. It is, however, directly the cause of certain special sins, which are called its daughters. _Seventh Article [I II, Q. 100, Art. 7] Whether 6 daughters are fittingly assigned to anger? Objection 1: It would seem that 6 daughters are unfittingly assigned to anger, namely, quarreling, swelling of the mind, contumely, clamor, indignation, and blasphemy. For blasphemy is reckoned by Isidore (Questions on Deuteronomy, Question 16) to be a daughter of pride. Therefore it should not be accounted a daughter of anger. Obj. 2: Further, hatred is born of anger, as Augustine says in his Rule (Ep. 211). Therefore it should be placed among the daughters of anger. Obj. 3: Further, a swollen mind would seem to be the same as pride. Now pride is not the daughter of a vice, but "the mother of all vices," as Gregory states in his commentary on Job 31:45. Therefore swelling of the mind should not be reckoned among the daughters of anger. On the contrary, Gregory in his commentary on Job 31:45 assigns these daughters to anger. I answer that, Anger may be considered in 3 ways. First, as consisting in thought, and thus 2 vices arise from anger. One is on the part of the person with whom a man is angry, and whom he deems unworthy (indignum) of acting thus towards him, and this is called indignation. The other vice is on the part of the man himself, in so far as he devises various means of vengeance, and with such like thoughts fills his mind, according to Job 15:2: "Will a wise man fill his stomach with burning heat?" And thus we have swelling of the mind. Secondly, anger may be considered as expressed in words, and thus a twofold disorder arises from anger. One is when a man manifests his anger in his manner of speech, as stated above (A. 5, ad 3), of the man who says to his brother "Raca," and this refers to clamor, which denotes disorderly and confused speech. The other disorder is when a man breaks out into injurious words, and if these be against God, it is blasphemy; if against one's neighbor, it is contumely. Thirdly, anger may be considered as proceeding to deeds, and thus anger gives rise to quarrels, by which we are to understand all manners of injuries inflicted on one's neighbor through anger. Reply Obj. 1: The blasphemy into which a man breaks out deliberately proceeds from pride, whereby a man lifts himself up against God, since, according to Ecclesiasticus 10:14, "the beginning of the pride of man is to fall off from God," that is, to fall away from reverence for Him is the first part of pride. Cf. Q. 162, A. 7, ad 2. And this gives rise to blasphemy. But the blasphemy into which a man breaks out through a disturbance of the mind proceeds from anger. Reply Obj. 2: Although hatred sometimes arises from anger, it has a previous cause, from which it arises more directly, namely displeasure, even as, on the other hand, love is born of pleasure. Now through displeasure a man is moved sometimes to anger, sometimes to hatred: wherefore it was fitting to reckon that hatred arises from sloth rather than from anger. Reply Obj. 3: Swelling of the mind is not taken here as identical with pride, but for a certain effort or daring attempt to take vengeance, and daring is a vice opposed to fortitude. _______________________ EIGHTH ARTICLE [I II, Q. 100, Art. 8] Whether There Is a Vice Opposed to Anger Resulting from Lack of Anger? Objection 1: It would seem that there is not a vice opposed to anger resulting from lack of anger. For no vice makes us like to God. Now by being entirely without anger, a man becomes like to God, Who judges "with tranquillity" according to Wis. 12:18. Therefore, seemingly, it is not a vice to be altogether without anger. Obj. 2: Further, it is not a vice to lack what is altogether useless. But the movement of anger is useful for no purpose, as Seneca proves in the book he wrote on anger (De Anger i, 9 seqq.). Therefore it seems that lack of anger is not a vice. Obj. 3: Further, according to Dionysius (Div. Nom. iv), "man's evil is to be without reason." Now the judgment of reason remains unimpaired if all movement of anger be done away. Therefore no lack of anger amounts to a vice. On the contrary, Chrysostom says: "He who is not angry, whereas he has cause to be, sins. For unreasonable patience is the hotbed of many vices, it fosters negligence, it incites not only the wicked but even the good to do wrong." I answer that, Anger may be understood in two ways. In one way, as a simple movement of the will, whereby one inflicts punishment, not through passion, but in virtue of a judgment of the reason: and thus without doubt lack of anger is a sin. This is the sense in which anger is taken in the saying of Chrysostom, for he says (Hom. xi in Matthew): "Anger, when it has a cause, is not anger but judgment. For anger, properly speaking, denotes a movement of passion. And when a man is angry with reason, his anger is no longer from passion: wherefore he is said to judge, not to be angry." In another way, anger is taken for a movement of the sensitive appetite, which is with passion resulting from a bodily transmutation. This movement is a necessary sequel, in man, to the movement of his will, since the lower appetite necessarily follows the movement of the higher appetite, unless there be an obstacle. Hence the movement of anger in the sensitive appetite cannot be lacking altogether, unless the movement of the will be altogether lacking or weak. Consequently, lack of the passion of anger is also a vice, even as the lack of movement in the will directed to punishment by the judgment of reason. Reply Obj. 1: He that is entirely without anger when he ought to be angry, imitates God as to lack of passion, but not as to God's punishing by judgment. Reply Obj. 2: The passion of anger, like all other movements of the sensitive appetite, is useful as being conducive to the more prompt execution of reason's dictate. Cf. the Pars Prima Secundae, Q. 24, A. 3. Else the sensitive appetite in man would be to no purpose, whereas "nature does nothing without purpose," according to Aristotle (De Coelo i, 4). Reply Obj. 3: When a man acts inordinately, the judgment of his reason is cause not only of the simple movement of the will, but also of the passion in the sensitive appetite, as stated above. Wherefore, just as the removal of the effect is a sign that the cause is removed, so the lack of anger is a sign that the judgment of reason is lacking. End of question 158. Read by Michael Shane Craig Lambert, L.C. Question 159 of Summa Theologica Secunda Secundae, Treatise on the Cardinal Virtues, the virtue of temperance. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Summa Theologica Secunda Secundae, Treatise on the Cardinal Virtues, the virtue of temperance, by St. Thomas Aquinas, translated by the Fathers of the English Dominican Province. Question 159 of cruelty, in 2 articles. We must now consider cruelty, under which head there are 2 points of inquiry. First, whether cruelty is opposed to clemency. Second, of its comparison with savagery or brutality. First article, whether cruelty is opposed to clemency. Objection 1: It would seem that cruelty is not opposed to clemency. For Seneca says (On Clemency ii, 4) that "those are said to be cruel who exceed in punishing," which is contrary to justice. Now clemency is reckoned a part, not of justice, but of temperance. Therefore apparently cruelty is not opposed to clemency. Obj. 2: Further, it is written Jeremiah 6:23, "They are cruel and will have no mercy," so that cruelty would seem opposed to mercy. Now mercy is not the same as clemency, as stated above (Q. 157, A. 4, ad 3). Therefore cruelty is not opposed to clemency. Obj. 3: Further, clemency is concerned with the infliction of punishment, as stated above (Q. 157, A. 1), whereas cruelty applies to the withdrawal of beneficence, according to Prov. 11:17, "But he that is cruel casteth off even his own kindred." Therefore cruelty is not opposed to clemency. On the contrary, Seneca says (On Clemency ii, 4) that The opposite of clemency is cruelty, which is nothing else but hardness of heart in exacting punishment. I answer that, Cruelty apparently takes its name from cruditas, rawness. Now just as things when cooked and prepared are wont to have an agreeable and sweet savor, so when raw they have a disagreeable and bitter taste. Now it has been stated above (Q. 157, A. 3, first reply, as well as in A. 4, third reply) that clemency denotes a certain smoothness or sweetness of the soul, whereby one is inclined to mitigate punishment. Hence cruelty is directly opposed to clemency. Reply Obj. 1: Just as it belongs to equity to mitigate punishment according to reason, while the sweetness of soul which inclines one to this belongs to clemency, so too excess in punishing, as regards the external action, belongs to injustice, but as regards the hardness of heart, which makes one ready to increase punishment, belongs to cruelty. Reply Obj. 2: Mercy and clemency concur in this, that both shun and recoil from another's unhappiness, but in different ways. For it belongs to mercy to relieve another's unhappiness by a beneficent action, while it belongs to clemency to mitigate another's unhappiness by the cessation of punishment. And since cruelty denotes excess in exacting punishment, it is more directly opposed to clemency than to mercy. Yet on account of the mutual likeness of these virtues, cruelty is sometimes taken for mercilessness. Reply Obj. 3: Cruelty is there taken for mercilessness, which is lack of beneficence. We may also reply that withdrawal of beneficence is in itself a punishment. Second article: Whether cruelty differs from savagery or brutality? Objection 1: It would seem that cruelty differs not from savagery or brutality. For seemingly one vice is opposed in one way to one virtue. Now both savagery and cruelty are opposed to clemency by way of excess. Therefore it would seem that savagery and cruelty are the same. Obj. 2: Further, Isidore says in his Etymologies x that "severity is, as it were, savagery with verity, because it holds to justice without attending to piety": so that savagery would seem to exclude that mitigation of punishment in delivering judgment which is demanded by piety. Now this has been stated to belong to cruelty in A. 1, first reply. Therefore cruelty is the same as savagery. Obj. 3: Further, just as there is a vice opposed to a virtue by way of excess, so is there a vice opposed to it by way of deficiency, which latter is opposed both to the virtue which is the mean, and to the vice which is in excess. Now the same vice pertaining to deficiency is opposed to both cruelty and savagery, namely remission or laxity. For Gregory says in his commentary on Job 20:5, "Let there be love, but not that which enervates. Let there be severity, but without fury. Let there be zeal without unseemly savagery. Let there be piety without undue clemency." Therefore savagery is the same as cruelty. On the contrary, Seneca says (De Clement. ii, 4) that "a man who is angry without being hurt, or with one who has not offended him, is not said to be cruel, but to be brutal or savage." I answer that, Savagery and brutality take their names from a likeness to wild beasts, which are also described as savage. For animals of this kind attack man that they may feed on his body, and not for some motive of justice, the consideration of which belongs to reason alone. Wherefore, properly speaking, brutality or savagery applies to those who, in inflicting punishment, have not in view a default of the person punished, but merely the pleasure they derive from a man's torture. Consequently, it is evident that it is comprised under bestiality, for such like pleasure is not human but bestial, and resulting as it does either from evil custom or from a corrupt nature, as do other bestial. On the other hand, cruelty not only regards the default of the person punished, but exceeds in the mode of punishing. Wherefore cruelty differs from savagery or brutality, as human wickedness differs from bestiality, as stated in Ethic. vii, 5. Reply Obj. 1: Clemency is a human virtue. Wherefore directly opposed to it is cruelty, which is a form of human wickedness. But savagery or brutality is comprised under bestiality, wherefore it is directly opposed not to clemency but to a more excellent virtue, which the Philosopher in Ethic. vii, 5 calls heroic or godlike, which according to us would seem to pertain to the gifts of the Holy Ghost. Consequently, we may say that savagery is directly opposed to the gift of piety. Reply Obj. 2: A severe man is not said to be simply savage, because this implies a vice, but he is said to be "savage as regards the truth," on account of some likeness to savagery which is not inclined to mitigate punishment. Reply Obj. 3: Remission of punishment is not a vice, except it disregard the order of justice, which requires a man to be punished on account of his offense, and which cruelty exceeds. On the other hand, cruelty disregards this order altogether. Wherefore remission of punishment is opposed to cruelty, but not to savagery. End of question 159. Read by Michael Shane Craig Lambert, LC. Question 160 of Summa Theologica Secunda Secundae. Treatise on the Cardinal Virtues. The virtue of temperance. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Summa Theologica Secunda Secundae. Treatise on the Cardinal Virtues. The virtue of temperance. By St. Thomas Aquinas. Translated by the Fathers of the English Dominican Province. Question 160. Of modesty, in 2 articles. We must now consider modesty, and 1. Modesty in general; 2. Each of its species. Under the first head there are 2 points of inquiry. First, whether modesty is a part of temperance. Second, what is the matter of modesty? First article: whether modesty is a part of temperance. Objection 1: It would seem that modesty is not a part of temperance. For modesty is denominated from mode. Now mode is requisite in every virtue, since virtue is directed to good, and good, according to Augustine (De Nat. Boni iii), consists in mode, species, and order. Therefore Modesty is a general virtue, and consequently should not be reckoned a part of temperance. Obj. 2: Further, temperance would seem to be deserving of praise chiefly on account of its moderation. Now this gives modesty its name. Therefore modesty is the same as temperance, and not one of its parts. Obj. 3: Further, modesty would seem to regard the correction of our neighbor, according to 2 Timothy 2:24, 25: "The servant of the Lord must not wrangle, but be mild towards all men, with modesty admonishing them that resist the truth." Now admonishing wrongdoers is an act of justice or of charity, as stated above (Q. 33, A. 1). Therefore seemingly modesty is a part of justice rather than of temperance. On the contrary, Tully (De Rhet. ii, 54) reckons modesty as a part of temperance. I answer that, as stated above (Q. 141, A. 4; as well as (Q. 157, A. 3), temperance brings moderation into those things wherein it is most difficult to be moderate, namely the concupiscences of pleasures of touch. Now whenever there is a special virtue about some matter of very great moment, there must needs be another virtue about matters of lesser import: because the life of man requires to be regulated by the virtues with regard to everything. Thus it was stated above (Q. 134, A. 3, ad 1) that while magnificence is about great expenditure, there is need in addition for liberality, which is concerned with ordinary expenditure. Hence there is need for a virtue to moderate other lesser matters, where moderation is not so difficult. This virtue is called modesty, and is annexed to temperance as its principle. Reply Obj. 1: When a name is common to many, it is sometimes appropriated to those of the lowest rank: thus the common name of angel is appropriated to the lowest order of angels. In the same way, mode, which is observed by all virtues in common, is specially appropriated to the virtue which prescribes the mode in the slightest things. Reply Obj. 2: Some things need tempering on account of their strength: thus we temper strong wine. But moderation is necessary in all things: wherefore temperance is more concerned with strong passions, and modesty about weaker passions. Reply Obj. 3: Modesty is to be taken there for the general moderation which is necessary in all virtues. _______________________ SECOND ARTICLE [I II, Q. 100, Art. 2] Whether Modesty Is Only About Outward Actions? Objection 1: It would seem that modesty is only about outward actions. For the inward movements of the passions cannot be known to other persons. Yet the Apostle enjoins (Phil. 4:5): "Let your modesty be known to all men." Therefore modesty is only about outward actions. Obj. 2: Further, the virtues that are about the passions are distinguished from justice, which is about operations. Now modesty is seemingly one virtue. Therefore if it be about outward works, it will not be concerned with inward passions. Obj. 3: Further, no one same virtue is about things pertaining to the appetite, which is proper to the moral virtues, and about things pertaining to knowledge, which is proper to the intellectual virtues, and again about things pertaining to the irascible and concupiscible faculties. Therefore, if modesty be one virtue, it cannot be about all these things. On the contrary, in all these things it is necessary to observe the mode whence modesty takes its name. Therefore modesty is about all of them. I answer that, as stated above in A. 1, modesty differs from temperance in that temperance moderates those matters where restraint is most difficult, while modesty moderates those that present less difficulty. Authorities seem to have had various opinions about modesty. For wherever they found a special kind of good or a special difficulty of moderation, they withdrew it from the province of modesty, which they confined to lesser matters. Now it is clear to all that the restraint of pleasures of touch presents a special difficulty, wherefore all distinguished temperance from modesty. In addition to this, moreover, Tully in the Art of Rhetoric (254) considered that there was a special kind of good in the moderation of punishment, wherefore he severed clemency also from modesty, and held modesty to be about the remaining ordinary matters that require moderation. These seemingly are of four kinds. One is the movement of the mind towards some excellence, and this is moderated by humility. The second is the desire of things pertaining to knowledge, and this is moderated by studiousness, which is opposed to curiosity. The third regards bodily movements and actions, which require to be done becomingly and honestly. Cf. Q. 145, A. 1, whether we act seriously or in play. The fourth regards outward show, for instance, in dress and the like. To some of these matters, however, other authorities appointed certain special virtues. Thus Andronicus On the Affections mentions meekness, simplicity, humility, and other kindred virtues, of which we have spoken above in Q. 143. While Aristotle (Ethic. ii, 7) assigned eutrapelia to pleasures in games, as stated above in the Pars Prima Secundae (Q. 60, A. 5). All these are comprised under modesty as understood by Tully, and in this way modesty regards not only outward but also inward actions. Reply Obj. 1: The Apostle speaks of modesty as regarding externals. Nevertheless, the moderation of the inner man may be shown by certain outward signs. Reply Obj. 2: Various virtues assigned by various authorities are comprised under modesty. Wherefore nothing prevents modesty from regarding matters which require different virtues. Yet there is not so great a difference between the various parts of modesty as there is between justice, which is about operations, and temperance, which is about passions. Because in actions and passions that present no great difficulty on the part of the matter, but only on the part of moderation, there is but one virtue, one namely for each kind of moderation. Reply to the third objection also is clear. End of question 160. Read by Michael Shane Craig Lambert, LC. Question 161 of Summa Theologica Secunda Secundae. Treatise on the Cardinal Virtues. The virtue of temperance. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Summa Theologica Secunda Secundae. Treatise on the Cardinal Virtues. The virtue of temperance. by St. Thomas Aquinas, translated by the Fathers of the English Dominican Province. Question 161. Of humility, in 6 articles. We must consider next the species of modesty. 1. Humility, and pride which is opposed to it. 2. Studiousness, and its opposite, curiosity. 3. Modesty as affecting words or deeds. 4. Modesty as affecting outward attire. Concerning humility, there are 6 points of inquiry. First, whether humility is a virtue. Second, whether it resides in the appetite or in the judgment of reason. Third, whether by humility one ought to subject oneself to all men. Fourth, whether it is a part of modesty or temperance. Fifth, of its comparison with the other virtues. Sixth, of the degrees of humility. First article, whether humility is a virtue. Objection 1. It would seem that humility is not a virtue. For virtue conveys the notion of a good. But humility conveys the notion of a penal evil, according to Psalm 104:18. "They humbled his feet in fetters." Therefore humility is not a virtue. Objection 2. Further, virtue and vice are mutually opposed. Now humility seemingly denotes a vice, for it is written (Ecclesiasticus 19:23): "There is one that humbleth himself wickedly." Therefore humility is not a virtue. Obj. 3. Further, no virtue is opposed to another virtue. But humility is apparently opposed to the virtue of magnanimity, which aims at great things, whereas humility shuns them. Therefore it would seem that humility is not a virtue. Obj. 4. Further, virtue is "the disposition of that which is perfect," according to Phys. 7:17. But humility seemingly belongs to the imperfect: wherefore it becomes not God to be humble, since He can be subject to none. Therefore it seems that humility is not a virtue. Obj. 5. Further, every moral virtue is about actions and passions, according to Ethic. ii, 3. But humility is not reckoned by the Philosopher among the virtues that are about passions, nor is it comprised under justice, which is about actions. Therefore it would seem not to be a virtue. On the contrary, Origen, commenting on Luke 1:48, "He hath regarded the humility of his handmaid," says in his Homily 8 on the Gospel of Luke: "One of the virtues, humility, is particularly commended in Holy Writ. For our Saviour said: 'Learn of me, because I am meek and humble of heart.'" I answer that, as stated above in the Pars Prima Secundae (Q. 23, A. 2), when we were treating of the passions, the difficult good has something attractive to the appetite, namely the aspect of good, and likewise something repulsive to the appetite, namely the difficulty of obtaining it. In respect of the former there arises the movement of hope, and in respect of the latter the movement of despair. Now it has been stated above in the Pars Prima Secundae (Q. 61, A. 2) that for those appetitive movements which are a kind of impulse towards an object, there is need of a moderating and restraining moral virtue, while for those which are a kind of recoil, there is need, on the part of the appetite, of a moral virtue to strengthen it and urge it on. Wherefore a twofold virtue is necessary with regard to the difficult good: one, to temper and restrain the mind, lest it tend to high things immoderately, and this belongs to the virtue of humility; and another, to strengthen the mind against despair, and urge it on to the pursuit of great things according to right reason, and this is magnanimity. Therefore it is evident that humility is a virtue. Reply Obj. 1: As Isidore observes in his Etymologies x, a humble man is so called because he is, as it were, humo aklinis (literally, bent to the ground), that is, inclined to the lowest place. This may happen in two ways. First, through an extrinsic principle, for instance, when one is cast down by another, and this humility is a punishment. Secondly, through an intrinsic principle, and this may be done sometimes well, for instance when a man, considering his own failings, assumes the lowest place according to his mode. Thus Abraham said to the Lord (Gen. 18:27): "I will speak to my Lord, whereas I am dust and ashes." In this way humility is a virtue. Sometimes, however, this may be ill done, for instance when a man, "not understanding his honor, compares himself to senseless beasts, and becomes like to them" (Ps. 48:13). Reply Obj. 2: As stated in the First Reply, humility, in so far as it is a virtue, conveys the notion of a praiseworthy self-abasement to the lowest place. Now this is sometimes done merely as to outward signs and pretense, wherefore this is false humility, of which Augustine says in a letter (cxlix) that it is "grievous pride," since, to wit, it would seem to aim at excellence of glory. Sometimes, however, this is done by an inward movement of the soul, and in this way, properly speaking, humility is reckoned a virtue, because virtue does not consist in externals, but chiefly in the inward choice of the mind, as the Philosopher states (Ethic. ii, 5). Reply Obj. 3: Humility restrains the appetite from aiming at great things against right reason, while magnanimity urges the mind to great things in accord with right reason. Hence it is clear that magnanimity is not opposed to humility. Indeed, they concur in this, that each is according to right reason. Reply Obj. 4: A thing is said to be perfect in two ways. First, absolutely: such a thing contains no defect, neither in its nature nor in respect of anything else, and thus God alone is perfect. To Him humility is fitting, not as regards His divine nature, but only as regards His assumed nature. Secondly, a thing may be said to be perfect in a restricted sense, for instance in respect of its nature or state or time. Thus a virtuous man is perfect, although in comparison with God his perfection is found wanting, according to the word of Isaiah 40:17: "All nations are before Him, as if they had no being at all. In this way humility may be competent to every man. Reply Obj. 5: The Philosopher intended to treat of virtues as directed to civic life, wherein the subjection of one man to another is defined according to the ordinance of the law, and consequently is a matter of legal justice. But humility, considered as a special virtue, regards chiefly the subjection of man to God, for whose sake he humbles himself by subjecting himself to others. Second article: Whether humility has to do with the appetite? Objection 1: It would seem that humility concerns not the appetite, but the judgment of reason. Because humility is opposed to pride. Now pride concerns things pertaining to knowledge. For Gregory says in his commentary on Job 34:22 that "pride, when it extends outwardly to the body, is first of all shown in the eyes." Wherefore it is written (Ps. 130:1): "Lord, my heart is not exalted, nor are my eyes lofty." Now eyes are the chief aids to knowledge. Therefore it would seem that humility is chiefly concerned with knowledge, whereby one thinks little of oneself. Obj. 2: Further, Augustine says (De Virgin. xxxi) that "almost the whole of Christian teaching is humility." Consequently nothing contained in Christian teaching is incompatible with humility. Now Christian teaching admonishes us to seek the better things, according to 1 Corinthians 12:31: "Be zealous for the better gifts." Therefore it belongs to humility to restrain not the desire of difficult things, but the estimate thereof. Obj. 3: Further, it belongs to the same virtue both to restrain excessive movement, and to strengthen the soul against excessive withdrawal. Thus fortitude both curbs daring and fortifies the soul against fear. Now it is magnanimity that strengthens the soul against the difficulties that occur in the pursuit of great things. Therefore if humility were to curb the desire of great things, it would follow that humility is not a distinct virtue from magnanimity, which is evidently false. Therefore humility is concerned not with the desire, but with the estimate of great things. Obj. 4: Further, Andronicus (On the Affections) assigns humility to outward show. For he says that humility is "the habit of avoiding excessive expenditure and parade." Therefore it is not concerned with the movement of the appetite. On the contrary, Augustine says in his Sermon 351 on Penance that "the humble man is one who chooses to be an abject in the house of the Lord, rather than to dwell in the tents of sinners." But choice concerns the appetite. Therefore humility has to do with the appetite rather than with the estimative power. I answer that, as stated above (A. 1), it belongs properly to humility that a man restrain himself from being borne towards that which is above him. For this purpose he must know his disproportion to that which surpasses his capacity. Hence knowledge of one's own deficiency belongs to humility, as a rule guiding the appetite. Nevertheless humility is essentially in the appetite itself, and consequently it must be said that humility, properly speaking, moderates the movement of the appetite. Reply Obj. 1: Lofty eyes are a sign of pride, inasmuch as it excludes respect and fear. For fearing and respectful persons are especially wont to lower the eyes, as though not daring to compare themselves with others. But it does not follow from this that humility is essentially concerned with knowledge. Reply Obj. 2: It is contrary to humility to aim at greater things through confiding in one's own powers. But to aim at greater things through confidence in God's help is not contrary to humility, especially since the more one subjects oneself to God, the more is one exalted in God's sight. Hence Augustine says (De Virgin. xxxi): "It is one thing to raise oneself to God, and another to raise oneself up against God. He that abases himself before Him, him He raiseth up. He that raises himself up against Him, him He casteth down." Reply Obj. 3: In fortitude there is the same reason for restraining daring and for strengthening the soul against fear, since the reason in both cases is that man should set the good of reason before the dangers of death. But the reason for restraining presumptuous hope, which pertains to humility, is not the same as the reason for strengthening the soul against despair. Because the reason for strengthening the soul against despair is the acquisition of one's proper good, lest man, by despair, render himself unworthy of a good which was competent to him; while the chief reason for suppressing presumptuous hope is based on divine reverence, which shows that man ought not to ascribe to himself more than is competent to him according to the position in which God has placed him. Wherefore humility would seem to denote in the first place man's subjection to God, and for this reason Augustine (Commentary on the Sermon on the Mount i, 4) ascribes humility, which he understands by poverty of spirit, to the gift of fear whereby man reveres God. Hence it follows that the relation of fortitude to daring differs from that of humility to hope. Because fortitude uses daring more than it surpasses it, so that excess of daring is more like fortitude than lack of daring is. On the other hand, humility suppresses hope or confidence in self more than it uses it; wherefore excessive self-confidence is more opposed to humility than lack of confidence is. Reply Obj. 4: Excess in outward expenditure and parade is wont to be done with a view of boasting, which is suppressed by humility. Accordingly, humility has to do, in a secondary way, with externals, as signs of the inward movement of the appetite. _______________________ THIRD ARTICLE [I II, Q. 100, Art. 3] Whether One Ought, by Humility, to Subject Oneself to All Men? Objection 1: It would seem that one ought not, by humility, to subject oneself to all men. For as stated above (A. 2, ad 3), humility consists chiefly in man's subjection to God. Now one ought not to offer to a man that which is due to God, as is the case with all acts of religious worship. Therefore by humility one ought not to subject oneself to man. Obj. 2: Further, Augustine says (De Natura et Gratia xxxiv): "Humility should take the part of truth, not of falsehood." Now some men are of the highest rank, who cannot, without falsehood, subject themselves to their inferiors. Therefore one ought not, by humility, to subject oneself to all men. Obj. 3: Further, no one ought to do that which conduces to the detriment of another's spiritual welfare. But if a man subject himself to another by humility, this is detrimental to the person to whom he subjects himself, for the latter might wax proud or despise the other. Hence Augustine says in his Rule (Ep. ccxi), "lest through excessive humility the superior lose his authority." Therefore a man ought not, by humility, to subject himself to all. On the contrary, It is written (Phil. 2:3): "In humility let each esteem others better than themselves." I answer that, We may consider two things in man, namely that which is God's, and that which is man's. Whatever pertains to defect is man's; but whatever pertains to man's welfare and perfection is God's, according to the saying of Osee 13:9: "Destruction is thy own, O Israel; thy help is only in me." Now humility, as stated above (A. 1, 5th Reply; as well as (A. 2, 3rd Reply), properly regards the reverence whereby man is subject to God. Wherefore every man, in respect of that which is his own, ought to subject himself to every neighbor, in respect of that which the latter has of God's. But humility does not require a man to subject what he has of God's to that which may seem to be God's in another. For those who have a share of God's gifts know that they have them, according to 1 Corinthians 2:12: "That we may know the things that are given us from God." Wherefore, without prejudice to humility, they may set the gifts they have received from God above those that others appear to have received from Him. Thus the Apostle says (Eph. 3:5): "The mystery of Christ was not known to the sons of men, as it is now revealed to His holy apostles." In like manner, humility does not require a man to subject that which he has of his own to that which his neighbor has of man's; otherwise each one would have to esteem himself a greater sinner than anyone else, whereas the Apostle says without prejudice to humility (Gal. 2:15): "We by nature are Jews, and not of the Gentiles, sinners." Nevertheless a man may esteem his neighbor to have some good which he lacks himself, or himself to have some evil which another has not, by reason of which he may subject himself to him with humility. Reply Obj. 1: We must not only revere God in Himself, but also that which is His in each one, although not with the same measure of reverence as we revere God. Wherefore we should subject ourselves with humility to all our neighbors for God's sake, according to 1 Peter 2:13: "Be ye subject to every human creature for God's sake." But to God alone do we owe the worship of latria. Reply Obj. 2: If we set what our neighbor has of God's above that which we have of our own, we cannot incur falsehood. Wherefore a gloss on Phil. 2:3, "Esteem others better than themselves," says: We must not esteem by pretending to esteem, but we should in truth think it possible for another person to have something that is hidden to us, and whereby he is better than we are, although our own good whereby we are apparently better than he, be not hidden. Reply Obj. 3: Humility, like other virtues, resides chiefly inwardly in the soul. Consequently, a man by an inward act of the soul may subject himself to another, without giving the other man an occasion of detriment to his spiritual welfare. This is what Augustine means in his rule (Ep. ccxi): "With fear the superior should prostrate himself at your feet in the sight of God." On the other hand, due moderation must be observed in the outward acts of humility even as of the other virtues, lest they conduce to the detriment of others. If, however, a man does as he ought, and others take therefrom an occasion of sin, this is not imputed to the man who acts with humility, since he does not give scandal, although others take it. Fourth article. Whether humility is a part of modesty or temperance? Objection 1: It would seem that humility is not a part of modesty or temperance. For humility regards chiefly the reverence whereby one is subject to God, as stated above (A. 3). Now it belongs to a theological virtue to have God for its object. Therefore humility should be reckoned a theological virtue, rather than a part of temperance or modesty. Obj. 2: Further, temperance is in the concupiscible, whereas humility would seem to be in the irascible, just as pride, which is opposed to it, and whose object is something difficult. Therefore apparently humility is not a part of temperance or modesty. Obj. 3: Further, humility and magnanimity are about the same object, as stated above (A. 1, ad 3). But magnanimity is reckoned a part, not of temperance, but of fortitude, as stated above (Q. 129, A. 5). Therefore it would seem that humility is not a part of temperance or modesty. On the contrary, Origen says (Hom. viii in Luke): "If thou wilt hear the nature of this virtue, and what it was called by the philosophers, know that humility which God regards is the same as what they called metriotes, i.e. measure or moderation." Now this evidently pertains to modesty or temperance. Therefore humility is a part of modesty or temperance. I answer that, as stated above (Q. 137, A. 2, ad 1), as well as in Q. 157, A. 3, ad 2), in assigning parts to a virtue we consider chiefly the likeness that results from the mode of the virtue. Now the mode of temperance, whence it chiefly derives its praise, is the restraint or suppression of the impetuosity of a passion. Hence whatever virtues restrain or suppress, and the actions which moderate the impetuosity of the emotions, are reckoned parts of temperance. Now just as meekness suppresses the movement of anger, so does humility suppress the movement of hope, which is the movement of a spirit aiming at great things. Wherefore, like meekness, humility is accounted a part of temperance. For this reason the Philosopher (Ethic. iv, 3) says that a man who aims at small things in proportion to his mode is not magnanimous, but temperate, and such a man we may call humble. Moreover, for the reason given above (Q. 160, A. 2), among the various parts of temperance, the one under which humility is comprised is modesty, as understood by Tully (De Art. Rhet. ii, 54), inasmuch as humility is nothing else than a moderation of spirit, wherefore it is written (1 Peter 3:4): "In the incorruptibility of a quiet and meek spirit." Reply Obj. 1: The theological virtues, whose object is our last end, which is the first principle in matters of appetite, are the causes of all the other virtues. Hence the fact that humility is caused by reverence for God does not prevent it from being a part of modesty or temperance. Reply Obj. 2: Parts are assigned to a principal virtue by reason of a sameness, not of subject or matter, but of formal mode, as stated above (Q. 137, A. 2, ad 1), as well as (Q. 157, A. 3, ad 2). Consequently, although humility is in the irascible as its subject, it is assigned as a part of modesty or temperance by reason of its mode. Reply Obj. 3: Although humility and magnanimity agree as to matter, they differ as to mode, by reason of which magnanimity is reckoned a part of fortitude, and humility a part of temperance. _______________________ FIFTH ARTICLE [I II, Q. 100, Art. 5] Whether Humility Is the Greatest of the Virtues? Objection 1: It would seem that humility is the greatest of the virtues. For Chrysostom, expounding the story of the Pharisee and the publican (Luke 18) says (Hom. vii in the Humility of the Soul) that "if humility is such a fleet runner, even when hampered by sin that it overtakes the justice that is the companion of pride, whither will it not reach if you couple it with justice? You will stand among the angels by the judgment seat of God." Hence it is clear that humility is set above justice. Now justice is either the most exalted of all the virtues, or includes all virtues, according to the Philosopher (Ethic. v, 1). Therefore humility is the greatest of the virtues. Obj. 2: Further, Augustine says in a sermon: "Are you thinking of raising the great fabric of spirituality? Attend first of all to the foundation of humility." Now this would seem to imply that humility is the foundation of all virtue. Therefore apparently it is greater than all the other virtues. Obj. 3: Further, the greater virtue deserves the greater reward. Now the greatest reward is due to humility, since "he that humbleth himself shall be exalted" according to Luke 14:11. Therefore humility is the greatest of virtues. Obj. 4: Further, according to Augustine (De Vera Relig. xvi), "Christ's whole life on earth was a lesson in moral conduct through the human nature which He assumed." Now He especially proposed His humility for our example, saying (Matt. 11:29): "Learn of Me, because I am meek and humble of heart." Moreover, Gregory says in his Pastoral Rule iii, 1 that the "lesson proposed to us in the mystery of our redemption is the humility of God." Therefore humility would seem to be the greatest of virtues. On the contrary, Charity is set above all the virtues, according to Colossians 3:14: "Above all things have charity." Therefore humility is not the greatest of virtues. I answer that, The good of human virtue pertains to the order of reason, which order is considered chiefly in reference to the end. Wherefore the theological virtues are the greatest, because they have the last end for their object. Secondarily, however, it is considered in reference to the ordering of the means to the end. This ordinance, as to its essence, is in the reason itself from which it issues, but by participation it is in the appetite ordered by the reason. And this ordinance is the effect of justice, especially of legal justice. Now humility makes a man a good subject to the ordinance of all kinds and in all matters, while every other virtue has this effect in some special matter. Therefore, after the theological virtues, after the intellectual virtues which regard the reason itself, and after justice, especially legal justice, humility stands before all others. Reply Obj. 1: Humility is not set before justice, but before that justice which is coupled with pride, and is no longer a virtue. Even so, on the other hand, sin is pardoned through humility, for it is said of the publican (Luke 18:14) that, through the merit of his humility, "he went down into his house justified." Hence Chrysostom says in his Homily 5 on the incomprehensibility of the divine nature: "Bring me a pair of 2-horse chariots, in the one harness pride with justice, in the other sin with humility, and you will see that sin outrunning justice wins not by its own strength, but by that of humility; while you will see the other pair beaten, not by the weakness of justice, but by the weight and size of pride." Reply Obj. 2: Just as the orderly assembly of virtues is, by reason of a certain likeness, compared to a building, so again that which is the first step in the acquisition of virtue is likened to the foundation, which is first laid before the rest of the building. Now the virtues are in truth infused by God. Wherefore the first step in the acquisition of virtue may be understood in two ways. First, by way of removing obstacles, and thus humility holds the first place, inasmuch as it expels pride, which "God resisteth," and makes man submissive and ever open to receive the influx of divine grace. Hence it is written (James 4:6): "God resisteth the proud, and giveth grace to the humble." In this sense humility is said to be the foundation of the spiritual edifice. Secondly, a thing is first among virtues directly because it is the first step towards God. Now the first step towards God is by faith, according to Heb. 11:6: "He that cometh to God must believe." In this sense faith is the foundation in a more excellent way than humility. Reply Obj. 3: To him that despises earthly things, heavenly things are promised. Thus heavenly treasures are promised to those who despise earthly riches, according to Matt. 6:19, 20: "Lay not up to yourselves treasures on earth, but lay up to yourselves treasures in heaven." Likewise, heavenly consolations are promised to those who despise worldly joys, according to Matt. 4:5: "Blessed are they that mourn, for they shall be comforted." In the same way, spiritual uplifting is promised to humility, not that humility alone merits it, but because it is proper to it to despise earthly uplifting. Wherefore Augustine says (Hom. in 351 on Penance): "Think not that he who humbles himself remains for ever abased, for it is written: He shall be exalted. And do not imagine that his exaltation in men's eyes is effected by bodily uplifting." Reply Obj. 4: The reason why Christ chiefly proposed humility to us was because it especially removes the obstacle to man's spiritual welfare consisting in man's aiming at heavenly and spiritual things, in which he is hindered by striving to become great in earthly things. Hence Our Lord, in order to remove an obstacle to our spiritual welfare, showed by giving an example of humility, that outward exaltation is to be despised. Thus humility is, as it were, a disposition to man's untrammeled access to spiritual and Divine goods. Accordingly, as perfection is greater than disposition, so charity and other virtues whereby man approaches God directly are greater than humility. _Sixth article [I II, Q. 100, Art. 6] Whether 12 degrees of humility are fittingly distinguished in the rule of the Blessed Benedict? Objection 1: It would seem that the 12 degrees of humility that are set down in the rule of Blessed Benedict (St. Thomas gives these degrees in the reverse order to that followed by St. Benedict) are unfittingly distinguished. The first is to be "humble not only in heart, but also to show it in one's very person, one's eyes fixed on the ground." The second is "to speak few and sensible words, and not to be loud of voice." The third is "not to be easily moved and disposed to laughter." The fourth is "to maintain silence until one is asked." The fifth is "to do nothing but to what one is exhorted by the common rule of the monastery." The sixth is "to believe and acknowledge oneself viler than all." The seventh is "to think oneself worthless and unprofitable for all purposes." The eighth is "to confess one's sin." The ninth is "to embrace patience by obeying under difficult and contrary circumstances." The tenth is "to subject oneself to a superior." The 11th is "not to delight in fulfilling one's own desires." The 12th is "to fear God, and to be always mindful of everything that God has commanded." For among these there are some things pertaining to the other virtues, such as obedience and patience. Again, there are some that seem to involve a false opinion, and this is inconsistent with any virtue: namely, to declare oneself more despicable than all men, and to confess and believe oneself to be in all ways worthless and unprofitable. Therefore these are unfittingly placed among the degrees of humility. Obj. 2: Further, humility proceeds from within to externals, as do other virtues. Therefore, in the aforesaid degrees, those which concern outward actions are unfittingly placed before those which pertain to inward actions. Obj. 3: Further, Anselm gives 7 degrees of humility the first of which is "to acknowledge oneself contemptible"; the second, "to grieve for this"; the third, "to confess it"; the fourth, "to convince others of this," i.e. to wish them to believe it; the fifth, "to bear patiently that this be said of us"; the sixth, "to suffer oneself to be treated with contempt"; the seventh, "to love being thus treated." Therefore the aforesaid degrees would seem to be too numerous. Obj. 4: Further, a gloss on Matt. 15 says: "Perfect humility has 3 degrees. The first is to subject ourselves to those who are above us, and not to set ourselves above our equals: this is sufficient. The second is to submit to our equals, and not to set ourselves before our inferiors: this is called abundant humility. The third degree is to subject ourselves to inferiors, and in this is perfect righteousness." Therefore the aforesaid degrees would seem to be too numerous. Obj. 5: Further, Augustine says (De Virgin. xxxi): "The measure of humility is apportioned to each one according to his rank. It is imperilled by pride, for the greater a man is, the more liable he is to be entrapped." Now the measure of a man's greatness cannot be fixed according to a definite number of degrees. Therefore it would seem that it is not possible to assign the aforesaid degrees to humility. I answer that, as stated above (A. 2), humility has essentially to do with the appetite, in so far as a man restrains the impetuosity of his soul from tending inordinately to great things. Yet its rule is in the cognitive faculty, in that we should not deem ourselves to be above what we are. Also the principle and origin of both these things is the reverence we bear to God. Now the inward disposition of humility leads to certain outward signs, in words, deeds, and gestures, which manifest that which is hidden within, as happens also with the other virtues. For "a man is known by his look, and a wise man, when thou meetest him, by his countenance," according to Ecclesiasticus 19:26. Wherefore the aforesaid degrees of humility include something regarding the root of humility, namely the 12th degree, that a man fear God and bear all His commandments in mind. Again, they include certain things with regard to the appetite, lest one aim inordinately at one's own excellence. This is done in 3 ways. First, by not following one's own will, and this pertains to the 11th degree. Secondly, by regulating it according to one's superior judgment, and this applies to the 10th degree. Thirdly, by not being deterred from this on difficulties and hardships that come in our way, and this belongs to the 9th degree. Certain things also are included referring to the estimate a man forms in acknowledging his own deficiency, and this is in 3 ways. First, by acknowledging and avowing his own shortcomings: this belongs to the 8th degree. Secondly, by deeming oneself incapable of great things: and this pertains to the 7th degree. Thirdly, that in this respect one should put others before oneself: and this belongs to the 6th degree. Again, some things are included that refer to outward signs. One of these regards deeds, namely that in one's work one should not depart from the ordinary way. This applies to the 5th degree. 2 others have reference to words, namely, that one should not be in a hurry to speak, which pertains to the fourth degree, and that one be not immoderate in speech, which refers to the second. The others have to do with outward gestures, for instance, in restraining haughty looks, which regards the first, and in outwardly checking laughter and other signs of senseless mirth, and this belongs to the third degree. Reply Obj. 1: It is possible, without falsehood, to deem and avow oneself the most despicable of men, as regards the hidden faults which we acknowledge in ourselves, and the hidden gifts of God which others have. Hence Augustine says (De Virgin. 52): "Bethink you that some persons are in some hidden way better than you, although outwardly you are better than they." Again, without falsehood one may avow and believe oneself in all ways unprofitable and useless in respect of one's own capability, so as to refer all one's sufficiency to God, according to 2 Corinthians 3:5: "Not that we are sufficient to think anything of ourselves as of ourselves, but our sufficiency is from God." And there is nothing unbecoming in ascribing to humility those things that pertain to other virtues, since, just as one vice arises from another, so, by a natural sequence, the act of one virtue proceeds from the act of another. Reply Obj. 2: Man arrives at humility in two ways. First and chiefly by a gift of grace, and in this way the inner man precedes the outward man. The other way is by human effort, whereby he first of all restrains the outward man, and afterwards succeeds in plucking out the inward root. It is according to this order that the degrees of humility are here enumerated. Reply Obj. 3: All the degrees mentioned by Anselm are reducible to knowledge, avowal, and desire of one's own abasement. For the first degree belongs to the knowledge of one's own deficiency, but since it would be wrong for one to love one's own failings, this is excluded by the second degree. The third and fourth degrees regard the avowal of one's own deficiency, namely, that not merely one simply assert one's failing, but that one convince another of it. The other three degrees have to do with the appetite, which excellence but outward abasement, and bears it with equanimity, whether it consists of words or deeds. For as Gregory says (Register ii, 10, Ep. 36), "there is nothing great in being humble towards those who treat us with regard, for even worldly people do this. But we should especially be humble towards those who make us suffer," and this belongs to the fifth and sixth degrees. Or the appetite may even go so far as lovingly to embrace external abasement, and this pertains to the seventh degree. So that all these degrees are comprised under the sixth and seventh mentioned above. Reply Obj. 4: These degrees refer, not to the thing itself, namely the nature of humility, but to the degrees among men, who are either of higher or lower or of equal degree. Reply Obj. 5: This argument also considers the degrees of humility not according to the nature of the thing, in respect of which the aforesaid degrees are assigned, but according to the various conditions of men. End of question 161. Read by Michael Shane Craig Lambert, LC. Question 162 of Summa Theologica Secunda Secundae. Treatise on the Cardinal Virtues. The virtue of temperance. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Summa Theologica Secunda Secundae. Treatise on the Cardinal Virtues. The virtue of temperance. By St. Thomas Aquinas. Translated by the Fathers of the English Dominican Province. Question 162. Of pride, in 8 articles. We must now consider pride, and 1. Pride in general. 2. The first man's sin, which we hold to have been pride. Under the first head there are 8 points of inquiry. First, whether pride is a sin. Second, whether it is a special vice. Third, wherein does it reside as in its subject? Fourth, of its species. Fifth, whether it is a mortal sin. Sixth, whether it is the most grievous of all sins. Seventh, of its relation to other sins. Eighth, whether it should be reckoned a capital vice. First article, whether pride is a sin. Objection 1. It would seem that pride is not a sin. For no sin is the object of God's promise. For God's promises refer to what He will do, and He is not the author of sin. Now pride is numbered among the divine promises, for it is written in Isaiah 60 verse 15, "I will make thee to be an everlasting pride, a joy unto generation and generation." Therefore pride is not a sin. Objection 2 further. It is not a sin to wish to be like unto God, for every creature has a natural desire for this, and especially does this become the rational creature which is made to God's image and likeness. Now it is said in Prosper's book on sentences that pride is love of one's own excellence, whereby one is likened to God who is supremely excellent. Hence Augustine says in the Confessions 2:6, "Pride imitates exaltedness, whereas thou alone art God exalted over all." Therefore pride is not a sin. Objection 3. Further, a sin is opposed not only to a virtue, but also to a contrary vice, as the Philosopher states in Ethics 2:8. But no vice is found to be opposed to pride. Therefore pride is not a sin. On the contrary, it is written in Tobit 4:14, "Never suffer pride to reign in thy mind or in thy words." I answer that pride, superbia, is so called because a man thereby aims higher, supra, than he is. Wherefore Isidore says in his Etymologies 10, "A man is said to be proud because he wishes to appear above, super, what he really is." For he who wishes to overstep beyond what he is proud. Now right reason requires that every man's will should tend to that which is proportionate to him. Therefore it is evident that pride denotes something opposed to right reason, and this shows it to have the character of sin, because according to Dionysius (On the Divine Names 4:4), the soul's evil is to be opposed to reason. Therefore it is evident that pride is a sin. Reply Obj. 1: Pride, superbia, may be understood in two ways. First, as overpassing, supergreditur, the rule of reason, and in this sense we say that it is a sin. Secondly, it may simply denominate superabundance, in which sense any superabundant thing may be called pride, and it is thus that God promises pride as significant of superabundant good. Hence a gloss of Jerome on the same passage of Isaiah 61:6 says that there is a good and an evil pride, or a sinful pride which God resists, and a pride that denotes the glory which he bestows. It may also be replied that pride there signifies abundance of those things in which men may take pride. Reply Obj. 2. Reason has the direction of those things for which man has a natural appetite, so that if the appetite wander from the rule of reason, whether by excess or by default, it will be sinful, as is the case with the appetite for food, which man desires naturally. Now pride is the appetite for excellence in excess of right reason. Wherefore Augustine says On the City of God 14:13 that pride is "the desire for inordinate exaltation." And hence it is that, as he asserts On the City of God 14:13 and 19:12, "pride imitates God inordinately, for it hath equality of fellowship under him, and wishes to usurp his dominion over our fellow creatures." Reply Obj. 3. Pride is directly opposed to the virtue of humility, which, in a way, is concerned about the same matter as magnanimity, as stated above in Q. 161, A. 1, ad 3. Hence the vice opposed to pride by default is akin to the vice of pusillanimity, which is opposed by default to magnanimity. For just as it belongs to magnanimity to urge the mind to great things against despair, so it belongs to humility to withdraw the mind from the inordinate desire of great things against presumption. Now pusillanimity, if we take it for a deficiency in pursuing great things, is properly opposed to magnanimity by default. But if we take it for the mind's attachment to things beneath what is becoming to a man, it is opposed to humility by default, since each proceeds from a smallness of mind. In the same way, on the other hand, pride may be opposed by excess both to magnanimity and humility from different points of view. To humility, inasmuch as it scorns subjection; to magnanimity, inasmuch as it tends to great things inordinately. Since, however, pride implies a certain elation, it is more directly opposed to humility, even as pusillanimity, which denotes littleness of soul in tending towards great things, is more directly opposed to magnanimity. Second article: Whether pride is a special sin? Objection 1. It would seem that pride is not a special sin. For Augustine says On Nature and Grace 24 that "you will find no sin that is not labeled pride." And Prosper says On the Contemplative Life 3:2 that "without pride no sin is, or was, or ever will be possible." Therefore pride is a general sin. Obj. 2: Further, a gloss on Job 33:17, that he may withdraw man from wickedness, says that "a man prides himself when he transgresses his commandments by sin." Now, according to Ambrose On Paradise 8, "every sin is a transgression of the divine law, and a disobedience of the heavenly commandments." Therefore every sin is pride. Obj. 3: Further, every special sin is opposed to a special virtue. But pride is opposed to all the virtues, for Gregory says in his commentary on Job 34:23, "Pride is by no means content with the destruction of one virtue. It raises itself up against all the powers of the soul, and like an all-pervading and poisonous disease corrupts the whole body." And Isidore says in his Etymologies that "it is the downfall of all virtues." Therefore pride is not a special sin. Obj. 4: Further, every special sin has a special matter. Now pride has a general matter, for Gregory says in his commentary on Job 34:23 that "one man is proud of his gold, another of his eloquence. One is elated by mean and earthly things, another by sublime and heavenly virtues." Therefore pride is not a special, but a general sin. On the contrary, Augustine says On Nature and Grace 29, "If he look into the question carefully, he will find that, according to God's law, pride is a very different sin from other vices." Now the genus is not different from its species. Therefore pride is not a general, but a special sin. I answer that, the sin of pride may be considered in two ways. First, with regard to its proper species, which it has under the aspect of its proper object. In this way pride is a special sin, because it has a special object, for it is inordinate desire of one's own excellence, as stated in Article 1, Second Reply. Secondly, it may be considered as having a certain influence towards other sins. In this way it has somewhat of a generic character, inasmuch as all sins may arise from pride in two ways. First, directly, through other sins being directed to the end of pride, which is one's own excellence, to which may be directed anything that is inordinately desired. Secondly, indirectly and accidentally, as it were, that is, by removing an obstacle, since pride makes a man despise the divine law, which hinders him from sinning, according to Jeremiah 2:20, "Thou hast broken my yoke, thou hast burst my bands, and thou saidst, I will not serve." It must, however, be observed that this generic character of pride admits of the possibility of all vices arising from pride sometimes, but it does not imply that all vices originate from pride always. For though one may break the commandments of the law by any kind of sin, through contempt which pertains to pride, yet one does not always break the divine commandments through contempt, but sometimes through ignorance, and sometimes through weakness. And for this reason Augustine says On Nature and Grace 29 that "many things are done amiss which are not done through pride." Reply Obj. 1: These words are introduced by Augustine into his book On Nature and Grace, not as being his own, but as those of someone with whom he is arguing. Hence he subsequently disproves the assertion, and shows that not all sins are committed through pride. We might, however, reply that these authorities must be understood as referring to the outward effect of pride, namely, the breaking of the commandments, which applies to every sin, and not to the inward act of pride, namely, contempt of the commandment. For sin is committed not always through contempt, but sometimes through ignorance, sometimes through weakness, as stated above. Reply Obj. 2: A man may sometimes commit a sin effectively, but not affectively. Thus he who in ignorance slays his father is a parricide effectively, but not affectively, since he did not intend it. Accordingly, he who breaks God's commandment is said to pride himself against God effectively always, but not always affectively. Reply Obj. 3: A sin may destroy a virtue in two ways. In one way, by direct contrariety to a virtue, and thus pride does not corrupt every virtue, but only humility, even as every special sin destroys the special virtue opposed to it, by acting counter thereto. In another way, a sin destroys a virtue by making ill use of that virtue, and thus pride destroys every virtue, in so far as it finds an occasion of pride in every virtue, just as in everything else pertaining to excellence. Hence it does not follow that it is a general sin. Reply Obj. 4: Pride regards a special aspect in its object, which aspect may be found in various matters. For it is inordinate love of one's excellence, and excellence may be found in various things. Third article: Whether the subject of pride is the irascible faculty. Objection 1: It would seem that the subject of pride is not the irascible faculty. For Gregory says in his commentary on Job 23:17, "A swollen mind is an obstacle to truth, for the swelling shuts out the light." Now the knowledge of sin pertains not to the irascible, but to the rational faculty. Therefore pride is not in the irascible. Objection 2: Further, Gregory says in his commentary on Job 24:8 that "the proud observe other people's conduct, not so as to set themselves beneath them with humility, but so as to set themselves above them with pride." Wherefore it would seem that pride originates in undue observation. Now observation pertains not to the irascible, but to the rational faculty. Obj. 3: Further, pride seeks preeminence, not only in sensible things, but also in spiritual and intelligible things, while it consists essentially in the contempt of God, according to the pride of man is to fall off from God. Now the irascible, since it is part of the sensitive appetite, cannot extend to God and things intelligible. Therefore pride cannot be in the irascible. Objection 4: Further, as stated in Prosper's Book of Sentences, sentence 294, pride is love of one's own excellence. But love is not in the irascible, but in the concupiscible. Therefore pride is not in the irascible. On the contrary, Gregory, in his commentary on Job 2:49, opposes pride to the gift of fear. Now fear belongs to the irascible. Therefore pride is in the irascible. I answer that, the subject of any virtue or vice is to be ascertained from its proper object. For the object of a habit or act cannot be other than the object of the power, which is the subject of both. Now the proper object of pride is something difficult. For pride is the desire of one's own excellence, as stated above in Articles 1 and 2. Wherefore pride must needs pertain in some way to the irascible faculty. Now the irascible may be taken in two ways. First, in a strict sense, and thus it is a part of the sensitive appetite, even as anger, strictly speaking, is a passion of the sensitive appetite. Secondly, the irascible may be taken in a broader sense, so as to belong also to the intellective appetite, to which also anger is sometimes ascribed. It is thus that we attribute anger to God and the angels, not as a passion, but as denoting the sentence of justice pronouncing judgment. Nevertheless, the irascible understood in this broad sense is not distinct from the concupiscible power, as stated above in the first part, question 59, Article 4, as well as in the Pars Prima Secundae, question 82, Article 5, first and second replies. Consequently, if the difficult thing which is the object of pride were merely some sensible object whereto the sensitive appetite might tend, pride would have to be in the irascible, which is part of the sensitive appetite. But since the difficult thing which pride has in view is common both to sensible and to spiritual things, we must needs say that the subject of pride is the irascible, not only strictly so called, as a part of the sensitive appetite, but also in its wider acceptation, as applicable to the intellective appetite. Wherefore pride is ascribed also to the demons. Reply to Obj. 1. Knowledge of truth is twofold. One is purely speculative, and pride hinders this indirectly by removing its cause. For the proud man subjects not his intellect to God, that he may receive the knowledge of truth from Him, according to Matthew 11:25, "Thou hast hid these things from the wise and the prudent," that is, from the proud, who are wise and prudent in their own eyes, "and hast revealed them to little ones," that is, to the humble. Nor does he deign to learn anything from man, whereas it is written in Ecclesiasticus 6:34, "If thou wilt incline thy ear, thou shalt receive instruction." The other knowledge of truth is affective, and this is directly hindered by pride, because the proud, through delighting in their own excellence, disdain the excellence of truth. Thus Gregory says in his commentary on Job 23:17 that "the proud, although certain hidden truths be conveyed to their understanding, cannot realize their sweetness, and if they know of them, they cannot relish them." Hence it is written in Proverbs 11:2, "Where humility is, there is also wisdom." Reply to Obj. 2. As stated above in question 161, Articles 2 and 6, humility observes the rule of right reason whereby a man has true self-esteem. Now pride does not observe this rule of right reason, for he esteems himself greater than he is, and this is the outcome of an inordinate desire for his own excellence, since a man is ready to believe what he desires very much, the result being that his appetite is borne towards things higher than what become him. Consequently, whatsoever things lead a man to inordinate self-esteem lead him to pride, and one of those is the observing of other people's failings, just as, on the other hand, in the words of Gregory, again in his commentary on Job 23:17, "Holy men, by a like observation of other people's virtues, set others above themselves." Accordingly, the conclusion is not that pride is in the rational faculty, but that one of its causes is in the reason. Reply to Obj. 3: Pride is in the irascible not only as a part of the sensitive appetite, but also as having a more general signification, as stated above. Reply to Obj. 4: According to Augustine (De Civ. Dei xiv, 7, 9), "love precedes all other emotions of the soul, and is their cause. Wherefore it may be any of the other emotions. It is in this sense that pride is said to be love of one's own excellence, inasmuch as love makes a man presume inordinately on his superiority over others, and this belongs properly to pride." Fourth article. Whether the four species of pride are fittingly assigned by Gregory? Objection 1: It seems that the four species of pride are unfittingly assigned by Gregory, who says in his commentary on Job 23:6, "There are four marks by which every kind of pride of the arrogant betrays itself: either when they think that their good is from themselves, or if they believe it to be from above, yet they think that it is due to their own merits; or when they boast of having what they have not, or despise others and wish to appear the exclusive possessors of what they have." For pride is a vice distinct from unbelief, just as humility is a distinct virtue from faith. Now it pertains to unbelief if a man deem that he has not received his good from God, or that he has the good of grace through his own merits. Therefore this should not be reckoned a species of pride. Obj. 2: Further, the same thing should not be reckoned a species of different genera. Now boasting is reckoned a species of lying, as stated above in Q. 110, A. 2, as well as Q. 112. Therefore it should not be accounted a species of pride. Obj. 3: Further, some other things apparently pertain to pride which are not mentioned here. For Jerome says that "nothing is so indicative of pride as to show oneself ungrateful." And Augustine says (De Civ. Dei xiv, 14) that "it belongs to pride to excuse oneself of a sin one has committed." Again, presumption whereby one aims at having what is above one would seem to have much to do with pride. Therefore the aforesaid division does not sufficiently account for the different species of pride. Obj. 4: Further, we find other divisions of pride. For Anselm divides the uplifting of pride, saying that there is "pride of will, pride of speech, and pride of deed." Bernard also reckons 12 degrees of pride, namely, curiosity, frivolity of mind, senseless mirth, boasting, singularity, arrogance, presumption, defense of one's sins, deceitful confession, rebelliousness, license, sinful habit. Now these apparently are not comprised under the species mentioned by Gregory. Therefore the latter would seem to be assigned unfittingly. On the contrary, the authority of Gregory suffices. I answer that, as stated above in Articles 1, 2, and 3, pride denotes immoderate desire of one's own excellence, a desire, to wit, that is not in accord with right reason. Now it must be observed that all excellence results from a good possessed. Such a good may be considered in three ways. First, in itself. For it is evident that the greater the good that one has, the greater the excellence that one derives from it. Hence when a man ascribes to himself a good greater than what he has, it follows that his appetite tends to his own excellence in a measure exceeding his competency, and thus we have the third species of pride, namely, boasting of having what one has not. Secondly, it may be considered with regard to its cause, in so far as to have a thing of oneself is more excellent than to have it of another. Hence when a man esteems the good he has received of another as though he had it of himself, the result is that his appetite is borne towards his own excellence immoderately. Now one is cause of one's own good in two ways, efficiently and meritoriously, and thus we have the first two species of pride, namely, when a man thinks he has from himself that which he has from God, or when he believes that which he has received from above to be due to his own merits. Thirdly, it may be considered with regard to the manner of having it, in so far as a man obtains greater excellence through possessing some good more excellently than other men, the result again being that his appetite is borne inordinately towards his own excellence. And thus we have the fourth species of pride, which is when a man despises others and wishes to be singularly conspicuous. Reply to Obj. 1. A true judgment may be destroyed in two ways. First, universally, and thus in matters of faith, a true judgment is destroyed by unbelief. Secondly, in some particular matter of choice, and unbelief does not do this. Thus a man who commits fornication judges that for the time being it is good for him to commit fornication. Yet he is not an unbeliever, as he would be were he to say that universally fornication is good. It is thus in the question in point, for it pertains to unbelief to assert universally that there is a good which is not from God, or that grace is given to men for their merits, whereas, properly speaking, it belongs to pride and not to unbelief, through inordinate desire of one's own excellence, to boast of one's goods as though one had them of oneself, or of one's own merits. Reply to Obj. 2. Boasting is reckoned a species of lying as regards the outward act whereby a man falsely ascribes to himself what he has not. But as regards the inward arrogance of the heart, it is reckoned by Gregory to be a species of pride. Reply to Obj. 3. The ungrateful man ascribes to himself what he has from another, wherefore the first two species of pride pertain to ingratitude. To excuse oneself of a sin one has committed belongs to the third species, since by so doing a man ascribes to himself the good of innocence which he has not. To aim presumptuously at what is above one would seem to belong chiefly to the fourth species, which consists in wishing to be preferred to others. Reply to Obj. 4. The three mentioned by Anselm correspond to the progress of any particular sin, for it begins by being conceived in thought, then it is uttered in word, and thirdly is accomplished in deed. The 12 degrees mentioned by Bernard are reckoned by way of opposition to the 12 degrees of humility, of which we have spoken above in question 161, Article 6. For the first degree of humility is to be humble in heart, and to show it in one's very person, one's eyes fixed on the ground. And to this is opposed curiosity, which consists in looking around in all directions curiously and inordinately. The second degree of humility is to speak few and sensible words, and not to be loud of voice. To this is opposed frivolity of mind, by which a man is proud of speech. The third degree of humility is not to be easily moved and disposed to laughter, to which is opposed senseless mirth. The fourth degree of humility is to maintain silence until one is asked, to which is opposed boasting. The fifth degree of humility is to do nothing but to what one is exhorted by the common rule of the monastery, to which is opposed singularity, whereby a man wishes to seem more holy than others. The sixth degree of humility is to believe and acknowledge oneself viler than all, to which is opposed arrogance, whereby a man sets himself above others. The seventh degree of humility is to think oneself worthless and unprofitable for all purposes, to which is opposed presumption, whereby a man thinks himself capable of things that are above him. The eighth degree of humility is to confess one's sins, to which is opposed defense of one's sins. The ninth degree is to embrace patience by obeying under difficult and contrary circumstances, to which is opposed deceitful confession, whereby a man, being unwilling to be punished for his sins, confesses them deceitfully. The 10th degree of humility is obedience, to which is opposed rebelliousness. The 11th degree of humility is not to delight in fulfilling one's own desires. To this is opposed license, whereby a man delights in doing freely whatever he will. The last degree of humility is fear of God. To this is opposed the habit of sinning, which implies contempt of God. In these 12 degrees, not only are the species of pride indicated, but also certain things that precede and follow them, as we have stated above with regard to humility, in question 161, Article 6. Fifth article: whether pride is a mortal sin. Objection 1. It would seem that pride is not a mortal sin. For a gloss on Psalm 7, verse 4, "O Lord my God, if I have done this thing," says, namely, the universal sin which is pride. Therefore, if pride were a mortal sin, so would every sin be. Objection 2. Further, every mortal sin is contrary to charity. But pride is apparently not contrary to charity, neither as to the love of God, nor as to the love of one's neighbor, because the excellence by which pride one desires inordinately is not always opposed to God's honor or our neighbor's good. Therefore, pride is not a mortal sin. Objection 3. Further, every mortal sin is opposed to virtue. But pride is not opposed to virtue. On the contrary, it arises therefrom. For as Gregory says in his commentary on Job 34:23, "Sometimes a man is elated by sublime and heavenly virtues." Therefore, pride is not a mortal sin. On the contrary, Gregory says in his commentary on Job 34:23 that "pride is a most evident sign of the reprobate, and contrariwise humility of the elect." But men do not become reprobate on account of venial sins. Therefore pride is not a venial but a mortal sin. I answer that pride is opposed to humility. Now humility properly regards the subjection of man to God, as stated above in question 161, Article 1, fifth reply. Hence pride properly regards lack of this subjection, insofar as a man raises himself above that which is appointed to him according to the divine rule or measure, against the saying of the Apostle in 2 Corinthians 10:13, "But we will not glory beyond our measure, but according to the measure of the rule which God hath measured to us." Wherefore it is written in Ecclesiasticus 10:14, "The beginning of the pride of man is to fall off from God," because, to wit, the root of pride is found to consist in man not being, in some way, subject to God and His rule. Now it is evident that not to be subject to God is of its very nature a mortal sin, for this consists in turning away from God. And consequently pride is, of its genus, a mortal sin. Nevertheless, just as in other sins which are mortal by their genus, for instance fornication and adultery, there are certain motions that are venial by reason of their imperfection, through forestalling the judgment of reason, and being without its consent. So too, in the matter of pride, it happens that certain motions of pride are venial sins, when reason does not consent to them. Reply to Obj. 1: As stated above in Article 2, pride is a general sin, not by its essence, but by a kind of influence, insofar as all sins may have their origin in pride. Hence it does not follow that all sins are mortal, but only such as arise from perfect pride, which we have stated to be a mortal sin. Reply to Obj. 2: Pride is always contrary to the love of God, inasmuch as the proud man does not subject himself to the divine rule as he ought. Sometimes it is also contrary to the love of our neighbor, when, namely, a man sets himself inordinately above his neighbor. And this again is a transgression of the divine rule, which has established order among men, so that one ought to be subject to another. Reply to Obj. 3: Pride arises from virtue not as from its direct cause, but as from an accidental cause, insofar as a man makes a virtue an occasion for pride; and nothing prevents one contrary from being the accidental cause of another, as stated in Phys. viii, 1. Hence some are even proud of their humility. Sixth Article: Whether pride is the most grievous of sins? Objection 1: It would seem that pride is not the most grievous of sins. For the more difficult a sin is to avoid, the less grievous it would seem to be. Now pride is the most difficult to avoid, for Augustine says in his Rule, "Other sins find their vent in the accomplishment of evil deeds, whereas pride lies in wait for good deeds to destroy them." Therefore pride is not the most grievous of sins. Obj. 2: Further, the greater evil is opposed to the greater good, as the Philosopher asserts in Ethic. viii, 10. Now humility, to which pride is opposed, is not the greatest of virtues, as stated above in Q. 61, A. 5. Therefore the vices that are opposed to greater virtues, such as unbelief, despair, hatred of God, murder, and so forth, are more grievous sins than pride. Obj. 3: Further, the greater evil is not punished by a lesser evil, but pride is sometimes punished by other sins, according to Romans 1:28, where it is stated that on account of their pride of heart, men of science were delivered to a reprobate sense, to do those things which are not convenient. Therefore, pride is not the most grievous of sins. On the contrary, a gloss on Psalm 118 verse 51, "The proud did iniquitously," says, "The greatest sin in man is pride." I answer that, two things are to be observed in sin: conversion to a mutable good, and this is the material part of sin; and aversion from the immutable good, and this gives sin its formal aspect and complement. Now on the part of the conversion, there is no reason for pride being the greatest of sins, because uplifting, which pride covets inordinately, is not essentially most incompatible with the good of virtue. But on the part of the aversion, pride has extreme gravity, because in other sins man turns away from God, either through ignorance, or through weakness, or through desire for any other good whatever, whereas pride denotes aversion from God simply through being unwilling to be subject to God and His rule. Hence Boethius says that "while all vices flee from God, pride alone withstands God." For which reason it is specially stated in James 4:6 that "God resisteth the proud." Wherefore aversion from God and His commandments, which is a consequence as it were in other sins, belongs to pride by its very nature, for its act is the contempt of God. And since that which belongs to a thing by its nature is always of greater weight than that which belongs to it through something else, it follows that pride is the most grievous of sins by its genus, because it exceeds in aversion, which is the formal complement of sin. Reply Obj. 1: A sin is difficult to avoid in two ways. First, on account of the violence of its onslaught. Thus anger is violent in its onslaught, on account of its impetuosity, and "still more difficult is it to resist concupiscence, on account of its connaturality," as stated in Ethic. ii, 3, 9. A difficulty of this kind in avoiding sin diminishes the gravity of the sin, because a man sins the more grievously according as he yields to a less impetuous temptation, as Augustine says (De Civ. Dei xiv, 12, 15). Secondly, it is difficult to avoid a sin on account of its being hidden. In this way it is difficult to avoid pride, since it takes occasion even from good deeds, as stated in Article 5, third reply. Hence Augustine says pointedly that "it lies in wait for good deeds"; and it is written in Psalm 141, verse 4, "In the way wherein I walked, the proud have hidden a snare for me." Hence no very great gravity attaches to the movement of pride while creeping in secretly, and before it is discovered by the judgment of reason. But once discovered by reason, it is easily avoided, both by considering one's own infirmity, according to Ecclesiasticus 10:9, "Why is earth and ashes proud?" and by considering God's greatness, according to Job 15:13, "Why doth thy spirit swell against God?" as well as by considering the imperfection of the goods on which man prides himself, according to Isaiah 40, verse 6, "All flesh is grass, and the glory thereof as the flower of the field." And farther on, in Isaiah 64:6, "All our justices are become like the rag of a menstruous woman." Reply Obj. 2: Opposition between a vice and a virtue is inferred from the object, which is considered on the part of conversion. In this way pride has no claim to be the greatest of sins, as neither has humility to be the greatest of virtues. But it is the greatest on the part of aversion, since it brings greatness upon other sins. For unbelief, by the very fact of its arising out of proud contempt, is rendered more grievous than if it be the outcome of ignorance or weakness. The same applies to despair and the like. Reply Obj. 3: Just as in syllogisms that lead to an impossible conclusion, one is sometimes convinced by being faced with a more evident absurdity, so too, in order to overcome their pride, God punishes certain men by allowing them to fall into sins of the flesh, which, though they be less grievous, are more evidently shameful. Hence Isidore says On the Supreme Good 238 that "pride is the worst of all vices, whether because it is appropriate to those who are of highest and foremost rank, or because it originates from just and virtuous deeds, so that its guilt is less perceptible. On the other hand, carnal lust is apparent to all, because from the outset it is of a shameful nature. And yet, under God's dispensation, it is less grievous than pride. For he who is in the clutches of pride and feels it not, falls into the lusts of the flesh, that being thus humbled he may rise from his abasement." From this, indeed, the gravity of pride is made manifest. For just as a wise physician, in order to cure a worse disease, allows the patient to contract one that is less dangerous, so the sin of pride is shown to be more grievous by the very fact that, as a remedy, God allows men to fall into other sins. Seventh Article. Whether pride is the first sin of all? Objection 1. It would seem that pride is not the first sin of all. For the first is maintained in all that follows. Now pride does not accompany all sins, nor is it the origin of all, for Augustine says On Nature and Grace 20 that many things are done amiss which are not done with pride. Therefore pride is not the first sin of all. Objection 2: Further, it is written in Ecclesiasticus 10:14 that the beginning of pride is to fall off from God. Therefore, falling away from God precedes pride. Objection 3: Further, the order of sins would seem to be according to the order of virtues. Now, not humility, but faith is the first of all virtues. Therefore, pride is not the first sin of all. Objection 4: Further, it is written in 2 Timothy 3:13, "Evil men and seducers shall grow worse and worse," so that apparently man's beginning of wickedness is not the greatest of sins. But pride is the greatest of sins, as stated in the foregoing article. Therefore pride is not the first sin. Objection 5: Further, resemblance and pretense come after the reality. Now the Philosopher says in Ethic. 3:7 that "pride apes fortitude and daring." Therefore the vice of daring precedes the vice of pride. On the contrary, It is written in Ecclesiasticus 10:15, "Pride is the beginning of all sin." I answer that, the first thing in every genus is that which is essential. Now it has been stated above in Article 6 that aversion from God, which is the formal complement of sin, belongs to pride essentially, and to other sins consequently. Hence it is that pride fulfills the conditions of a first thing, and is the beginning of all sins, as stated above in the Pars Prima Secundae, question 84, Article 2, when we were treating of the causes of sin on the part of the aversion, which is the chief part of sin. Reply to Obj. 1. Pride is said to be the beginning of all sin, not as though every sin originated from pride, but because any kind of sin is naturally liable to arise from pride. Reply to Obj. 2. To fall off from God is said to be the beginning of pride, not as though it were a distinct sin from pride, but as being the first part of pride. For it has been said above in Article 5 that pride regards chiefly subjection to God which it scorns, and in consequence it scorns to be subject to a creature for God's sake. Reply to Obj. 3. There is no need for the order of virtues to be the same as that of vices. For vice is corruptive of virtue. Now that which is first to be generated is the last to be corrupted. Wherefore, as faith is the first of virtues, so unbelief is the last of sins, to which sometimes man is led by other sins. Hence a gloss on Psalm 136, verse 7, raise it, even to the foundation thereof," says that by heaping vice upon vice, a man will lapse into unbelief. And the Apostle says in 1 Timothy 1:19 that "some rejecting a good conscience have made shipwreck concerning the faith." Reply to Obj. 4. Pride is said to be the most grievous of sins, because that which gives sin its gravity is essential to pride. Hence pride is the cause of gravity in other sins. Accordingly, previous to pride, there may be certain less grievous sins that are committed through ignorance or weakness. But among the grievous sins, the first is pride, as the cause whereby other sins are rendered more grievous. And as that which is first in causing sins is the last in the withdrawal from sin, a gloss on Psalm 18, verse 13, "I shall be cleansed from the greatest sin," says, "namely from the sin of pride, which is the last in those who return to God, and the first in those who withdraw from God." Reply to Obj. 5. The Philosopher associates pride with feigned fortitude, not that it consists precisely in this, but because man thinks he is more likely to be uplifted before men if he seem to be daring or brave. Eighth Article. Whether pride should be reckoned a capital vice? Objection 1. It would seem that pride should be reckoned a capital vice, since Isidore and Cassian number pride among the capital vices. Objection 2. Further, pride is apparently the same as vainglory, since both covet excellence. Now vainglory is reckoned a capital vice. Therefore pride also should be reckoned a capital vice. Objection 3. Further, Augustine says On Virginity 31 that "pride begets envy, nor is it ever without this companion." Now envy is reckoned a capital vice, as stated above in Question 36, Article 4. Much more, therefore, is pride a capital vice. On the contrary, Gregory, in his commentary on Job 31:45, does not include pride among the capital vices. I answer that, as stated above in Articles 2 and 5, First Reply, pride may be considered in two ways. First, in itself, as being a special sin. Secondly, as having a general influence towards all sins. Now the capital vices are said to be certain special sins from which many kinds of sin arise. Wherefore some, considering pride in the light of a special sin, numbered it together with the other capital vices. But Gregory, taking into consideration its general influence towards all vices, as explained above in Article 2, Obj. 3, did not place it among the capital vices, but held it to be the queen and mother of all the vices. Hence he says, in his commentary on Job 31:45, "Pride, the queen of vices, when it has vanquished and captured the heart, forthwith delivers it into the hands of its lieutenants, the 7 principal vices, that they may despoil it and produce vices of all kinds." This suffices for the reply to the first objection. Reply to Obj. 2: Pride is not the same as vainglory, but is the cause thereof. For pride covets excellence inordinately, while vainglory covets the outward show of excellence. Reply to Obj. 3: The fact that envy, which is a capital vice, arises from pride, does not prove that pride is a capital vice, but that it is still more principal than the capital vices themselves. End of question 162. Read by Michael Shane Craig Lambert, LC. Question 163 of Summa Theologica Secunda Secundae. Treatise on the Cardinal Virtues. The virtue of temperance. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Summa Theologica Secunda Secundae. Treatise on the Cardinal Virtues. The virtue of temperance. By St. Thomas Aquinas. Translated by the Fathers of the English Dominican Province. Question 163. Of the first man's sin, in 4 articles. We must now consider the first man's sin, which was pride, and 1. His sin, 2. Its punishment, 3. The temptation whereby he was led to sin. Under the first head there are 4 points of inquiry. First, whether pride was the first man's first sin. Second, what the first man coveted by sinning. Third, whether his sin was more grievous than all other sins. Fourth, which sinned more grievously, the man or the woman. First article. Whether pride was the first man's first sin. Objection 1. It would seem that pride was not the first man's first sin. For the Apostle says in Romans 5:19 that "by the disobedience of one man many were made sinners." Now the first man's first sin is the one by which all men were made sinners in the point of original sin. Therefore disobedience, and not pride, was the first man's sin. Objection 2: Further, Ambrose says, commenting on Luke 4:3, "And the devil said to him," that the devil in tempting Christ observed the same order as in overcoming the first man. Now Christ was first tempted to gluttony, as appears from Matthew 4:3, where it was said to him, "If thou be the Son of God, command that these stones be made bread." Therefore the first man's sin was not pride, but gluttony. Obj. 3: Further, man sinned at the devil's suggestion. Now the devil, in tempting man, promised him knowledge, according to Genesis 3:5. Therefore inordinateness in man was through the desire of knowledge, which pertains to curiosity. Therefore curiosity and not pride was the first sin. Obj. 4: Further, a gloss on 1 Timothy 2:14, "The woman being seduced was in the transgression," says: "The Apostle rightly calls this seduction, for they were persuaded to accept a falsehood as being true, namely that God had forbidden them to touch that tree, because he knew that if they touched it they would be like gods, as though he who made them men begrudged them the Godhead." Now it pertains to unbelief to believe such a thing. Therefore man's first sin was unbelief, and not pride. On the contrary, it is written (Ecclesiasticus 10:15): "Pride is the beginning of all sin." Now man's first sin is the beginning of all sin, according to Romans 5:12: "By one man sin entered into this world." Therefore man's first sin was pride. I answer that, many movements may concur towards one sin, and the character of sin attaches to that one in which inordinateness is first found. And it is evident that inordinateness is in the inward movement of the soul before being in the outward act of the body, since, as Augustine says (De Civ. Dei i, 18), "the sanctity of the body is not forfeited so long as the sanctity of the soul remains." Also, among the inward movements, the appetite is moved towards the end before being moved towards that which is desired for the sake of the end. And consequently man's first sin was where it was possible for his appetite to be directed to an inordinate end. Now man was so appointed in the state of innocence that there was no rebellion of the flesh against the spirit: wherefore it was not possible for the first inordinateness in the human appetite to result from his coveting a sensible good, to which the concupiscence of the flesh tends against the order of reason. It remains, therefore, that the first inordinateness of the human appetite resulted from his coveting inordinately some spiritual good. Now he would have not coveted it inordinately by desiring it according to his measure as established by the divine rule. Hence it follows that man's first sin consisted in his coveting some spiritual good above his measure, and this pertains to pride. Therefore it is evident that man's first sin was pride. Reply to Obj. 1: Man's disobedience to the divine command was not willed by man for his own sake, for this could not happen unless one presuppose inordinateness in his will. It remains, therefore, that he willed it for the sake of something else. Now the first thing he coveted inordinately was his own excellence, and consequently obedience was the result of his pride. This agrees with the statement of Augustine, who says that "man, puffed up with pride, obeyed the serpent's prompting, and scorned God's commands." Reply to Obj. 2: Gluttony also had a place in the sin of our first parents, for it is written (Genesis 3:6): "The woman saw that the tree was good to eat, and fair to the eyes, and delightful to behold, and she took of the fruit thereof, and did eat." Yet the very goodness and beauty of the fruit was not their first motive for sinning, but the persuasive words of the serpent, who said: "Your eyes shall be opened, and you shall be as gods." And it was by coveting this that the woman fell into pride. Hence the sin of gluttony resulted from the sin of pride. Reply Obj. 3: The desire for knowledge resulted in our first parents from their inordinate desire for excellence. Hence the serpent began by saying, "You shall be as gods," and added, "knowing good and evil." Reply Obj. 4: According to Augustine, "the woman had not believed the serpent's statement that they were debarred by God from a good and useful thing, were her mind not already filled with the love of her own power, and a certain proud self-presumption." This does not mean that pride preceded the promptings of the serpent, but that as soon as the serpent had spoken his words of persuasion, her mind was puffed up, the result being that she believed the demon to have spoken truly. Second article: Whether the first man's pride consisted in his coveting God's likeness? Objection 1: It would seem that the first man's pride did not consist in his coveting the divine likeness. For no one sins by coveting that which is competent to him according to his nature. Now God's likeness is competent to man according to his nature, for it is written in Genesis 1:26, "Let us make man to our image and likeness." Therefore he did not sin by coveting God's likeness. Objection 2: Further, it would seem that man coveted God's likeness in order that he might obtain knowledge of good and evil. For this was the serpent's suggestion: "You shall be as gods, knowing good and evil." Now the desire of knowledge is natural to man, according to the saying of the Philosopher at the beginning of his Metaphysics (i, 1), "All men naturally desire knowledge." Therefore he did not sin by coveting God's likeness. Obj. 3: Further, no wise man chooses the impossible. Now the first man was endowed with wisdom, according to Ecclesiasticus 17:5, "He filled them with the knowledge of understanding." Since, then, every sin consists in a deliberate act of the appetite, namely choice, it would seem that the first man did not sin by coveting something impossible. But it is impossible for man to be like God, according to the saying of Exodus 15:11, "Who is like to thee among the strong, O Lord?" Therefore the first man did not sin by coveting God's likeness. On the contrary, Augustine, commenting on Psalm 68:5, "Then did I restore that which I took not away," says, "Adam and Eve wished to rob the Godhead, and they lost happiness." I answer that, likeness is twofold. One is a likeness of absolute equality, and such a likeness to God our first parents did not covet, since such a likeness to God is not conceivable to the mind, especially of a wise man. The other is a likeness of imitation, such as is possible for a creature in reference to God, in so far as the creature participates somewhat of God's likeness according to its measure. For Dionysius says (Div. Nom. ix), "The same things are like and unlike to God: like, according as they imitate Him, as far as He can be imitated; unlike, according as an effect falls short of its cause." Now every good existing in a creature is a participated likeness of the first good. Wherefore, from the very fact that man coveted a spiritual good above his measure, as stated in the foregoing article, it follows that he coveted God's likeness inordinately. It must, however, be observed that the proper object of the appetite is a thing not possessed. Now spiritual good, in so far as the rational creature participates in the divine likeness, may be considered in reference to three things. First, as to natural being, and this likeness was imprinted from the very outset of their creation, both on man, of whom it is written (Genesis 1:26) that God made man "to His image and likeness," and on the angel, of whom it is written (Ezekiel 28:12), "Thou wast the seal of resemblance." Secondly, as to knowledge, and this likeness was bestowed on the angel at his creation, wherefore immediately after the words just quoted, "Thou wast the seal of resemblance," we read, "full of wisdom." But the first man, at his creation, had not yet received this likeness actually, but only in potentiality. Thirdly, as to the power of operation, and neither angel nor man received this likeness actually at the very outset of his creation, because to each there remained something to be done whereby to obtain happiness. Accordingly, while both, namely the devil and the first man, coveted God's likeness inordinately, neither of them sinned by coveting a likeness of nature. But the first man sinned chiefly by coveting God's likeness as regards knowledge of good and evil, according to the serpent's instigation, namely that by his own natural power he might decide what was good and what was evil for him to do, or again that he should of himself foreknow what good and what evil would befall him. Secondarily, he sinned by coveting God's likeness as regards his own power of operation, namely that by his own natural power he might act so as to obtain happiness. Hence Augustine says that "the woman's mind was filled with love of her own power." On the other hand, the devil sinned by coveting God's likeness as regards power. Wherefore Augustine says (De Vera Relig. 13) that "he wished to enjoy his own power rather than God's." Nevertheless, both coveted somewhat to be equal to God, in so far as each wished to rely on himself in contempt of the order of the divine rule. Reply Obj. 1: This argument considers the likeness of nature, and man did not sin by coveting this, as stated. Reply Obj. 2: It is not a sin to covet God's likeness as to knowledge, absolutely, but to covet this likeness inordinately, that is, above one's measure. This is a sin. Hence Augustine, commenting on Psalm 70, verse 18, "O God, who is like Thee," says, "He who desires to be of himself, even as God is of no one, wishes wickedly to be like God. Thus did the devil, who was unwilling to be subject to Him, and man who refused to be as a servant bound by His command." Reply Obj. 3: This argument considers the likeness of equality. Third article: Whether the sin of our first parents was more grievous than other sins? Objection 1: It would seem that the sin of our first parents was more grievous than other sins. For Augustine says (De Civ. Dei xiv:15): "Great was the wickedness in sinning, when it was so easy to avoid sin." Now it was very easy for our first parents to avoid sin, because they had nothing within them urging them to sin. Therefore the sin of our first parents was more grievous than other sins. Obj. 2: Further, punishment is proportionate to guilt. Now the sin of our first parents was most severely punished, since by it death entered into this world, as the Apostle says in Romans 5:12. Therefore that sin was more grievous than other sins. Obj. 3: Further, the first in every genus is seemingly the greatest, according to Metaph. ii, 4. Now the sin of our first parents was the first among sins of men. Therefore it was the greatest. On the contrary, Origen says (Peri Archon 1:3): "I think that a man who stands on the highest step of perfection cannot fail or fall suddenly. This can happen only by degrees and little by little." Now our first parents were established on the highest and perfect grade. Therefore their first sin was not the greatest of all sins. I answer that, there is a twofold gravity to be observed in sin. One results from the very species of the sin. Thus we say that adultery is a graver sin than simple fornication. The other gravity of sin results from some circumstance of place, person, or time. The former gravity is more essential to sin, and is of greater moment. Hence a sin is said to be grave in respect of this gravity rather than of the other. Accordingly, we must say that the first man's sin was not graver than all other sins of men as regards the species of the sin. For though pride of its genus has a certain preeminence over other sins, yet the pride whereby one denies or blasphemes God is greater than the pride whereby one covets God's likeness inordinately, such as the pride of our first parents, as stated in Article 2. But if we consider the circumstances of the persons who sinned, that sin was most grave on account of the perfection of their state. We must accordingly conclude that this sin was most grievous relatively, but not simply. Reply to Obj. 1. This argument considers the gravity of sin as resulting from the person of the sinner. Reply to Obj. 2. The severity of the punishment awarded to that first sin corresponds to the magnitude of the sin, not as regards its species, but as regards its being the first sin. Because it destroyed the innocence of our original state, and by robbing it of innocence brought disorder upon the whole human nature. Reply to Obj. 3. Where things are directly subordinate, the first must needs be the greatest. Such is not the order among sins, for one follows from another accidentally, and thus it does not follow that the first sin is the greatest. Fourth article. Whether Adam's sin was more grievous than Eve's? Objection 1. It would seem that Adam's sin was more grievous than Eve's. For it is written in 1 Timothy 2:14, "Adam was not seduced, but the woman being seduced was in the transgression." And so it would seem that the woman sinned through ignorance, but the man through assured knowledge. Now the latter is the graver sin, according to Luke 12:47-48, "That servant who knew the will of his Lord, and did not according to his will, shall be beaten with many stripes. But he that knew not, and did things worthy of stripes, shall be beaten with a few stripes." Therefore Adam's sin was more grievous than Eve's. Obj. 2: Further, Augustine says, "If man is the head, he should live better, and give an example of good deeds to his wife, that she may imitate him." Now he who ought to do better sins more grievously, if he commit a sin. Therefore Adam sin more grievously than Eve? Obj. 3: Further, the sin against the Holy Ghost would seem to be the most grievous. Now Adam apparently sinned against the Holy Ghost, because while sinning he relied on God's mercy. And this pertains to the sin of presumption. Therefore it seems that Adam sinned more grievously than Eve. On the contrary, punishment corresponds to guilt. Now the woman was more grievously punished than the man, as appears from Genesis 3. Therefore she sinned more grievously than the man. I answer that, as stated in Article 3, the gravity of a sin depends on the species rather than on a circumstance of that sin. Accordingly, we must assert that, if we consider the condition attaching to these persons, the man's sin is the more grievous, because he was more perfect than the woman. As regards the genus itself of the sin of each is considered to be equal, for each sinned by pride. Hence Augustine says, in his commentary on Genesis, "Eve, in excusing herself, betrays disparity of sex through parity of pride." But as regards the species of pride, the woman sinned more grievously, for 3 reasons. First, because she was more puffed up than the man, for the woman believed in the serpent's persuasive words, namely, that God had forbidden them to eat of the tree, lest they should be like to him, so that in wishing to attain to God's likeness by eating of the forbidden fruit, her pride rose to the height of desiring to obtain something against God's will. On the other hand, the man did not believe this to be true, wherefore he did not wish to attain to God's likeness against God's will, but his pride consisted in wishing to attain thereto by his own power. Secondly, the woman not only herself sinned, but suggested sin to the man, wherefore she sinned against both God and her neighbor. Thirdly, the man's sin was diminished by the fact that, as Augustine says, he consented to the sin out of a certain friendly goodwill, on account of which a man sometimes will offend God rather than make an enemy of his friend. That he ought not to have done so is shown by the just issue of the divine sentence. It is therefore evident that the woman's sin was more grievous than the man's. Reply to Obj. 1. The woman was deceived because she was first of all puffed up with pride, wherefore her ignorance did not excuse but aggravated her sin, in so far as it was the cause of her being puffed up with still greater pride. Reply to Obj. 2. This argument considers the circumstance of personal condition, on account of which the man's sin was more grievous than the woman's. Reply to Obj. 3. The man's reliance on God's mercy did not reach to contempt of God's justice, wherein consists the sin against the Holy Ghost, but as Augustine says, again in his commentary on Genesis, it was due to the fact that, having had no experience of God's severity, he thought the sin to be venial, that is, easily forgiven. End of question 163. Read by Michael Shane Craig Lambert, LC. Question 164 of Summa Theologica Secunda Secundae. Treatise on the Cardinal Virtues. The virtue of temperance. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Summa Theologica Secunda Secundae. Treatise on the Cardinal Virtues. The Virtue of Temperance by St. Thomas Aquinas, translated by the Fathers of the English Dominican Province. Question 164. Of the punishments of the first man's sin, in 2 articles. We must now consider the punishments of the first sin, and under this head there are 2 points of inquiry. First, death, which is the common punishment. Second, the other particular punishments mentioned in Genesis. First article. Whether death is the punishment of our first parents' sin. Objection 1. It would seem that death is not the punishment of our first parents' sin. For that which is natural to man cannot be called a punishment of sin, because sin does not perfect nature but vitiates it. Now death is natural to man, and this is evident both from the fact that his body is composed of contraries, and because mortal is included in the definition of man. Therefore, death is not a punishment of our first parents' sin. Objection 2. Further, death and other bodily defects are similarly found in man as well as in other animals, according to Ecclesiasticus 3:19. The death of man and beasts is one, and the condition of them both equal. But in dumb animals, death is not a punishment of sin. Therefore, neither is it so in men. Objection 3. Further, the sin of our first parents was the sin of particular individuals, whereas death affects the entire human nature. Therefore, it would seem that it is not a punishment of our first parents' sin. Objection 4. Further, all are equally descended from our first parents. Therefore, if death were the punishment of our first parents' sin, it would follow that all men would suffer death in equal measure. But this is clearly untrue, since some die sooner and some more painfully than others. Therefore, death is not the punishment of the first sin. Objection 5. Further, the evil of punishment is from God, as stated above in the Pars Prima, question 48, Article 6, and question 49, Article 2. But death, apparently, is not from God, for it is written in Wisdom 1:13, "God made not death." Therefore, death is not the punishment of the first sin. Objection 6. Further, seemingly, punishments are not meritorious, since merit is comprised under good and punishment under evil. Now death is sometimes meritorious, as in the case of a martyr's death. Therefore, it would seem that death is not a punishment. Objection 7. Further, punishment would seem to be painful. But death apparently cannot be painful, since man does not feel it when he is dead, and he cannot feel it when he is not dying. Therefore, death is not a punishment of sin. Objection 8. Further, if death were a punishment of sin, it would have followed sin immediately. But this is not true, for our first parents lived a long time after their sin, according to Genesis 5:5. Therefore, seemingly, death is not a punishment of sin. On the contrary, the Apostle says in Romans 5:12, "By one man sin entered into this world, and by sin death." I answer that, if any one, on account of his fault, be deprived of a favor bestowed on him, the privation of that favor is a punishment of that fault. Now, as we stated in the first part, question 95, Article 1, as well as in question 97, Article 1, God bestowed this favor on man in his primitive state, that as long as his mind was subject to God, the lower powers of his soul would be subject to his rational mind, and his body to his soul. But inasmuch as through man's mind withdrew from the subjection to God, The result was that neither were his lower powers wholly subject to his reason, whence there followed so great a rebellion of the carnal appetite against the reason, nor was the body wholly subject to the soul, whence arose death and other bodily defects. For life and soundness of body depend on the body being subject to the soul, as the perfectible is subject to its perfection. Consequently, on the other hand, death, sickness, and all defects of the body are due to the lack of the body's subjection to the soul. It is therefore evident that as the rebellion of the carnal appetite against the spirit is a punishment of our first parent's sin, so also are death and all defects of the body. Reply to Obj. 1. A thing is said to be natural if it proceeds from the principles of nature. Now the essential principles of nature are form and matter. The form of man is his rational soul, which is, of itself, immortal, wherefore death is not natural to man on the part of his form. The matter of man is a body such as is composed of contraries, of which corruptibility is a necessary consequence, and in this respect death is natural to man. Now this condition attached to the nature of the human body results from a natural necessity, since it was necessary for the human body to be the organ of touch, and consequently a mean between objects of touch, and this was impossible were it not composed of contraries, as the Philosopher states in De Anima ii, 11. On the other hand, this condition is not attached to the adaptability of matter to form, because, if it were possible, since the form is incorruptible, its matter should rather be incorruptible. In the same way, a saw needs to be of iron, this being suitable to its form and action, so that its hardness may make it fit for cutting. But that it be liable to rust is a necessary result of such a matter, and is not according to the agent's choice, for, if the craftsman were able, of the iron he would make a saw that would not rust. Now God, who is author of man, is all-powerful, wherefore, when he first made man, he conferred on him the favor of being exempt from the necessity resulting from such a matter, which favor, however, was withdrawn through the sin of our first parents. Accordingly, death is both natural on account of a condition attaching to matter, and penal on account of the loss of the divine favor preserving man from death. Reply to Obj. 2. This likeness of man to other animals regards a condition attaching to matter, namely, the body being composed of contraries. But it does not regard the form, for man's soul is immortal, whereas the souls of dumb animals are mortal. Reply to Obj. 3. Our first parents were made by God not only as particular individuals, but also as principles of the whole human nature to be transmitted by them to their posterity, together with the divine favor preserving them from death. Hence through their sin the entire human nature, being deprived of that favor in their posterity, incurred death. Reply to Obj. 4. A twofold defect arises from sin. One is by way of a punishment appointed by a judge, and such a defect should be equal in those to whom the sin pertains equally. The other defect is that which results accidentally from this punishment, for instance, that one who has been deprived of his sight should fall down in the road. Such a defect is not proportionate to the sin, nor does a human judge take it into account, since he cannot foresee chance happenings. Accordingly, the punishment appointed for the first sin and proportionately corresponding thereto was the withdrawal of the divine favor, whereby the rectitude and integrity of human nature was maintained. But the defects resulting from this withdrawal are death and other penalties of the present life, wherefore these punishments need not be equal in those to whom the first sin equally appertains. Nevertheless, since God foreknows all future events, divine providence has so disposed that these penalties are appointed in different ways to various people. This is not on account of any merits or demerits previous to this life, as Origen held, for this is contrary to the words of Romans 9:11, "when they had not done any good or evil," and also contrary to statements made in the first part, Question 90, Article 4, as well as Question 118, Article 3, namely, that the soul is not created before the body, but either in punishment of their parents' sins, inasmuch as the child is something belonging to the father, wherefore parents are often punished in their children, or again it is for a remedy intended for the spiritual welfare of the person who suffers these penalties, to wit, that he may thus be turned away from his sins, or lest he take pride in his virtues, that he may be crowned for his patience. Reply Obj. 5. Death may be considered in two ways. First, as an evil of human nature, and thus it is not of God, but is a defect befalling man through his fault. Secondly, as having an aspect, namely, as being a just punishment, and thus it is from God. Wherefore Augustine says (Retract. 121) that God is not the author of death, except in so far as it is a punishment. Reply Obj. 6. As Augustine says (De Civ. Dei xiii, 5), "just as the wicked abuse not only evil but also good things, so do the righteous make good use not only of good, but also of evil things. Hence it is that both evil men make evil use of the law, though the law is good, while good men die well, although death is an evil." Wherefore, inasmuch as holy men make good use of death, their death is to them meritorious. Reply Obj. 7. Death may be considered in two ways. First, as the privation of life, and thus death cannot be felt, since it is the privation of sense and life. In this way it involves not pain of sense, but pain of loss. Secondly, it may be considered as denoting the corruption which ends in the aforesaid privation. Now we may speak of corruption even as of generation in two ways: in one way as being the term of alteration, and thus in the first instant in which life departs, death is said to be present. In this way also death has no pain of sense. In another way, corruption may be taken as including the previous alteration. Thus a person is said to die when he is in motion towards death, just as a thing is said to be engendered while in motion towards the state of having been engendered, and thus death may be painful. Reply Obj. 8. According to Augustine, although our first parents lived thereafter many years, they began to die on the day when they heard the death decree, condemning them to the decline to old age. Second article. Whether the particular punishments of our first parents are suitably appointed in Scripture? Objection 1. It would seem that the particular punishments of our first parents are unsuitably appointed in Scripture. For that which would have occurred even without sin should not be described as a punishment for sin. Now seemingly there would have been pain in childbearing, even had there been no sin, for the disposition of the female sex is such that offspring cannot be born without pain to the bearer. Likewise, the subjection of woman to man results from the perfection of the male, and the imperfection of the female sex. Again, it belongs to the nature of the earth to bring forth thorns and thistles. and this would have occurred even had there been no sin. Therefore these are unsuitable punishments of the first sin. Obj. 2: Further, that which pertains to a person's dignity does not, seemingly, pertain to his punishment. But the multiplying of conceptions pertains to a woman's dignity. Therefore it should not be described as the woman's punishment. Obj. 3: Further, the punishment of our first parent's sin is transmitted to all, as we have stated with regard to death in Article 1. But all women's conceptions are not multiplied, nor does every man eat in the sweat of his face. Therefore these are not suitable punishments of the first sin. Obj. 4: Further, the place of paradise was made for man. Now nothing in the order of things should be without purpose. Therefore it would seem that the exclusion of man from paradise was not a suitable punishment of man. Obj. 5: Further, this place of the earthly paradise is said to be naturally inaccessible. Therefore it was useless to put other obstacles in the way lest man should return thither, to wit, the cherubim, and the flaming sword turning every way. Obj. 6: Further, immediately after his sin, man was subject to the necessity of dying, so that he could not be restored to immortality by the beneficial tree of life. Therefore it was useless to forbid him to eat of the tree of life, as instanced by the words of Genesis 3:22. "See, lest perhaps he take of the tree of life and live forever." Obj. 7: Further, to mock the unhappy seems inconsistent with mercy and clemency, which are most of all ascribed to God in Scripture, according to Psalm 144:9: "His tender mercies are over all his works." Therefore God is unbecomingly described as mocking our first parents, already reduced through sin to unhappy straits, in the words of Genesis 3:22: "Behold, Adam is become as one of us, knowing good and evil." Obj. 8: Further, clothes are necessary to man like food, according to 1 Timothy 6:8: "Having food and wherewith to be covered, with these we are content." Therefore, just as food was appointed to our first parents before their sin, so also should clothing have been ascribed to them. Therefore, after their sin, it was unsuitable to say that God made for them garments of skin. Obj. 9: Further, the punishment inflicted for a sin should outweigh in evil the gain realized through the sin, else the punishment would not deter one from sinning. Now through sin our first parents gained in this, that their eyes were opened, according to Genesis 3:7. But this outweighs in good all the penal sins which are stated to have resulted from sin. Therefore the punishments resulting from our first parents' sin are unsuitably described. On the contrary, these punishments were appointed by God, who does all things in number, weight, and measure, according to Wisdom 11:21. I answer that, as stated in the foregoing article, on account of their sin, our first parents were deprived of the divine favor, whereby the integrity of human nature was maintained in them, and by the withdrawal of this favor human nature incurred penal defects. Hence they were punished in two ways. In the first place, by being deprived of that which was befitting the state of integrity, namely the place of the earthly paradise, and this is indicated in Genesis 3:23, where it is stated that "God sent him out of the paradise of pleasure." And since he was unable of himself to return to that state of original innocence, it was fitting that obstacles should be placed against his recovering those things that were befitting his original state, namely food, lest he should take of the tree of life, and place. For "God placed before paradise cherubim and a flaming sword." Secondly, they were punished by having appointed to them things befitting a nature bereft of the aforesaid favor, and this as regards both the body and the soul. With regard to the body, to which pertains the distinction of sex, one punishment was appointed to the woman, and another to the man. To the woman punishment was appointed in respect of two things, on account of which she is united to the man, and these are the begetting of children, and community of works pertaining to family life. As regards the begetting of children, she was punished in two ways. First, in the weariness to which she is subject while carrying the child after conception, and this is indicated in the words of Genesis 3:16, "I will multiply thy sorrows and thy conceptions." Secondly, in the pain which she suffers in giving birth, and this is indicated by the words of Genesis 3:16, "In sorrow shalt thou bring forth." And as regards family life, she was punished by being subjected to her husband's authority, and this is conveyed in the words of Genesis 3:16, "Thou shalt be under thy husband's power." Now, just as it belongs to the woman to be subject to her husband in matters relating to the family life, so it belongs to the husband to provide the necessities of that life. In this respect he was punished in three ways. First, by the barrenness of the earth, in the words of Genesis 3:17, "Cursed is the earth in thy work." Secondly, by the cares of his toil, without which he does not win the fruits of the earth, hence the words of 3:17, "With labor and toil shalt thou eat thereof all the days of thy life." Thirdly, by the obstacles encountered by the tillers of the soil, wherefore it is written in Genesis 3:18, "Thorns and thistles shall it bring forth to thee." Likewise a triple punishment is ascribed to them on the part of the soul. First, by reason of the confusion they experienced at the rebellion of the flesh against the spirit, hence it is written in Genesis 3:7, "The eyes of them both were opened, and they perceived themselves to be naked." Secondly, by the reproach for their sin, indicated by the words of Genesis 3:22, "Behold, Adam is become as one of us." Thirdly, by the reminder of their coming death, when it was said to him in Genesis 3:19, "Dust thou art, and into dust thou shalt return." To this also pertains that God made them garments of skin as a sign of their mortality. Reply Obj. 1: In the state of innocence, childbearing would have been painless, for Augustine says (De Civ. Dei xiv:26), "Just as, in giving birth, the mother would then be relieved not by groans of pain, but by the instigations of maturity, so in bearing and conceiving the union of both sexes would not be one of lustful desire, but of deliberate action." The subjection of the woman to her husband is to be understood as inflected in punishment of the woman, not as to his headship, since even before sin the man was the head and governor of the woman, but as to her having now to obey her husband's will even against her own. If man had not sinned, the earth would have brought forth thorns and thistles to be food of animals, but not to punish man, because their growth would bring no labor or punishment for the tiller of the soil, as Augustine says in his commentary on Genesis. Alcuin, however, holds that, before sin, the earth brought forth no thorns and thistles whatever, but the former opinion is the better. Reply Obj. 2: The multiplying of her conceptions was appointed as a punishment to the woman, not on account of the begetting of children, even before sin, but on account of the numerous sufferings to which the woman is subject, through carrying her offspring after conception. Hence it is expressly stated, "I will multiply thy sorrows and thy conceptions." Reply Obj. 3: These punishments affect all somewhat. For any woman who conceives must needs suffer sorrows and bring forth her child with pain, except the Blessed Virgin, who "conceived without corruption and bore without pain," according to St. Bernard in his homily on the Assumption of the Blessed Virgin Mary. Because her conceiving was not according to the law of nature, transmitted from our first parents. And if a woman neither conceives nor bears, she suffers from the defect of barrenness, which outweighs the aforesaid punishments. Likewise, whoever tills the soil must needs eat his bread in the sweat of his brow, while those who do not themselves work on the land are busied with other labors, for "man is born to labor," according to Job 5:7, and thus they eat the bread for which others have labored in the sweat of their brow. Reply Obj. 4: Although the place of the earthly paradise avails not man for his use, it avails him for a lesson, because he knows himself deprived of that place on account of sin, and because by the things that have a bodily existence in that paradise, he is instructed in things pertaining to the heavenly paradise, the way to which is prepared for man by Christ. Reply Obj. 5: Apart from the mysteries of the spiritual interpretation, this place would seem to be inaccessible, chiefly on account of the extreme heat in the middle zone by reason of the nighness of the sun. This is denoted by the "flaming sword," which is described as "turning every way," as being appropriate to the circular movement that causes this heat. And since the movements of corporal creatures are set in order through the ministry of the angels, according to Augustine (De Trin. iii, 4), it was fitting that, besides the sword turning every way, there should be cherubim "to keep the way of the tree of life." Hence Augustine says in his commentary on Genesis (its literal meaning, 1140): "It is to be believed that even in the visible paradise this was done by heavenly powers indeed, so that there was a fiery guard set there by the ministry of angels." Reply Obj. 6: After sin, if man had eaten of the tree of life, he would not thereby have recovered immortality, but by means of that beneficial food he might have prolonged his life. Hence in the words "and live forever," forever signifies for a long time, for it was not expedient for man to remain longer in the unhappiness of this life. Reply Obj. 7: According to Augustine, in his commentary on the literal meaning of Genesis 11:39, "these words of God are not so much a mockery of our first parents as a deterrent to others, for whose benefit these things are written, lest they be proud likewise, because Adam not only failed to become that which he coveted to be, but did not keep that to which he was made." Reply Obj. 8: Clothing is necessary to man in his present state of unhappiness for two reasons. First, to supply a deficiency in respect of external harm caused by, for instance, extreme heat or cold. Secondly, to hide his ignominy and to cover the shame of those members wherein the rebellion of the flesh against the spirit is most manifest. Now these two motives do not apply to the primitive state, because then man's body could not be hurt by any outward thing, as stated in the first part (Q. 97, A. 2), nor was there in man's body anything shameful that would bring confusion on him. Hence it is written (Gen. 2:23): "And they were both naked, to wit, Adam and his wife, and were not ashamed. The same cannot be said of food, which is necessarily to entertain the natural heat and to sustain the body. Reply Obj. 9. As Augustine says in the same commentary, "We must not imagine that our first parents were created with their eyes closed, especially since it is stated that the woman saw that the tree was fair and good to eat. Accordingly, the eyes of both were opened, so that they saw and thought on things which had not occurred to their minds before, and this was a mutual concupiscence, such as they had not hitherto." End of question 164. Read by Michael Shane Craig Lambert, L.C. Question 165 of Summa Theologica Secunda Secundae. Treatise on the Cardinal Virtues. The virtue of temperance. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Summa Theologica Secunda Secundae. Treatise on the Cardinal Virtues. The virtue of temperance. By St. Thomas Aquinas. Translated by the Fathers of the English Dominican Province. Question 165. Of our first parents' temptation, in 2 articles. We must now consider our first parents' temptation, concerning which there are 2 points of inquiry. First, whether it was fitting for man to be tempted by the devil. Second, of the manner. First article. Whether it was fitting for man to be tempted by the devil. Objection 1. It would seem that it was not fitting for man to be tempted by the devil. For the same final punishment is appointed to the angel's sin and to man's, according to Matthew 25:41. "Go you cursed into everlasting fire, which was prepared for the devil and his angels." Now the angel's first sin did not follow a temptation from without. Therefore neither should man's first sin have resulted from an outward temptation. Objection 2: Further, God, who foreknows the future, knew that through the demon's temptation man would fall into sin, and thus he knew full well that it was not expedient for man to be tempted. Therefore it would seem unfitting for God to allow him to be tempted. Objection 3: Further, it seems to savor of punishment that anyone should have an assailant, just as, on the other hand, the cessation of an assault is akin to reward. Now punishment should not precede fault. Therefore it was unfitting for man to be tempted before he sinned. On the contrary, it is written in Ecclesiasticus 34:11, "He that hath not been tempted, what manner of things doth he know?" I answer that, God's wisdom orders all things sweetly, according to Wisdom 8:1, inasmuch as His providence appoints to each one that which is befitting it according to its nature. For as Ignatious says On the Divine Names 4, "It belongs to providence not to destroy, but to maintain nature." Now it is a condition attaching to human nature that one creature can be helped or impeded by another. Wherefore it was fitting that God should both allow man, in the state of innocence, to be tempted by evil angels, and should cause him to be helped by good angels. And by a special favor of grace, it was granted him that no creature outside himself could harm him against his own will, whereby he was able even to resist the temptation of the demon. Reply Obj. 1. Above the human nature there is another that admits of the possibility of the evil of fault, but there is not above the angelic nature. Now only one that has already become evil through sin can tempt by leading another into evil. Hence it was fitting that by an evil angel man should be tempted to sin, even as according to the order of nature he is moved forward to perfection by means of a good angel. An angel could be perfected in good by something above him, namely by God, but he could not thus be led into sin, because according to James 1:13, "God is not a tempter of evils." Reply Obj. 2: Just as God knew that man, through being tempted, would fall into sin, so too He knew that man was able, by his free will, to resist the tempter. Now the condition attaching to man's nature required that he should be left to his own will, according to Ecclesiasticus 15:14, "God left man in the hand of his own counsel." Hence Augustine says (On the Literal Meaning of Genesis 11:4), "It seems to me that man would have had no prospect of any special praise, if he were able to lead a good life simply because there was none to persuade him to lead an evil life; since both by nature he had the power, and in his power he had the will, not to consent to the persuader." Reply Obj. 3: An assault is penal if it be difficult to resist it. But in the state of innocence man was able, without any difficulty, to resist temptation. Consequently, the tempter's assault was not a punishment to man. Second article. Whether the manner and order of the first temptation was fitting? Objection 1. It would seem that the manner and order of the first temptation was not fitting. For just as in the order of nature the angel was above man, so was the man above the woman. Now sin came upon man through an angel. Therefore, in like manner, it should have come upon the woman through the man. In other words, the woman should have been tempted by the man, and not the other way about. Objection 2: Further, the temptation of our first parents was by suggestion. Now the devil is able to make suggestions to man without making use of an outward sensible creature. Since then our first parents were endowed with a spiritual mind, and adhered less to sensible than to intelligible things, it would have been more fitting to man be tempted with a merely spiritual, instead of an outward temptation. Objection 3: Further, one cannot fittingly suggest an evil, except through some apparent good. But many other animals have a greater appearance of good than the serpent has. Therefore man was unfittingly tempted by the devil through a serpent. Objection 4: Further, the serpent is an irrational animal. Now wisdom, speech, and punishment are not befitting an irrational animal. Therefore the serpent is unfittingly described in Genesis 3:1 as "more subtle than any of the beasts of the earth," or "as the most prudent of all beasts," according to another version, and likewise is unfittingly stated to have spoken to the woman, and to have been punished by God. On the contrary, that which is first in any genus should be proportionate to all that follows it in that genus. Now in every kind of sin we find the same order as in the first temptation. For, according to Augustine (De Trin. xii, 12), it begins with the concupiscence of sin in the sensuality, signified by the serpent; extends to the lower reason by pleasure, signified by the woman; and reaches to the higher reason by consent in the sin, signified by the man. Therefore the order of the first temptation was fitting. I answer that, man is composed of a twofold nature, intellective and sensitive. Hence the devil, in tempting man, made use of a twofold incentive to sin: one, on the part of the intellect, by promising the divine likeness through the acquisition of knowledge which man naturally desires to have; the other on the part of the sense. This he did by having recourse to those sensible things which are most akin to man, partly by tempting the man through the woman who was akin to him in the same species; partly by tempting the woman through the serpent who was akin to them in the same genus; partly by suggesting to them to eat of the forbidden fruit, which was akin to them in the proximate genus. Reply Obj. 1: In the act of tempting, the devil was by way of principal agent, whereas the woman was employed as an instrument of temptation in bringing about the downfall of the man, both because the woman was weaker than the man, and consequently more liable to be deceived, and because on account of her union with the man, the devil was able to deceive the man especially through her. Now there is no parity between principal agent and instrument, because the principal agent must exceed in power, which is not requisite in the instrumental agent. Reply Obj. 2: A suggestion whereby the devil suggests something to man spiritually shows the devil to have more power against man than outward suggestion has, since by an inward suggestion, at least, man's imagination is changed by the devil; whereas by an outward suggestion a change is wrought merely on an outward creature. Now the devil had a minimum of power against man before sin, wherefore he was unable to tempt him by inward suggestion, but only by outward suggestion. Reply Obj. 3: According to Augustine (On the Literal Meaning of Genesis 11:3), we are not to suppose that the devil chose the serpent as his means of temptation, but as he was possessed of the lust of deceit, he could only do so by the animal he was allowed to use for that purpose. Reply Obj. 4: According to Augustine, again (On the Literal Meaning of Genesis 11:29), the serpent is described as most prudent or subtle, on account of the cunning of the devil, who wrought his wiles in it. Thus we speak of a prudent or cunning tongue, because it is the instrument of a prudent or cunning man in advising something prudently or cunningly. Nor indeed did the serpent understand the sounds which were conveyed through it to the woman, nor again are we to believe that its soul was changed into a rational nature, since not even men, who are rational by nature, know what they say when a demon speaks in them. Accordingly, the serpent spoke to man even as the donkey on which Balaam sat spoke to him, except that the former was the work of a devil, whereas the latter was the work of an angel. Hence the serpent was not asked why it had done this, because it had not done this in its own nature, but the devil in it, who was already condemned to everlasting fire on account of his sin. And the words addressed to the serpent were directed to him who wrought through the serpent. Moreover, as again Augustine says, "His, that is, the devil's, punishment mentioned here is that for which we must be on our guard against him, not that which is reserved till the last judgment. For when it was said to him, 'Thou art cursed among all cattle and beasts of the earth,' the cattle are set above him, not in power, but in the preservation of their nature, since the cattle lost no heavenly bliss, seeing that they never had it, but they continue to live in the nature which they received. It is also said to him, 'Upon thy breast and belly thou shalt creep,' according to another version,
Here the breast signifies pride, because it is there that the impulse of the soul dominates, while the belly denotes carnal desire, because this part of the body is softest to the touch, and on these he creeps to those whom he wishes to deceive. The words, "Earth shalt thou eat all the days of thy life," may be understood in two ways. Either, "Those shall belong to thee whom thou shalt deceive by earthly lust," namely sinners who are signified under the name of earth, or a third kind of temptation, namely curiosity, is signified by these words. For to eat earth is to look into things deep and dark. The putting of enmities between him and the woman means that we cannot be tempted by the devil except through that part of the soul which bears or reflects the likeness of a woman. The seed of the devil is the temptation to evil; the seed of the woman is the fruit of good works, whereby the temptation to evil is resisted. Wherefore the serpent lies in wait for the woman's heel, that if at any time she fall away towards what is unlawful, pleasure may seize hold of her, and she watches his head, that she may shut him out at the very outset of the evil temptation.
End of question 165. Read by Michael Shane Craig Lambert, LC. Question 166 of Summa Theologica Secunda Secundae. Treatise on the Cardinal Virtues. The virtue of temperance. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Summa Theologica Secunda Secundae. Treatise on the Cardinal Virtues. The virtue of temperance. By St. Thomas Aquinas. Translated by the Fathers of the English Dominican Province.
Question 166 of studiousness in 2 articles. We must next consider studiousness and its opposite, curiosity. Concerning studiousness, there are 2 points of inquiry. First, what is the matter of studiousness? Second, whether it is a part of temperance. First article, whether the proper matter of studiousness is knowledge. Objection 1. It would seem that knowledge is not the proper matter of studiousness. For a person is said to be studious because he applies study to certain things. Now a man ought to apply study to every matter, in order to do aright what has to be done. Therefore, seemingly knowledge is not the special matter of studiousness. Objection 2. Further, studiousness is opposed to curiosity. Now curiosity, which is derived from cura, care, may also to refer to elegance of apparel, and other such things which regard the body. Wherefore the Apostle says in Romans 13:14, "Make not provision (curam) for the flesh in its concupiscences." Objection 3. Further, it is written in Jeremiah 6:13, "From the least of them even to the greatest all study covetousness." Now covetousness is not properly about knowledge, but rather about the possession of wealth, as stated above in question 118, Article 2. Therefore studiousness, which is derived from study, is not properly about knowledge. On the contrary, it is written in Proverbs 27:11, "Study wisdom, my son, and make my heart joyful, that thou mayest give an answer to him that reproacheth." Now study, which is commended as a virtue, is the same as that to which the law urges. Therefore studiousness is properly about knowledge. I answer that, properly speaking, Study denotes keen application of the mind to something. Now the mind is not applied to a thing except by knowing that thing. Wherefore the mind's application to knowledge precedes its application to those things to which man is directed by his knowledge. Hence study regards knowledge in the first place, and as a result it regards any other things the working of which requires to be directed by knowledge. Now the virtues lay claim to that matter about which they are first and foremost. Thus fortitude is concerned about dangers of death, and temperance about pleasures of touch. Therefore studiousness is properly ascribed to knowledge. Reply to Obj. 1: Nothing can be done aright as regards other matters, except in so far as is previously directed by the knowing reason. Hence studiousness, to whatever matter it be applied, has a prior regard for knowledge. Reply to Obj. 2: Man's mind is drawn, on account of his affections, towards the things for which he has an affection, according to Matthew 6:21: "Where thy treasure is, there is thy heart also." And since man has special affection for those things which foster the flesh, it follows that man's thoughts are concerned about things that foster his flesh, so that man seeks to know how he may best sustain his body. Accordingly, curiosity is accounted to be about things pertaining to the body, by reason of things pertaining to knowledge. Reply to Obj. 3: Covetousness craves the acquisition of gain, and for this it is very necessary to be skilled in earthly things. Accordingly, studiousness is ascribed to things pertaining to covetousness. Second article: Whether studiousness is a part of temperance? Objection 1: It would seem that studiousness is not a part of temperance. For a man is said to be studious by reason of his studiousness. Now all virtuous persons, without exception, are called studious according to the Philosopher, who frequently employs the term studious (spudaios) in this sense in Ethic. ix, 4, 8, 9. "Every vicious person is ignorant of what he ought to do." Therefore studiousness is a general virtue, and not a part of temperance. Obj. 2: Further, studiousness, as stated in Article 1, pertains to knowledge. But knowledge has no connection with the moral virtues which are in the appetitive part of the soul, and pertains rather to the intellectual virtues which are in the cognitive part. Wherefore solicitude is an act of prudence, as stated above (Q. 47, A. 9). Therefore studiousness is not a part of temperance. Obj. 3: Further, a virtue that is ascribed as a part of a principal virtue resembles the latter as to mode. Now studiousness does not resemble temperance as to mode, because temperance takes its name from being a kind of restraint, wherefore it is more opposed to the vice that is in excess. Studiousness is denominated from being the application of the mind to something, so that it would seem to be opposed to the vice that is in default, namely, neglect of study, rather than to the vice which is in excess, namely, curiosity. Wherefore, on account of its resemblance to the latter, Isidore says in his Etymologies 10 that "a studious man is one who is curious to study." Therefore studiousness is not a part of temperance. On the contrary, Augustine says (On the Morals of the Catholic Church and the Morals of the Manichaeans): "We are forbidden to be curious, and this is a great gift that temperance bestows." Now curiosity is prevented by moderate studiousness. Therefore studiousness is a part of temperance. I answer that, as stated above in question 141, articles 3, 4, and 5, it belongs to temperance to moderate the movement of the appetite, lest it extend excessively to that which is desired naturally. Now just as in respect of his corporeal nature, man naturally desires the pleasures of food and sex, so in respect of his soul, he naturally desires to know something. Thus the Philosopher observes at the beginning of his Metaphysics (i, 1), all men have a natural desire for knowledge. The moderation of this desire pertains to the virtue of studiousness, wherefore it follows that studiousness is a potential part of temperance, as a subordinate virtue annexed to a principal virtue. Moreover, it is comprised under modesty for the reason given above, in question 160, Article 2. Reply to Obj. 1. Prudence is the complement of all the moral virtues, as stated in Ethic. 6:13. Consequently, in so far as the knowledge of prudence pertains to all the virtues, the term studiousness, which properly regards knowledge, is applied to all the virtues. Reply to Obj. 2. The act of a cognitive power is commanded by the appetitive power, which moves all the powers, as stated above in the Pars Prima Secundae, question 9, Article 1. Wherefore knowledge regards a twofold good. One is connected with the act of knowledge itself, and this good pertains to the intellectual virtues, and consists in man having a true estimate about each thing. The other good pertains to the act of the appetitive power, and consists in man's appetite being directed aright in applying the cognitive power in this or that way to this or that thing. And this belongs to the virtue of seriousness, wherefore it is reckoned among the moral virtues. Reply to Obj. 3. As the Philosopher says in Ethic. ii, 93, in order to be virtuous, we must avoid those things to which we are most naturally inclined. Hence it is that, since nature inclines us chiefly to fear dangers of death, and to seek pleasures of the flesh, fortitude is chiefly commended for a certain steadfast perseverance against such dangers, and temperance for a certain restraint from pleasures of the flesh. But as regards knowledge, man has contrary inclinations. For on the part of the soul, he is inclined to desire knowledge of things, and so it behooves him to exercise a praiseworthy restraint on this desire, lest he seek knowledge immoderately. Whereas on the part of his bodily nature, man is inclined to avoid the trouble of seeking knowledge. Accordingly, as regards the first inclination, studiousness is a kind of restraint, and it is in this sense that it is reckoned a part of temperance. But as to the second inclination, this virtue derives its praise from a certain keenness of interest in seeking knowledge of things, and from this it takes its name. The former is more essential to this virtue than the latter, since the desire to know directly regards knowledge, to which studiousness is directed, whereas the trouble of learning is an obstacle to knowledge, wherefore it is regarded by this virtue indirectly, as by that which removes an obstacle. End of question 166. Read by Michael Shane Craig Lambert, L.C. Question 167 of Summa Theologica Secunda Secundae. Treatise on the Cardinal Virtues. The virtue of temperance. This is a LibriVox recording.
All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Summa Theologica Secunda Secundae, Treatise on the Cardinal Virtues, the Virtue of Temperance, by St. Thomas Aquinas, translated by the Fathers of the English Dominican Province.
Question 167, of Curiosity, in 2 articles. We must next consider curiosity, under which head there are 2 points of inquiry. First, whether the vice of curiosity can regard intellective knowledge. Second, whether it is about sensitive knowledge. First article, whether curiosity can be about intellective knowledge. Objection 1. It would seem that curiosity cannot be about intellective knowledge. Because according to the Philosopher in Ethics 2:6, there can be no mean and extremes in things which are essentially good. Now intellective knowledge is essentially good, because man's perfection would seem to consist in his intellect being reduced from potentiality to act, and this is done by the knowledge of truth. For Dionysius says On the Divine Names 4 that "the good of the human soul is to be in accordance with reason," whose perfection consists in knowing the truth. Therefore the vice of curiosity cannot be about intellective knowledge. Objection 2 further, that which makes man like to God, in which he receives from God, cannot be an evil. Now all abundance of knowledge is from God, according to Ecclesiasticus 1:1, "All wisdom is from the Lord God," and Wisdom 7:17, "He hath given me the true knowledge of things that are, to know the disposition of the whole world, and the virtues of the elements." Again, by knowing the truth man is likened to God, since "all things are naked and open to his eyes," according to Hebrews 4:13, and "the Lord is a God of all knowledge," according to 1 Kings 2:3. Therefore, however abundant knowledge of truth may be, it is not evil, but good. Now the desire of good is not sinful. Therefore the vice of curiosity cannot be about the intellective knowledge of truth. Objection 3 further, if the vice of curiosity can be about any kind of intellective knowledge, it would be chiefly about the philosophical sciences. But seemingly there is no sin in being intent on them. For Jerome says, in his commentary on Daniel 1:8, "Those who refused to partake of the king's meat and wine, lest they should be defiled, if they had considered the wisdom and teaching of the Babylonians to be sinful, would never which was unlawful." And Augustine says On Christian Doctrine 2:40 that "if the philosophers made any true statements, we must claim them for our own use, as from unjust possessors." Therefore curiosity about intellective knowledge cannot be sinful. On the contrary, Jerome in his commentary on the letter to the Ephesians 4:17 says, "Is it not evident that a man who day and night wrestles with the dialectic art, the student of natural science whose gaze pierces the heavens, walks in vanity of understanding and darkness of mind?" Now vanity of understanding and darkness of mind are sinful. Therefore curiosity about intellective sciences may be sinful. I answer that, as stated above in question 166, Article 2, Second Reply, studiousness is directly, not about knowledge itself, but about the desire and study in the pursuit of knowledge. Now we must judge differently of the knowledge itself of truth, and of the desire and study in the pursuit of the knowledge of truth. For the knowledge of truth, strictly speaking, is good, but it may be evil accidentally, by reason of some results, either because one takes pride in knowing the truth, according to 1 Corinthians 8:1, knowledge puffeth up, or because one uses the knowledge of truth in order to sin. On the other hand, the desire or study in pursuing the knowledge of truth may be right or wrong. First, when one tends by his study to the knowledge of truth as having evil accidentally annexed to it, for instance, those who study to know the truth that they may take pride in their knowledge. Hence Augustine says, in his On the Morals of the Catholic Church and on the Morals of the Manichaeans, 21, "Some there are who, forsaking virtue, and ignorant of what God is, and of the majesty of that nature which ever remains the same, imagine they are doing something great, if with surpassing curiosity and keenness they explore the whole mass of this body which we call the world. So great a pride is thus begotten, that one would think they dwelt in the very heavens about which they argue." In like manner, those who study to learn something in order to sin are engaged in a sinful study, according to the saying of Jeremiah 9:5, "They have taught their tongue to speak lies, they have labored to commit iniquity." Secondly, there may be sin by reason of the appetite or study directed to the learning of truth being itself inordinate, and this in four ways. First, when a man is withdrawn by a less profitable study from a study that is an obligation incumbent on him. Hence Jerome says in his letter to Damas, "We see priests forsaking the Gospels and the prophets, reading stage plays, and singing the love songs of pastoral idols." Secondly, when a man studies to learn of one by whom it is unlawful to be taught, as is the case of those who seek to know the future through the demons. This is superstitious curiosity, of which Augustine says On True Religion, No. 4, "Maybe the philosophers were debarred from the faith by their sinful curiosity in seeking knowledge from the demons." Thirdly, when a man desires to know the truth about creatures without referring his knowledge to its due end, namely, the knowledge of God. Hence Augustine says, again On True Religion, No. 29, that "in studying creatures we must not be moved by empty and perishable curiosity, but we should ever mount towards immortal and abiding things." Fourthly, when a man studies to know the truth above the capacity of his own intelligence, since by so doing men easily fall into error, wherefore it is written in Ecclesiasticus 3:22, "Seek not the things that are too high for thee, and search not into things above thy ability, and in many of his works be not curious." And further on in Ecclesiasticus 3:26, "For the suspicion of them hath deceived many, and hath detained their minds in vanity." Reply Obj. 1: Man's good consists in the knowledge of truth, yet man's sovereign good consists, not in the knowledge of any truth, but in the perfect knowledge of the sovereign truth, as the Philosopher states in Ethic. x, 7, 8. Hence there may be sin in the knowledge of certain truths, in so far as the desire of such knowledge is not directed in due manner to the knowledge of the sovereign truth, wherein supreme happiness consists. Reply Obj. 2: Although this argument shows that the knowledge of truth is good in itself, this does not prevent a man from misusing the knowledge of truth for an evil purpose, or from desiring the knowledge of truth inordinately, since even the desire for good should be regulated in due manner. Reply Obj. 3: The study of philosophy is in itself lawful and commendable, on account of the truth which the philosophers acquired through God revealing it to them, as stated in Romans 1:19. Since, however, certain philosophers misuse the truth in order to assail the faith, the Apostle says in Colossians 2:8, "Beware lest any man cheat you by philosophy and vain deceit, according to the traditions of men, and not according to Christ. And Dionysius says, in his 7th letter to Polycarp, of certain philosophers that "they make an unholy use of divine things against that which is divine, and by divine wisdom strive to destroy the worship of God." Second article. Whether the vice of curiosity is about sensitive knowledge? Objection 1. It would seem that the vice of curiosity is not about sensitive knowledge. For just as some things are known by the sense of sight, so too are some things known by the senses of touch and taste. Now the vice concerned about objects of touch and taste is not curiosity, but lust or gluttony. Therefore, seemingly neither is the vice of curiosity about things known by the sight. Objection 2 further. Curiosity would seem to refer to watching games, wherefore Augustine says in Confession 6:8 that "when a fall occurred in the fight, a mighty cry of the whole people struck him strongly, and overcome by curiosity, Alpius opened his eyes." But it does not seem to be sinful to watch games, because it gives pleasure on account of the representation, wherein man takes a natural delight, as the Philosopher states in his Poetics, No. 6. Therefore, the vice of curiosity is not about the knowledge of sensible objects. Objection 3 further. It would seem to pertain to curiosity to inquire into our neighbor's actions, as Bede observes in his commentary on the first letter of John 2:16. Now seemingly it is not a sin to inquire into the actions of others, because according to Ecclesiasticus 17:12, "God gave to every one of them commandment concerning his neighbor." Therefore the vice of curiosity does not regard the knowledge of such like particular sensible objects. On the contrary, Augustine says (De Vera Relig. 38) that "concupiscence of the eyes makes men curious." Now according to Bede, in his commentary on the first letter of John, chapter 2, verse 16, concupiscence of the eyes refers not only to the learning of magic arts, but also to sight-seeing, and to the discovery and dispraise of our neighbor's faults. And all these are particular objects of sense. Therefore, since concupiscence of the eyes is a sin, even as concupiscence of the flesh and pride of life, which are members of the same division, it seems that the vice of curiosity is about the knowledge of sensible things. I answer that the knowledge of sensible things is directed to two things. For in the first place, both in man and in other animals, it is directed to the upkeep of the body, because by knowledge of this kind, man and other animals avoid what is harmful to them, and seek those things that are necessary for the body's sustenance. In the second place, it is directed, in a manner special to man, to intellective knowledge, whether speculative or practical. Accordingly, to employ study for the purpose of knowing sensible things may be sinful in two ways. First, when the sensitive knowledge is not directed to something that turns man away from some useful consideration. Hence Augustine says in Confessions 10:35, "I go no more to see a dog coursing a hare in the circus, but in the open country, if I happen to be passing, that coursing haply will distract me from some weighty thought, and draw me after it, and unless thou, having made me see my weakness, didst speedily admonish me, I become foolishly dull." Secondly, when the knowledge of sensible things is directed to something harmful, as looking on a woman is directed to lust, even so, the busy inquiry into other people's actions is directed to detraction. On the other hand, if one be ordinately intent on the knowledge of sensible things by reason of the necessity of sustaining nature, or for the sake of the study of intelligible truth, this studiousness about the knowledge of sensible things is virtuous. Reply to Obj. 1. Lust and gluttony are about pleasures arising from the use of objects of touch, whereas curiosity is about pleasures arising from the knowledge acquired through the senses. According to Augustine, in his Confessions 10:35, "It is called concupiscence of the eyes, because the sight is the sense chiefly used for obtaining knowledge, so that all sensible things are said to be seen." And as he says further on, "By this it may be more evidently to be discerned wherein pleasure and wherein curiosity is the object of the senses. For pleasure seeketh objects beautiful, melodious, fragrant, savory, soft. But curiosity, for trial's sake, seeketh even the contraries of these, not for the sake of suffering annoyance, but out of the lust of experiment and knowledge." Reply to Obj. 2. Sight-seeing becomes sinful when it renders a man prone to the vices of lust and cruelty on account of things he sees represented. Hence Chrysostom says that such sights make men adulterers and shameless. Reply to Obj. 3. One may watch other people's actions or inquire into them with a good intent, either for one's own good, that is, in order to be encouraged to better deeds by the deeds of our neighbor, or for our neighbor's good, that is, in order to correct him, if he do anything wrong, according to the rule of charity and the duty of one's position. This is praiseworthy, according to Hebrews 10:24. "Consider one another to provoke unto charity and to good works." But to observe our neighbor's faults with the intention of looking down upon them, or of detracting them, or even with no further purpose than that of disturbing them, is sinful. Hence it is written in Proverbs 24:15, "Lie not in wait, nor seek after wickedness in the house of the just, nor spoil his rest."
End of question 167. Read by Michael Shane Craig Lambert, LC. Question 168 of Summa Theologica Secunda Secundae. Treatise on the Cardinal Virtues. The virtue of temperance. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Summa Theologica Secunda Secundae. Treatise on the Cardinal Virtues. The virtue of temperance. By St. Thomas Aquinas. Translated by the Fathers of the English Dominican Province. Question 168. Of modesty as consisting in the outward movements of the body, in 4 articles. We must next consider modesty as consisting in the outward movements of the body, and under this head there are 4 points of inquiry. First, whether there can be virtue and vice in the outward movements of the body that are done seriously. Second, whether there can be a virtue about playful actions. Third, of the sin consisting in excess of play. Fourth, of the sin consisting in lack of play. First article. Whether any virtue regards the outward movements of the body. Objection 1. It would seem that no virtue regards the outward movements of the body. For every virtue pertains to the spiritual beauty of the soul, according to Psalm 44, verse 14. "All the glory of the king's daughter is within." And a gloss adds, "namely, in the conscience." Now the movements of the body are not within, but without. Therefore there can be no virtue about them. Objection 2 further. Virtues are not in us by nature,
as the Philosopher states in Ethics ii, 1. But outward bodily movements are in man by nature, since it is by nature that some are quick and some slow of movement, and the same applies to other differences of outward movements. Therefore there is no virtue about movements of this kind. Obj. 3: Further, every moral virtue about actions directed to another person, as justice, or about passions, as temperance and fortitude. Now outward bodily movements are not directed to another person, nor are they passions. Therefore no virtue is connected with them. Obj. 4: Further, study should be applied to all works of virtue, as stated above in Q. 166, Art. 1, Objection 1, and in Art. 2, First Reply. Now it is censurable to apply study to the ordering of one's outward movements, for Ambrose says On the Duties of the Clergy 1:18, "A becoming gait is one that reflects the carriage of authority, has the tread of gravity, and the footprint of tranquillity, yet so that there be neither study nor affectation, but natural and artless movement." Therefore, seemingly, there is no virtue about the style of outward movements. On the contrary, the beauty of honesty pertains to virtue. Now the style of outward movements pertains to the beauty of honesty. For Ambrose says On the Duties of the Clergy 1:18, "The sound of the voice and the gesture of the body are distasteful to me, whether they be unduly soft and nerveless, or coarse and boorish. Let nature be our model. Her reflection is gracefulness of conduct and beauty of honesty." Therefore there is a virtue about the style of outward movement. I answer that, Moral virtue consists in the things pertaining to man being directed by his reason. Now it is manifest that the outward movements of man are dirigible by reason, since the outward members are set in motion at the command of reason. Hence it is evident that there is a moral virtue concerned with the direction of these movements. Now the direction of these movements may be considered from a twofold standpoint. First, in respect of fittingness to the person; secondly, in respect of fittingness to the externals, whether persons, business, or place. Hence Ambrose says On the Duties of Clergy 1:18, "Beauty of conduct consists in becoming behavior towards others, according to their sex and person." And this regards the first. As to the second, he adds, "This is the best way to order our behavior, this is the polish becoming to every action." Hence Andronicus, in his On the Affections, ascribes two things to these outward movements, namely, taste, or natus, which regards what is becoming to the person, wherefore he says that it is the knowledge of what is becoming in movement and behavior; and methodicalness, bona ordinatio, which regards what is becoming to the business in hand, and to one's surroundings, wherefore he calls it "the practical knowledge of separation," that is, of the distinction of acts. Reply Obj. 1: Outward movements are signs of the inward disposition, according to Ecclesiasticus 19:27, "The attire of the body, and the laughter of the teeth, and the gait of the man show what he is." And Ambrose says that "the habit of mind is seen in the gesture of the body, and that the body's movement is an index of the soul." Reply Obj. 2: Although it is from natural disposition that a man is inclined to this or that style of outward movement, Nevertheless, what is lacking to nature can be supplied by the efforts of reason. Hence Ambrose says, "Let nature guide the movement, and if nature fail in any respect, surely effort will supply the defect." Reply Obj. 3: As stated in the first reply, outward movements are indications of the inward disposition, and this regards chiefly the passions of the soul. Wherefore Ambrose says again that "from these things," that is, the outward movements, "the man that lies hidden in our hearts is esteemed to be either frivolous, or boastful, or impure, or, on the other hand, sedate, steady, pure, and free from blemish." It is moreover from our outward movements that other men form their judgment about us, according to Ecclesiasticus 19:26: "A man is known by his look, and a wise man, when thou meetest him, is known by his countenance." Hence moderation of outward movements is directed somewhat to other persons, according to the saying of Augustine in his Rule, as stated in his letter 211: "In all your movements let nothing be done to offend the eye of another, but only that which is becoming to the holiness of your state." Wherefore the moderation of outward movements may be reduced to two virtues, which the Philosopher mentions in Ethic. iv, 6, 7. For in so far as by outward movements we are directed to other persons, the moderation of our outward movements belongs to friendliness or affability. This regards pleasure or pain which may arise from words or deeds in reference to others with whom a man comes in contact. And, in so far as outward movements are signs of our inward disposition, their moderation belongs to the virtue of truthfulness, whereby a man, by word and deed, shows himself to be such as he is inwardly. Reply Obj. 4: It is censurable to study the style of one's outward movements by having recourse to pretense in them, so that they do not agree with one's inward disposition. Nevertheless, it behooves one to study them, so that if they be in any way inordinate, this may be corrected. Hence Ambrose says, "Let them be without artifice, but not without correction." Second article: Whether there can be a virtue about games? Objection 1: It would seem that there cannot be a virtue about games. For Ambrose says (On the Duties of the Clergy, 123): "Our Lord said: Woe to you who laugh, for you shall weep. Wherefore I consider that all, and not only excessive, games should be avoided." Now that which can be done virtuously is not to be avoided altogether. Therefore there cannot be a virtue about games. Obj. 2: Further, "Virtue is that which God forms in us, without us," as stated above in the Pars Prima Secundae, Q. 55, A. 4. Now Chrysostom says, "It is not God, but the devil, that is the author of fun. Listen to what happened to those who played. The people sat down to eat and drink, and they rose up to play." Therefore there can be no virtue about games. Obj. 3: Further, the Philosopher says (Ethic. x, 6) that "playful actions are not directed to something else." But it is requisite of virtue that the agent in choosing should direct his action to something else, as the Philosopher states (Ethic. ii, 4). Therefore there can be no virtue about games. On the contrary, Augustine says in his Treatise on Music ii, 15: "I pray thee, spare thyself at times, For it becomes a wise man sometimes to relax the high pressure of his intention to work. Now this relaxation of the mind from work consists in playful words or deeds. Therefore it becomes a wise and virtuous man to have recourse to such things at times. Moreover, the Philosopher, in Ethics 2:7 and 4:8, assigns to games the virtue of eutrapelia, which we may call pleasantness. I answer that, just as man needs bodily rest for the body's refreshment, because he cannot always be at work, since his power is finite and equal to a certain fixed amount of labor, so too is it with his soul, whose power is also finite and equal to a fixed amount of work. Consequently, when he goes beyond his measure in a certain work, he is oppressed and becomes weary, and all the more, since when the soul works, the body is at work likewise, insofar as the intellective soul employs forces that operate through bodily organs. Now sensible goods are connatural to man, and therefore, when the soul arises above sensibles, through being intent on the operations of reason, there results in consequence a certain weariness of soul, whether the operations with which it is occupied be those of the practical or of the speculative reason. Yet this weariness is greater if the soul be occupied with the work of contemplation, since thereby it is raised higher above sensible things, although perhaps certain outward works of the practical reason entail a greater bodily labor. In either case, however, one man is more soul-wearied than another, according as he is more intensely occupied with works of reason. Now just as weariness of the body is dispelled by resting the body, so weariness of the soul must needs be remedied by resting the soul. And the soul's rest is pleasure, as stated above, in the Pars Prima Secundae, question 25, Article 2, as well as in question 31, Article 1, second reply. Consequently, the remedy for weariness of soul must needs consist in the application of some pleasure, by slackening the tension of the reason's study. Thus, in the Conferences of the Fathers, 24:21, it is related of Blessed John the Evangelist, that when some people were scandalized on finding him playing together with his disciples, he is said to have told one of them who carried a bow to shoot an arrow. And when the latter had done this several times, he asked whether he could do it indefinitely, and the man answered that if he continued doing it, the bow would break. Whence the Blessed John drew the inference that in like manner man's mind would break if its tension were never relaxed. Now such like words or deeds wherein nothing further is sought than the soul's delight are called playful or humorous. Hence it is necessary at times to make use of them in order to give rest, as it were, to the soul. This is in agreement with the statement of the Philosopher in Ethics 4:8 that "in the intercourse of this life there is a kind of rest that is associated with games," and consequently it is sometimes necessary to make use of such things. Nevertheless, it would seem that in this matter there are 3 points which require special caution. The first and chief is that the pleasure in question should not be sought in indecent or injurious deeds or words. Wherefore Tully says On the Duties of the Clergy 129 that "one kind of joke is discourteous, insolent, scandalous, obscene." Another thing to be observed is that one lose not the balance of one's mind altogether. Hence Ambrose says, "We should beware lest, when we seek relaxation of mind, we destroy all that harmony which is the concord of good works." And Tully says that "just as we do not allow children to enjoy absolute freedom in their games, but only that which is consistent with good behavior, so our very fun should reflect something of an upright mind. Thirdly, we must be careful, as in all other human actions, to conform ourselves to persons, time, and place, and take due account of other circumstances, so that our fun "befit the hour and the man," as Tully says. Now these things are directed according to the rule of reason, and a habit that operates according to reason is virtue. Therefore there can be a virtue about games. The Philosopher gives it the name of wittiness, eutrapelia, and a man is said to be pleasant through having a happy turn of mind, whereby he gives his words and deeds a cheerful turn. And inasmuch as this virtue restrains a man from immoderate fun, it is comprised under modesty. Translator's note: eutrapelia is derived from trepein, to turn. Reply to Obj. 1: As stated above, fun should fit with business and persons, wherefore Tully says that "when the audience is weary, it will be useful for the speaker to try something novel or amusing, provided that joking be not incompatible with the gravity of the subject." Now the sacred doctrine is concerned with things of the greatest moment, according to Proverbs 8:6: "Hear, for I will speak of great things." Wherefore Ambrose does not altogether exclude fun from human speech, but from the sacred doctrine. Hence he begins by saying: "Although jokes are at times fitting and pleasant, nevertheless they are incompatible with the ecclesiastical rule, since how can we have recourse to things which are not to be found in Holy Writ?" Reply Obj. 2: This saying of Chrysostom refers to the inordinate use of fun, especially by those who make the pleasure of games their end, of whom it is written (Wisdom 15:12): "They have accounted our life a pastime." Against these Tully says: "We are so begotten by nature that we appear to be made not for play and fun, but rather for hardships and for the occupations of greater gravity and moment." Reply Obj. 3: Playful actions themselves considered in their species are not directed to an end, but the pleasure derived from such actions is directed to the recreation and rest of the soul, and accordingly, if this be done with moderation, it is lawful to make use of fun. Hence Tully says: "It is indeed lawful to make use of play and fun, but in the same way as we have recourse to sleep and other kinds of rest, but only when we have done our duty in grave and serious matters." Third article: Whether there can be sin in the excess of play? Objection 1: It would seem that there cannot be sin in the excess of play. For that which is an excuse for sin is not held to be sinful. Now play is sometimes an excuse for sin, for many things would be grave sins if they were done seriously, whereas if they be done in fun, are either no sin or but slightly sinful. Therefore it seems that there is no sin in excessive play. Objection 2: Further, all other vices are reducible to the 7 capital vices, as Gregory states in his commentary on Job 31:17. But excess of play does not seem reducible to any of the capital vices. Therefore it would not seem to be a sin. Obj. 3: Further, comedians especially would seem to exceed in play, since they direct their whole life to playing. Therefore, if excessive play were a sin, all actors would be in a state of sin. Moreover, all those who employ them, as well as those who make them any payment, would sin as accomplices of their sin. But this would seem untrue, for it is related in the lives of the Fathers that this was revealed to blessed Pamphilus that a certain jester would be with him in the life to come. On the contrary, a gloss on Proverbs 14:13, "Laughter shall be mingled with sorrow, and mourning taketh hold of the end of joy," remarks, "a mourning that will last forever." Now there is inordinate laughter and inordinate joy in excessive play. Therefore there is mortal sin therein, since mortal sin alone is deserving of everlasting mourning. I answer that, in all things dirigible according to reason, the excessive is that which goes beyond, and the deficient is that which falls short of the rule of reason. Now it has been stated in Article 2 that playful or jesting words or deeds are dirigible according to reason. Wherefore excessive play is that which goes beyond the rule of reason, and this happens in two ways. First, on account of the very species of the acts employed for the purpose of fun, and this kind of jesting, according to Tully, is stated to be discourteous, insolent, scandalous, and obscene, when to wit a man, for the purpose of jesting, employs indecent words or deeds, or such as are injurious to his neighbor, these being of themselves mortal sins. And thus it is evident that excessive play is a mortal sin. Secondly, there may be excess in play through lack of due circumstances, for instance when people make use of fun at undue times or places, or out of keeping with the matter in hand or persons. This may be sometimes a mortal sin on account of the strong attachment to play, when a man prefers the pleasure he derives therefrom to the love of God, so as to be willing to disobey a commandment of God or of the Church rather than forego such like amusements. Sometimes, however, it is a venial sin, for instance where a man is not so attached to amusement as to be willing for its sake to do anything in a disobedience to God. Reply Obj. 1: Certain things are sinful on account of the intention alone, because they are done in order to injure someone. Such an intention is excluded by their being done in fun, the intention of which is to please, not to injure. In these cases, fun excuses from sin or diminishes it. Other things, however, are sins according to their species, such as murder, fornication, and the like, and fun is no excuse for these. In fact, they make fun scandalous and obscene. Reply Obj. 2: Excessive play pertains to senseless mirth, which Gregory, in his commentary on Job 31:17, calls a daughter of gluttony. Wherefore it is written in Exodus 32:6, "The people sat down to eat and drink, and they rose up to play." Reply Obj. 3: As stated in Article 2, play is necessary for the intercourse of human life. Now whatever is useful to human intercourse may have a lawful employment ascribed to it, wherefore the occupation of play actors, the object of which is to cheer the heart of man, is not unlawful in itself, nor are they in a state of sin provided that their playing be moderated, namely, that they use no unlawful words or deeds in order to amuse, and that they do not introduce play into undue matters and seasons. And although in human affairs they have no other occupation in reference to other men, nevertheless in reference to themselves and to God, they perform other actions both serious and virtuous, such as prayer and the moderation of their own passions and operations, while sometimes they give alms to the poor. Wherefore those who maintain them in moderation do not sin, but act justly, by rewarding them for their services. On the other hand, if a man spends too much on such persons, or maintains those comedians who practice unlawful mirth, he sins as encouraging them in their sin. Hence Augustine says that to give one's property to comedians is a great sin, not a virtue. Unless by chance some play actor were in extreme need, in which case one would have to assist him, for Ambrose says, "Feed him that dies of hunger, for whenever thou canst save a man by feeding him, if thou hast not fed him, thou hast slain him." Fourth Article. Whether there is a sin in lack of mirth? Objection 1. It would seem that there is no sin in lack of mirth. For no sin is prescribed to a penitent. But Augustine, speaking of a penitent, says, "Let him refrain from games and the sights of the world, if he wishes to obtain the grace of a full pardon." Therefore there is no sin in lack of mirth. Objection 2. Further, no sin is included in the praise given to holy men. But some persons are praised for having refrained from mirth, for it is written in Jeremiah 15:17, "I sat not in the assembly of jesters," and in Tobias 3:17, "Never have I joined myself with them that play, neither have I made myself partaker with them that walk in lightness." Therefore there can be no sin in the lack of mirth. Objection 3. Further, Andronicus counts austerity to be one of the virtues, and he describes it as a habit whereby a man neither gives nor receives the pleasures of conversation. Now this pertains to the lack of mirth. Therefore the lack of mirth is virtuous rather than sinful. On the contrary, the Philosopher in Ethics 2:7 and Ethics 4:8 reckons the lack of mirth to be a vice. I answer that, in human affairs whatever is against reason is a sin. Now it is against reason for a man to be burdensome to others, by offering no pleasure to others, and by hindering their enjoyment. Wherefore Seneca says, "Let your conduct be guided by wisdom, so that no one will think you rude, or despise you as a cad." Now a man who is without mirth is not only lacking in playful speech, but is also burdensome to others, since he is deaf to the moderate mirth of others. Consequently they are vicious, and are said to be boorish or rude, as the Philosopher states in Ethics 4:8. Since, however, mirth is useful for the sake of the rest and pleasure it affords, and since in human life pleasure and rest are not in quest for their own sake, but for the sake of operation, as stated in Ethics 10:6, it follows that lack of mirth is less sinful than excess thereof. Hence the Philosopher says in Ethics 9:10, "We should make few friends for the sake of pleasure, since but little sweetness suffices to season life, just as little salt suffices for our meat." Reply Obj. 1. Mirth is forbidden the penitent, because he is called upon to mourn for his sins. Nor does this imply a vice in default, because this very diminishment of mirth in them is in accordance with reason. Reply Obj. 2. Jeremiah speaks there in accordance with the times, the state of which required that man should mourn, wherefore he adds, "I sat alone, because thou hast filled me with threats." The words of Tobias 3 refer to excessive mirth, and this is evident from his adding, "Neither have I made myself partaker with them that walk in lightness." Reply Obj. 3. Austerity, as a virtue, does not exclude all pleasures, but only such as are excessive and inordinate. Wherefore it would seem to pertain to affability, which the Philosopher, in Ethics 4:6, calls friendliness, or eutrapelia, otherwise wittiness. Nevertheless, he names and defines it thus in respect of its agreement with temperance, to which it belongs to restrain pleasure.
End of question 168. Read by Michael Shane Craig Lambert, LC. Question 169 of Summa Theologica Secunda Secundae. Treatise on the Cardinal Virtues. The virtue of temperance. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Summa Theologica Secunda Secundae. Treatise on the Cardinal Virtues. The virtue of temperance. By St. Thomas Aquinas. Translated by the Fathers of the English Dominican Province.
Question 169. Of modesty in the outward apparel, in 2 articles. We must now consider modesty as connected with the outward apparel, and under this head there are 2 points of inquiry. First, whether there can be virtue and vice in connection with outward apparel. Second, whether women sin mortally by excessive adornment. First article. Whether there can be virtue and vice in connection with outward apparel. Objection 1. It would seem that there cannot be virtue and vice in connection with outward apparel. For outward adornment does not belong to us by nature, wherefore it varies according to different times and places. Hence Augustine says On Christian Doctrine 3:12 that among the ancient Romans it was scandalous for one to wear a cloak with sleeves and reaching to the ankles, whereas now it is scandalous for anyone hailing from a reputable place to be without them. Now, according to the Philosopher in Ethic. 2:1, there is in us a natural aptitude for the virtues. Therefore, there is no virtue or vice about such things. Objection 2, further, if there were virtue and vice in connection with outward attire, excess in this matter would be sinful. Now, excess in outward attire is not apparently sinful, since even the ministers of the altar use most precious vestments in the sacred ministry. Likewise, it would not seem to be sinful to be lacking in this, for it is said in praise of certain people in Hebrews 11:37, "They wandered about in sheepskins and in goatskins." Therefore, it seems that there cannot be virtue and vice in this matter. Objection 3, further, every virtue is either theological or moral or intellectual. Now, an intellectual virtue is not conversant with matter of this kind, since it is a perfection regarding the knowledge of truth. Nor is there a theological virtue connected therewith, since that has God for its object, nor are any of the moral virtues enumerated by the Philosopher in Ethic. 2:7 connected with it. Therefore, it seems that there cannot be virtue and vice in connection with this kind of attire. On the contrary, honesty pertains to virtue. Now a certain honesty is observed in the outward apparel. For Ambrose says On the Duties of the Clergy 1:19, "The body should be bedecked naturally and without affectation, with simplicity, with negligence rather than nicety, not with costly and dazzling apparel, but with ordinary clothes, so that nothing be lacking to honesty and necessity, yet nothing be added to increase its beauty." Therefore, there can be virtue and vice in the outward attire. I answer that, it is not in the outward things themselves which man uses that there is vice, but on the part of man who uses them immoderately. This lack of moderation occurs in 2 ways. First, in comparison with the customs of those among whom one lives. Wherefore Augustine says (Confess. 3:8), "Those offenses which are contrary to the customs of men are to be avoided according to the customs generally prevailing, so that a thing agreed upon and confirmed by custom or law of any city or nation may not be violated at the lawless pleasure of any, whether citizen or foreigner. For any part which harmonizeth not with its whole is offensive." Secondly, the lack of moderation in the use of these things may arise from the inordinate attachment of the user, the result being that a man sometimes takes too much pleasure in using them, either in accordance with the custom of those among whom he dwells, or contrary to such custom. Hence Augustine says (On Christian Doctrine 3:12), "We must avoid excessive pleasure in the use of things, for it leads not only wickedly to abuse the customs of those among whom we dwell, but frequently to exceed their bounds, so that, whereas it lay hidden, while under the restraint of established morality, it displays its deformity in a most lawless outbreak." In point of excess, this inordinate attachment occurs in three ways. First, when a man seeks glory from excessive attention to dress, in so far as dress and such like things are a kind of ornament. Hence Gregory says in his Homily 40 on the Gospel, "There are some who think that attention to finery and costly dress is no sin. Surely, if this were no fault, the Word of God would not say so expressly that the rich man who was tortured in hell had been clothed in purple and fine linen. No one, forsooth, seeks costly apparel, such namely as exceeds his estate, save for vainglory." Secondly, when a man seeks sensuous pleasure from excessive attention to dress, in so far as dress is directed to the body's comfort. Thirdly, when a man is too solicitous in his attention to outward apparel. Accordingly, Andronicus reckons three virtues in connection with outward attire, namely, humility, which excludes the seeking of glory, wherefore he says that humility is "the habit avoiding excessive expenditure and parade"; contentment, which excludes the seeking of sensuous pleasure, wherefore he says that "contentedness is the habit that makes a man satisfied with what is suitable, and enables him to determine what is becoming in his manner of life," according to the saying of the Apostle in 1 Timothy 6:8, "Having food wherewith to be covered, with these let us be content"; and simplicity, which excludes excessive solicitude about such things, wherefore he says that "simplicity is a habit that makes a man contented with what he has." In the point of deficiency, there may be inordinate attachment in two ways. First, through a man's neglect to give the requisite study or trouble to the use of outward apparel. Wherefore the Philosopher says in Ethic. 7:7 that "it is a mark of effeminacy to let one's cloak trail on the ground to avoid the trouble of lifting it up." Secondly, by seeking glory from the very lack of attention to outward attire. Hence Augustine says in his commentary on the Sermon of the Mount 2:12 that "not only the glare and pomp of outward things, but even dirt and the weeds of mourning may be a subject of ostentation, all the more dangerous as being a decoy under the guise of God's service." And the Philosopher says in Ethic. 4:7 that "both excess and inordinate defect are a subject of ostentation." Reply Obj. 1: Although outward attire does not come from nature, it belongs to natural reason to moderate it, so that we are naturally inclined to be the recipients of the virtue that moderates outward raiment. Reply Obj. 2: Those who are placed in a position of dignity, or again the ministers of the altar, are attired in more costly apparel than others, not for the sake of their own glory, but to indicate the excellence of their office or of the divine worship. Wherefore this is not sinful in them. Hence Augustine says On Christian Doctrine 3:12, "Whoever uses outward things in such a way as to exceed the bounds observed by the good people among whom he dwells, either signifies something by so doing, or is guilty of sin, inasmuch as he uses these things for sensual pleasure or ostentation." Likewise, there may be sin on the part of deficiency, although it is not always a sin to wear coarser clothes than other people. For if this be done through ostentation or pride, in order to set oneself above others, it is sin of superstition; whereas if this be done to tame the flesh or to humble the spirit, it belongs to the virtue of temperance. Hence Augustine says on Christian Doctrine 3:12, "Whoever uses transitory things with greater restraint than is customary with those among whom he dwells, is either temperate or superstitious." Especially, however, is the use of coarse raiment befitting to those who by word and example urge others to repentance, as did the prophets of whom the Apostle is speaking in the passage quoted. Wherefore a gloss on Matthew 3:4 says, "He who preaches penance wears the garb of penance." Reply Obj. 3: This outward apparel is an indication of man's estate, wherefore excess, deficiency, and mean therein are referable to the virtue of truthfulness, which the Philosopher (Ethic. ii, 7) assigns to deeds and words, which are indications of something connected with man's estate. Second Article. Whether the adornment of women is devoid of mortal sin? Objection 1. It would seem that the adornment of women is not devoid of mortal sin. For whatever is contrary to a precept of the divine law is a mortal sin. Now the adornment of women is contrary to a precept of the divine law, for it is written in 1 Peter 3:3, "Whose, namely a woman's, adorning, let it not be the outward plaiting of the hair, or the wearing of gold, or the putting on of apparel." Wherefore a gloss of Cyprian says, "Those who are clothed in silk and purple cannot sincerely put on Christ. Those who are bedecked with gold and pearls and trinkets have forfeited the adornments of mind and body." Now this is not done without mortal sin. Therefore the adornment of women cannot be devoid of mortal sin. Obj. 2: Further, Cyprian says, "I hold that not only virgins and widows, but also wives and all women without exception, should be admonished that nowise should they deface God's work and fabric, the clay that He hath fashioned, with the aid of yellow pigments, black powders, or rouge, or by applying any dye that alters the natural features." And afterwards he adds, "They lay hands on God, when they strive to reform what He has formed. This is an assault on the divine handiwork, a distortion of the truth. Thou shalt not be able to see God, having no longer the eyes that God made, but those the devil has unmade. With him shalt thou burn, on whose account thou art bedecked." But this is not due except to mortal sin. Therefore the adornment of women is not devoid of mortal sin. Obj. 3: Further, just as it is unbecoming for a woman to wear man's clothes, so it is unbecoming for her to adorn herself inordinately. Now the former is a sin, for it is written in Deuteronomy 22:5, "A woman shall not be clothed with man's apparel, neither shall a man use woman's apparel." Therefore it seems that also the excessive adornment of woman is a mortal sin. On the contrary, if this were true, it would seem that the makers of these means of adornment sin mortally? I answer that, as regards the adornment of women, we must bear in mind the general statements made above in Article 1 concerning outward apparel, and also something special, namely that a woman's apparel may incite men to lust, according to Proverbs 7:10. Behold, a woman meeteth him in harlot's attire, prepared to deceive souls. Nevertheless, a woman may use means to please her husband, lest through despising her he fall into adultery. Hence it is written in 1 Corinthians 7:34 that the woman that is married thinketh on the things of the world, how she may please her husband. Wherefore, if a married woman adorn herself in order to please her husband, she can do this without sin. But those women who have no husband nor wish to have one, or who are in a state of life inconsistent with marriage, cannot without sin desire to give lustful pleasure to those men who see them, because this is to incite them to sin. And if indeed they adorn themselves with this intention of provoking others to lust, they sin mortally, whereas if they do so from frivolity or from vanity for the sake of ostentation, it is not always mortal, but sometimes venial. And the same applies to men in this respect. Hence Augustine says, in his letter 245, "I do not wish you to be hasty in forbidding the wearing of gold or costly attire, except in the case of those who, being neither married nor wishful to marry, should think how they may please God, whereas the others think on the things of the world, either husbands, how they may please their wives, or wives, how they may please their husbands. Except that it is unbecoming for women, though married, to uncover their hair, since the Apostle commands them to cover their head. Yet in this case some might be excused from sin, when they do this not through vanity, but on account of some contrary custom, although such a custom is not to be commended." Reply to Obj. 1. As a gloss says on this passage, "The wives of those who were in distress despised their husbands, and decked themselves that they might please other men." And the Apostle forbids this. Cyprian is speaking in the same sense, yet he does not forbid married women to adorn themselves in order to please their husbands, lest the latter be afforded an occasion of sin with other women. Hence the Apostle says in 1 Timothy 2:9, "Women, in ornate apparel, adorning themselves with modesty and sobriety, not with plaited hair, or gold, or pearls, or costly attire." Whence we are given to understand that women are not forbidden to adorn themselves soberly and moderately, but to do so excessively, shamelessly, and immodestly. Reply to Obj. 2. Cyprian is speaking of women painting themselves. This is a kind of falsification which cannot be devoid of sin. Wherefore Augustine says in his letter 245, "To dye oneself with paints in order to have a rosier or paler complexion is a lying counterfeit. I doubt whether even their husbands are willing to be deceived by it, by whom alone, that is, the husbands, are they to be permitted, but not ordered, to adorn themselves." However, such painting does not always involve a mortal sin, but only when it is done for the sake of sensuous pleasure or in contempt of God, and it is to like cases that Cyprian refers. It must, however, be observed that it is one thing to counterfeit a beauty one has not, and another to hide a disfigurement arising from some cause such as sickness or the like. For this is lawful, since according to the Apostle in 1 Corinthians 12:23, "Such as we think to be the less honorable members of the body, about these we put more abundant honor." Reply to Obj. 3. As stated in the foregoing article, outward apparel should be consistent with the estate of the person, according to the general custom. Hence it is in itself sinful for a woman to wear man's clothes, or vice versa, especially since this may be a cause of sensuous pleasure, and it is expressly forbidden in the law, in Deuteronomy 22, because the Gentiles used to practice this change of attire for the purpose of idolatrous superstition. Nevertheless, this may be done sometimes without sin on account of some necessity, either in order to hide oneself from one's enemies, or through lack of other clothes, or for some other similar motive. Reply to Obj. 4. In the case of an art directed to the production of goods which men cannot use without sin, it follows that the workmen sin in making such things as directly affording others an occasion for sin. For instance, if a man were to make idols or anything pertaining to idolatrous worship. But in the case of an art, the products of which may be employed by man either for a good or for an evil use, such as swords, arrows, and the like, the practice of such an art is not sinful. These alone should be called arts, wherefore Chrysostom says, in his 44th homily on the Gospel of Matthew, "The name of art should be applied to those only which contribute towards and produce necessaries and mainstays of life." In the case of an art that produces things which for the most part some people put to an evil use, although such arts are not unlawful in themselves, nevertheless, according to the teaching of Plato, they should be extirpated from the state by the governing authority. Accordingly, since women may lawfully adorn themselves, whether to maintain the fitness of their estate, or even by adding something thereto, in order to please their husbands, it follows that those who make such means of adornment do not sin in the practice of their art, except perhaps by inventing means that are superfluous and fantastic. Hence Chrysostom says that even the shoemakers' and clothiers' arts stand in need of restraint, for they have lent their art to lust by abusing its needs and debasing art by art.
End of question 169. Read by Michael Shane Craig Lambert, LC. Question 170 of Summa Theologica Secunda Secundae. Treatise on the Cardinal Virtues. The Virtue of Temperance. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Summa Theologica Secunda Secundae. Treatise on the Cardinal Virtues. The Virtue of Temperance, by St. Thomas Aquinas, translated by the Fathers of the English Dominican Province. Question 170 of the Precepts of Temperance, in 2 articles. We must next consider the precepts of temperance. First, the precepts of temperance itself. Second, the precepts of its parts. First article: whether the precepts are suitably given in the divine law. Objection 1. It would seem that the precepts of temperance are unsuitably given in the divine law. Because fortitude is a greater virtue than temperance, as stated above in question 123, Article 12, and question 141, Article 8. Now there is no precept of fortitude among the precepts of the Decalogue, which are the most important among the precepts of the law. Therefore, it was unfitting to include among the precepts of the Decalogue the prohibition of adultery, which is contrary to temperance, as stated above in question 154, Articles 1 and 8. Objection 2. Further, temperance is not only about venereal matters, but also about pleasures of meat and drink. Now the precepts of the Decalogue include no prohibition of a vice pertaining to pleasures of meat and drink, or to any other species of lust. Neither, therefore, should they include a precept prohibiting adultery, which pertains to venereal pleasure. Objection 3. Further,
In the lawgiver's intention, inducement to virtue precedes the prohibition of vice, since vices are forbidden in order that obstacles to virtue may be removed. Now the precepts of the Decalogue are the most important in the divine law. Therefore, the precepts of the Decalogue should have included an affirmative precept directly prescribing the virtue of temperance, rather than a negative precept forbidding adultery, which is directly opposed thereto. On the contrary, stands the authority of Scripture in the Decalogue. Cf. Exodus chapter 20, verses 14 through 17. I answer that, as the Apostle says in 1 Timothy 1:5, "The end of the commandment is charity, which is enjoined upon us in the two precepts concerning the love of God and of our neighbor." Wherefore, the Decalogue contains those precepts which tend more directly to the love of God and of our neighbor. Now among the vices opposed to temperance, adultery would seem most of all opposed to the love of our neighbor, since thereby a man lays hold of another's property for his own use, by abusing his neighbor's wife. Wherefore the precepts of the Decalogue include a special prohibition of adultery, not only as committed in deed, but also as desired in thought. Reply Obj. 1: Among the species of vices opposed to fortitude, there is not one that is so directly opposed to the love of our neighbor as adultery, which is a species of lust that is opposed to temperance. And yet the vice of daring, which is opposed to fortitude, is wont to be sometimes the cause of murder, which is forbidden by one of the precepts of the Decalogue. For it is written in Ecclesiasticus 8:18, "Go not on the way with a bold man, lest he burden thee with his evils." Reply Obj. 2: Gluttony is not directly opposed to the love of our neighbor, as adultery is. Nor indeed is any other species of lust, for a father is not so wronged by the seduction of the virgin over whom he has no connubial right, as is the husband by the adultery of his wife. For he, not the wife herself, has power over her body. Cf. 1 Corinthians 7:4. Reply Obj. 3: As stated above in question 122, Articles 1 and 4, the precepts of the Decalogue are universal principles of the divine law. Hence they need to be common precepts. Now it was not possible to give any common affirmative precepts of temperance, because the practice of temperance varies according to different times, as Augustine remarks in On the Good of Marriage 15:7, and according to different human laws and customs. Second article: Whether the precepts of the virtues annexed to temperance are suitably given in the divine law? Objection 1: It would seem that the precepts of the virtues annexed to temperance are unsuitably given in the divine law. For the precepts of the Decalogue, as stated above in Article 1, third reply, are certain universal principles of the whole divine law. Now, pride is the beginning of all sin, according to Ecclesiasticus 10:15. Therefore, among the precepts of the Decalogue there should have been one forbidding pride. Objection 2: Further, a place before all should have been given in the Decalogue to those precepts by which men are especially induced to fulfill the law, because these would seem to be the most important. Now since humility subjects man to God, it would seem most of all to dispose man to the fulfillment of the divine law. Wherefore obedience is accounted one of the degrees of humility, as stated above in question 161, Article 6. And the same apparently applies to meekness, the effect of which is that a man does not contradict the divine Scriptures, as Augustine observes in On Christian Doctrine 2:7. Therefore it seems that the Decalogue should have contained precepts of humility and meekness. Objection 3: Further, it was stated in the foregoing article that adultery is forbidden in the Decalogue, because it is contrary to the love of our neighbor. But inordinateness of outward movements, which is contrary to modesty, is opposed to neighborly love, wherefore Augustine says in his rule, "In all your movements let nothing be done to offend the eye of any person whatever." Therefore it seems that this kind of inordinateness should have also been forbidden by a precept of the Decalogue. On the contrary, suffices the authority of Scripture. I answer that, the virtues annexed to temperance may be considered in two ways: first, in themselves; secondly, in their effects. Considered in themselves, they have no direct connection with the love of God or of our neighbor; rather do they regard a certain moderation of things pertaining to man himself. But considered in their effects, they may regard the love of God or of our neighbor; and in this respect the Decalogue contains precepts that relate to the prohibition of the effects of the vices opposed to the parts of temperance. Thus the effect of anger, which is opposed to meekness, is sometimes that a man goes on to commit murder, and this is forbidden in the Decalogue; and sometimes that he refuses due honor to his parents, which may also be the result of pride, which leads many to transgress the precepts of the first table. Reply Obj. 1: Pride is the beginning of sin, but it lies hidden in the heart, and its inordinateness is not perceived by all in common. Hence there was no place for its prohibition among the precepts of the Decalogue, which are like first self-evident principles. Reply Obj. 2: Those precepts which are essentially an inducement to the observance of the law presuppose the law to be already given, wherefore they cannot be first precepts of the law so as to have a place in the Decalogue. Reply Obj. 3: Inordinate outward movement is not injurious to one's neighbor, if we consider the species of the act, as are murder, adultery, and theft, which are forbidden in the Decalogue, but only as being signs of an inward inordinateness, as stated above in Q. 168, Art. 1, first and third replies. End of question 170. Read by Michael Shane Craig Lambert, L.C. End of Summa Theologica Pars Secunda Secundae, Treatise on the Cardinal Virtues: Prudence, Justice, Fortitude, and Temperance.
Chapter 0 of the War of Antichrist with the Church and Christian Civilization. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Scott Foster. The War of Antichrist with the Church and Christian Civilization by Monsignor George F. Dillon. Preface. The following pages contain the substance of 2 lectures given a few months ago in Edinburgh. The selection of subjects upon which they treat, and indeed the fact of their being delivered at all, were, it may be said, accidental. The author, a missionary priest, was, after over 20 years' labor in Australia, compelled for health reasons to visit Europe, and during the past season took advantage of an opportunity to make a tour through Scotland. His object in visiting that historic land was first to gratify his Scotch friends and converts in Australia by a sojourn, however brief, in a country, and in several special localities of it, which he knew to be very dear to them; and next to satisfy his own desire of seeing the progress of religion in that as well as in the other portions of the British Islands which he had already visited. The condition of the Church in Ireland and her advance amidst the adverse influences with which she has had to contend in England and Scotland are of intense interest to Australian Catholics, and an Australian missionary who visits these countries is supposed to bring back much information regarding the state of religion in each one of them. Scotland, besides, is so full of historic reminiscences, and so favoured by nature with splendid scenery, that a visit to Europe is incomplete without a look upon its rugged hills, its romantic lakes, and lovely valleys, now made so interesting by the works of Sir Walter Scott and other writers. The land once evangelized by Columba and his bands of missionary saints has besides an indescribable charm for a Catholic missionary. He went, therefore, with great pleasure to Scotland, and he cannot speak too highly or too thankfully of the kindness which the venerable Archbishop of Glasgow, the bishops and the clergy he happened to meet with, showed him. But, with the exception of a Sunday sermon to oblige the good pastor of whatever locality he happened to pass through, it was his fixed intention not to speak publicly during his rather rapid progress through the country. It happened, however, that on coming to Edinburgh he found an old and very dear friend and college companion in charge of the most populous Catholic district of the metropolis, and in deference to the earnest solicitations of that friend, he departed from his resolution, and gave during the few days his stay lasted, first, a lecture on secret societies for the benefit of a large and flourishing Catholic association for men, and secondly, as a sequel to that, a lecture on the spoliation of the propaganda. Both lectures were delivered extemporaneously, that is to say, so far as the language which conveyed their substance was concerned. The matter, however, had been made familiar to the speaker by many years of observation and reading. Very flattering, and in some cases very full reports of them appeared in Catholic newspapers. The report of the principal Protestant organ of public opinion in Edinburgh, the Scotsman, was very fair, but another paper bitterly resented what it chose to consider an attack on Freemasonry and freedom. It was not, however, so much in the hope of diverting Protestants from Freemasonry as in the desire to show to Catholics that all kinds of secret societies were as bad as, if not worse than, Freemasonry, were in fact united with and under the rule of the worst form of Freemasonry, that the lecturer essayed to speak at all upon the subject. If what he said could influence anyone outside the Church from joining the worse than folly of British Masonry, he would rejoice at the result. But his principal aim was to save his own co-religionists from an evil far more pernicious to them than British Masonry has ever been to Protestants. In this latter design he was glad to learn that he had considerable success, and amongst those who heard or read his utterances, very many expressed a desire to see what he happened to have said in a permanent form. Notwithstanding the difficulties of doing this with any effect during a vacation tour, he determined at whatever cost to himself to gratify their wishes, and therefore took advantage of a few weeks' rest while spending Christmas in his alma mater, All Hallows College, Dublin, to put both lectures into the shape in which he now presents them to such as may desire to read them. It must, however, be remembered that these lectures are nothing more than what they were originally. That is, casual discourses, and not formal and exhaustive treatises on the subjects upon which they touch. For convenience he has divided each one into separate headings, and where necessary to illustrate the text he has added notes. These are necessary in order to form a clear idea of the whole matter treated. Notes, however, are not always proofs, and proofs, however difficult to be obtained against opponents intent on concealment, must nevertheless be forthcoming in order to convince. He has, therefore, embodied in the text several documents which were only referred to, or but partially quoted in the spoken lectures. Those now occupy many pages of the lecture upon secret societies, and will, he believes, be read with considerable interest by such as have not previously been acquainted with them. The permanent instruction, and the letters of Vindex and Piccolo Tigre, originally published by M. Cretineau Joly from the archives of the Alta Vendita, after they were fortunately discovered by the Roman police, are of this class. Certain extracts are also given of equal value. Most of those documents have been translated into English from French translations of the original Italian and German, and one passage, that of Mr. Robison on Freemasonry as the cause of the first French Revolution, is taken from a translation from the English into French, redone into English, as it was impossible to find the original work of Mr. Robison, which, though extremely valuable, is, he believes, long out of print. The documents regarding the spoliation of the propaganda have been translated from the Latin and Italian originals. He has endeavored to translate all such documents as literally as possible, so as to preserve their value as evidences. The first lecture, which he has entitled The War of Antichrist with the Church and Christian Civilization, is intended to treat, in as brief space as possible, the whole question of secret atheistic organization, its origin, its nature, its history in the last century and in this, and its unity of satanic purpose in a wonderful diversity of forms. To do this with effect, it was necessary to go over a large area of ground, and to touch upon a great variety of topics. The writer was conscious that much of this ground and many of these topics would be very much better known to a large number of his readers than to himself. Nearly every matter he had to speak about had been already very frequently handled ably and exhaustively in our Catholic reviews, magazines, and newspapers. But notwithstanding this fact, very few, if any, attempts have been made in our language to treat the subject as a whole. Many articles which he has seen propose to treat some one feature only of the atheistic conspiracy, for example, Freemasonry, or the infidel war upon Christian education and Christian institutions, or the revolution in Italy, or the efforts of sectaries against the temporal power of the Pope and against the welfare of Christian states generally. Several writers appeared to assume as known that which was really unknown to very many, and few touched at all upon the fact, a fact no doubt difficult to prove from the strict and ably guarded secrecy which protects it, of the supreme direction given to the universality of secret societies from a guiding, governing, and, even to the rank and file of the members of the secret societies themselves, unknown and invisible junta ceaselessly sitting in dark conclave and guiding the whole mass of the secret societies of the world. If it be difficult at this moment to point out the place of meeting and the members of that powerful body, its existence can be proved from past discoveries of the secret workings of the order, and from present unity of action in numberless occurring circumstances amongst a vast multitude of men, whose essential organization consists in blind obedience to orders coming down through many degrees from an unknown source which thinks and orders for the purposes of the whole conspiracy. The great object, in order to understand the nature of such a conspiracy, is to find out the ends for which those who framed or adopted it took it up. For instance, infidelity, as it is now known in the world, never, it may be said, existed to any appreciable extent before the time of Voltaire. Voltaire devoted his whole life to spread infidelity and destroy Christianity. When we see Voltaire and his disciples eagerly seize upon Freemasonry, and zealously propagate it as a means to their ends, we may reasonably infer it was because they judged Masonry fitting for their infidel and anti-Christian purposes. This is further confirmed when we see Masonry adopted by all men of their principles without exception. And it becomes proved to demonstration when we see its organization seized upon as the basis of further and more complex planning for the avowed purposes of ruining Christianity and placing atheism in its stead. French atheism, using Masonry thus perfected, produced what it aimed at during the Reign of Terror in France, which, as we shall see, is only a prelude to what it means one day to accomplish throughout the entire world. In order to make these facts clear, the writer, so far as the form of a single lecture would allow, has given as much of the history and character of both Voltaire and Freemasonry as might serve to show the adaptability of the latter to the designs of the former. He has spoken of the union and illuminism of Masonry through the instrumentality of Weishaupt, and has shown the immediate consequences of the organization and influence of that arch-conspirator in the first French Revolution and its outcome, the Consulate and the Empire. He deemed it a duty to dispel the glamour of false glory which many Christian writers have aided in throwing over Napoleon I, a real child of Freemasonry and Revolution, and to represent him in his true colors. For though it cannot be denied that Napoleon restored the Church, it is equally true that his half-hearted measures in favor of religion tended to deaden that strong reaction against atheism which even Robespierre's attempts could not control. While the encouragement he gave to Freemasonry caused that organization to so powerfully permeate Europe that it has since controlled the civilized world with a subtle, powerful force, which nothing has been able to stay save the Catholic Church alone. Under the headings mentioned, the author has given the salient phases of the action of the whole dread conspiracy. He has dwelt at considerable length on its efforts in Italy and in Europe generally. He has given in extenso documents of the dark directory which rules all the secret societies of the world. These documents give the key to that satanic policy which guides the Revolution to this day. He adopts the opinion of Eckert, Deschamps, Ségur, and other grave continental authorities as to the fact that Lord Palmerston succeeded Nubius as chief of the Inner Circle, and consequently Grand Patriarch of all the secret societies of the world. And he judges this not only from the testimony of Henry Misley, one of the Alta Vendita under Nubius and Palmerston, but much more from the suicidal revolutionary policy which Palmerston adopted when Foreign Minister of England, and which leaves that country now without an ally in the world. This policy suited the conspirators of Europe, but no man should have known better than Palmerston that it could not suit Great Britain. It was the reversal of all that the best British statesmen had adopted as safeguards against the recurrence of Bonapartism and revolution after the peace obtained at Waterloo. But Palmerston was made a monarch to become a slave to the secret sects, and for their view he unceasingly labored, regardless of country or of any other consideration. The existence of two parties in secret society organization is a fact not generally known, but it explains many things in events daily occurring both on the continent and at home, which would be otherwise inexplicable. It explains how ministers like Cavour can sometimes, in play of course, imprison generals like Garibaldi, how Thiers could crush the Commune, and how Ferry can make show of being adverse to anarchists in Paris. Nevertheless, the anarchists are the children of the Sovereign Directory. Their highest leaders are men of the inner circle. If policy requires a revolution or an outrage, anarchists of the rank and file are led on to make it, and are generally left also to their fate, a fate in its turn made use of for the purposes of the general revolution. The inner circle of high conspirators, in the solitude of their dark plottings, manage all and find uses for all. Politics with them are mere playthings. Upon great social movements, upon discontented populations, upon corruption, distraction, and contention, they rely to bring their one redoubted enemy, the Catholic Church, to what they call the tomb. There are few people on earth more concerned with this fact than the Irish people. The Irish people are now found not only in Ireland, but outside Ireland in large centres of industry, where action of the International Association of Workmen and other kindred working men's associations have most influence. It must be borne in mind that the amelioration in the condition of the working man is never attempted by the International without coupling with it the strongest hatred for Christianity. Nothing proves more clearly its origin and its connection with the supreme directory of the cosmopolitan atheistic conspiracy against religion and order than this one fact. In 1870 the Society had on its rolls 10 millions of members. Its numbers have yearly increased since. At the famous International Congress held in Geneva in 1868, it formulated the following declaration, which has since been more than once acted on by its members on the continent. Manifesto. The object of the International Association of Workmen, as of every other socialist association, is to do away with the parasite and the pariah. Now what parasite can be compared to the priest who takes away the pence of the poor and of the widow by means of lying? What outcast more miserable than the Christian pariah? God and Christ, these citizen providences, have been at all times the armor of capital and the most sanguinary enemies of the working classes. It is owing to God and to Christ that we remain to this day in slavery. It is by deluding us with lying hopes that the priests have caused us to accept all the sufferings of this earth. It is only after sweeping away all religion and after tearing up even to the last roots every religious idea, Christian and every other whatsoever, that we can arrive at our political and social ideal. Let Jesus look after his heaven. We believe only in humanity. It would be but to fail in all our duties were we to cease, even for a second, to pursue the monsters who have tortured us. Down, then, with God and Christ. Down with the despots of heaven and earth. Death to the priests. Such is the motto of our grand crusade. This address gives the true spirit and aim of the International League, which has emissaries everywhere striving to decoy working men into secret society intrigues. In America it has already led Irish Catholic laborers into lamentable excesses. It has under its control some seemingly laudable benefit societies which it uses as a means to draw Catholics gradually from the influence of the Church. The necessity, therefore, of being prepared for its efforts must be evident to everyone. From the general consideration of secret societies, the author turns to their action amongst ourselves. He gives the most salient features of British Freemasonry, its oaths, passwords, and signs. He shows to what extent it differs from continental Masonry, and how it is essentially unlawful and dangerous. He then passes to the principal point of his lecture, so far as his auditory were concerned, Fenianism. All that he had stated before here becomes of use as explanatory of the nature of that mischievous conspiracy which had its rise, development, and ending, if indeed it has ended, while the author was engaged upon the Australian mission. But he has given ample proof of its designs from admitted authorities. The history of its founders he has taken from a source that cannot be impugned, the works of the late Mr. A.M. Sullivan of The Nation. The other articles on the sad endings of the conspirators and the wonderful indestructibility of Irish faith rest upon their own merits. A discourse which aimed at illustrating the words of our Holy Father Leo XIII could not be complete without a reference to such societies as the wisdom of the great Pontiff has pointed out as fitted for Christian men. The author therefore speaks in favor of the excellent temperance society he found already in action, connected with the Catholic Institute as a sovereign antidote against secret societies of every description, and as the best remedy for those ills he could not help witnessing when passing through Edinburgh and other great centres of population in England and Scotland. He plainly refers to the evil which certain idle agitators bring in those cities amongst poor, good-natured, but credulous Irish Catholic working men. He believes that 9/10 of the pabulum which keeps such pernicious seducers in employment would be destroyed if Irish working men could be removed from the influence of persons who make profit out of their unfortunate drinking habits, and that misfortune of nearly every temporal kind would cease for them if they became temperate and continued to practice those virtues which Catholic confraternities with strict sobriety as a first rule foster. He has therefore given his aid in advocacy of such societies as are calculated to keep the Irish in England and in Scotland, and indeed everywhere, sober, a quality which, with habits of industry, economy, and thrift, enables them to live happily, and to bring up families educated, fairly provided for, and a credit instead of a shame to the country and the religion of their parents. The necessity of compressing a large amount of matter into the small space at his disposal has caused many of the topics touched upon to be treated very inadequately considering their claims to attention. He has, however, given as much fact and matter as he could, even at the risk of occasionally sacrificing smoothness and ease in writing. His desire was to give within the shortest limits as full, complete, and consecutive a view as possible of the whole subject he undertook to treat. Under any one of the headings given, a volume, and in some cases a very large and interesting volume, could be written. Facts, however, tell for themselves, and in most instances he has left to the intelligent reader the task of drawing the inferences. Indeed, his principal object in printing these lectures at all, and his chief hope, has been to direct the attention of those whom it most concerns to the question of secret organizations as a whole, to point out the fact that there exists an able, vigilant body of men trained for years in the work of conspiracy, who never cease to plot for the destruction of Christianity and of Christian social order amongst mankind, and that the success of these men has hitherto arisen mainly from their astute and ceaseless efforts to remain concealed. The world in all its past history has never been accustomed to deal with such a body. The sworn secret society anywhere is what Mr. A. M. Sullivan tells us it is, in his admirable description of its action in Dublin in his time. Its policy, then, was to stifle every form of Irish public opinion except that which supported its own views. Every other expression was to be prevented by emissaries who found their way into every popular gathering, and by secret concert, known to themselves alone, and not even so much as suspected by others, were able to make public opinion seem to be in favor of the policy of their chiefs. If these emissaries failed, others of the secret brotherhood menaced the adverse popular leaders with loss of business and character, with violence, and even death. With every one of these evils the secret society men of the time threatened Mr. Sullivan. He, however, foiled their astuteness and braved their menaces. He succeeded in escaping, but it was much more owing to the conscience remaining amongst some of the Irish Fenians than to the mercy of the organization itself. This incident, which is related at length in Mr. Sullivan's New Ireland, gives a true idea of the action of every secret society organization, working, under many apparent public pretenses, for the ends of its chiefs. The ruses of a bird to draw away attention from the nest of its young is but a faint resemblance of what every secret society does to avoid detection, either of itself or of its intentions or doings. It scruples to commit no crime, not even murder, to divert suspicion, and to remain concealed. Concealment is, and has been from the beginning, the very essence of its inward organism and of its outward policy. It is vain, therefore, to suppose that because no visible manifestation of its presence appears, or because some evidences, always suspicious when they are shown, of its dying out or becoming ridiculous, impotent, or dead, appear, that there is no further danger to be dreaded from its attempts. It has the cunning of the serpent and the patience too. It can feign itself dead to save its head from being crushed. The author of these pages was assured in Rome that it was all nonsense to suppose that secret societies any longer existed in Ireland, that they were the things of the past which Irish faith had banished. In a few days after, however, the world was startled by the deeds of the Invincibles, led on, as was subsequently discovered, by a miscreant who had used the cloak of the most sacred practices of religion to conceal his real character and to win confederates, and then victims, to his infernal designs. Now, if the following pages prove anything, it is that over the whole world there exists a formidable conspiracy, the War of Antichrist, carried on by a secret directory ruling every form of secret society on earth, and losing no chance of seducing men from God by first bringing them, under some pretense or other, within its ranks. It is certain that this directory will not lose sight of the Irish race in the future any more than in the past, that most likely in the future its plans for seducing them from or turning them, for political or other reasons, against the Church will be laid more astutely and less visibly than ever. These methods by which these high conspirators deceive change continually, and in the constantly recurring political agitations of Ireland a wide field is open which they are certain to cultivate to the best advantage for the ruin of souls. Unceasing vigilance is required, therefore, to guard against their machinations, and unceasing diligence in exposing their aims. The Holy Father, in his late celebrated bull, Humanum Genus, has therefore manifested his desire that the bishops, the clergy, and even the laity of the Church should join in exposing Freemasonry and other such societies. But without a proper knowledge of the conspiracy as a whole, that cannot be done. The author attempts to give such knowledge, but he hopes that his efforts may be improved upon by others more able than himself, and that he may have the happiness before long of seeing some compendium of the whole subject in English, which might form a textbook for seminarists and others to whom the future fate of the people of God in dangerous days is to be committed. All he could do in the time at his disposal was to give a popular idea of the subject. The works which he has chiefly used for this purpose are those of Cretineau Joly, Eckert, Ségur, Dubanloup, and Deschamps, as edited by M. Claude Janet, together with the current information given in the Civilita Catholica and other Catholic reviews and periodicals. He believes, moreover, that as philosophical studies of the soundest kind on the basis of St. Thomas have, through the care of the Holy Father, assumed their proper influence in ecclesiastical education, seminarists, and others also, should study the practical growth of these pantheistic and immoral principles to which that philosophy is opposed. The fundamental basis of Freemasonry, as perverted or illuminated by Weishaupt, is pantheism, and positivism and all the isms which the philosophers of the sect have since introduced are meant ultimately to cause pantheism and its attendant practical immorality to dominate over the earth. It is a new form of the oldest seduction. Eat the forbidden fruit, and ye shall be as gods, knowing good from evil, and is always accompanied with that other lie of the liar and the murderer from the beginning, no, ye shall not die the death. Furthermore, it must be remembered that the secret societies have little dread of mere denunciation. Exposition, calm and just, is that of which they are most afraid. The masses in them are nearly always in that sad condition through deception. The light thrown vividly upon the real nature of the secret sect, the gentle, kind indulgence of the Church mourning over the ruin and yearning for the return of her children, put before them, will do wonders to win back Irish victims from secret societies. Mere abuse does no good. For the rest, prevention is better than cure, and the time seems to have arrived when in schools, in preparation for First Communion, in constant, well-judged recurrence in the instructions given to the people, in lectures and articles in our Catholic newspapers, the evil of secret societies, too sure to manifest itself in many countries, should be made known to all classes of the faithful, who can thus be easily trained in such a way as to treat the secret society or any emanation from it as their ancestors treated heresy, and reject, even at the peril of their lives, the unclean thing. Sound Catholic associations, temperance, and pious confraternities are the remedies pointed out by the Holy Father, and these will preserve the portions of the flock already untainted, and retain those whom grace and zeal may bring back to the fold of Christ. End of the preface.
Chapter 1 of The War of Antichrist with the Church and Christian Civilization. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Fred Abood. The War of Antichrist with the Church and Christian Civilization by Monsignor George F. Dillon. Chapter 1. The War of Antichrist with the Church and Christian Civilization. Monsignor Smith, Reverend Fathers, Ladies and Gentlemen, it gives me, indeed, great pleasure to find the Catholic body in this great city possessed of such a valuable and, I may add, magnificent block of buildings as that which forms this Catholic Institute, and to know that over 900 of the Catholic young men of Edinburgh are gathered together by its means for mutual improvement and for moral and religious aims. I feel proud of it, as the work of my friend and fellow student, Father Hannon, your respected pastor. I am sure his energies, which have been in other directions, in the erection and sustenance of your extensive parochial schools, for instance, so well employed, could not be afterwards put to better purpose than in forming and watching over such an institution. A Catholic society founded on the spiritual lines of this society, and enjoying its advantages in a temporal sense, is, in fact, nowadays, a necessity. It takes up and protects the Catholic boy at the most perilous and decisive period of his life, that is, when he leaves the employments and restraints of his school days to learn some trade or profession. It keeps him until manhood well removed from those dangerous and seductive associations, so common in all large cities. It gives him rational amusement and the means of self-improvement. It causes him to frequent the sacraments, to practice prayer, to be provident, temperate, industrious, and above all, religious. It places him in constant communication with, and therefore under, the special care of his pastor. It is, in fact, the special antidote which our present Holy Father, whom may God long preserve to us, advises the bishops of the Catholic Church to employ throughout the world against the poisonous influence of those secret societies which the demon has rendered so general and so disastrous in our days. Speaking of the operative classes, Leo XIII says in his celebrated encyclical Humanum Genus of this year, "Those who sustain themselves by the labor of their own hands, besides being by their very condition most worthy above all others of charity and consolation, are also especially exposed to the allurements of men whose ways lie in fraud and deceit. Therefore, they ought to be helped with the greatest possible kindness, and be invited to join societies that are good, lest they be drawn away to others that are evil." These words of the Holy Father came very forcibly to my mind when I was shown, on last Saturday, the fine hall in which we are now assembled, the library and study rooms, and the various means for recreation and improvement attached to this building. I was specially pleased to see so many young men innocently enjoying themselves, or usefully employed, on a day which, of all other days of the week, is the one which most invites the youth of our cities to dissipation and sin. And so it happened that when Father Hannon asked me to say a few words, by which I suppose he meant the lecture advertised in this morning's papers, on this Monday evening, I could not well refuse. And, as the time for preparation was very short, I determined to say the few words on the conflict which, during this and the last century, has taken place between the Church of Christ and atheism. My reason was, because I knew that atheism, closely massed and astutely organized, not only has sought, but still seeks, the destruction of the Church, and the destruction of the souls which it is her mission to save. And as the Catholic Young Men's Society of Edinburgh is one of those beneficent associations pointed out by the Vicar of Christ as the special means for defeating the designs of atheism, I believe I cannot do a more appropriate, or indeed a greater service, than by unfolding what these designs really are. In this, as in all matters of importance, to be forewarned is to be forearmed. And it is specially necessary to be forewarned when we have to contend with an adversary who uses secrecy, fraud, and deceit. We shall see then that all the organizations of atheism appear at first, as does their author Satan, clothed in the raiment of angels of light, with their malignity, their infidelity, and their ultimate designs always most carefully hidden. They come amongst all the faithful, but more especially amongst young men, to seduce and to ruin them, never showing, but when forced to do so, the cloven foot, and employing a million means to seem to be what they are not. It is therefore, first of all, necessary to unmask them, and this is precisely what the Supreme Pontiff asks the pastors of the universal fold to do as the best means of destroying their influence. But, he says in the encyclical already quoted, as it benefits our pastoral office that we ourselves should point out some suitable way of proceeding, we wish it to be your rule, first of all, to tear away the mask from Freemasonry, and to let it be seen as it really is, and by instructions and pastoral letters to instruct the people as to the artifices used by societies of this kind in seducing men and enticing them into their ranks, and as to the depravity of their opinions and the wickedness of their acts. In this extract, the Holy Father makes special mention of Freemasonry, but remember, not of Freemasonry only. He speaks of other secret societies. These other secret societies are identical with Freemasonry, no matter by what name they may be called, and they are frequently the most depraved forms of Freemasonry. And though what is known in these islands as Freemasonry may not be so malignant as its kind is on the continent, though it may have little or no hold at all upon the mass of Catholics in English-speaking countries, still we shall see that like every secret society in existence, it is a danger for the nation and for individuals, and is hidden within it the same atheism and hostility to Christianity which the worst continental Freemasonry possesses. These it develops to the initiated in the higher degrees, and makes manifest to all the world in time. The truth is that every secret society is framed and adapted to make men the enemies of God and of His Church, and to subvert faith, and there is not one, no matter on what pretext it may be founded, which does not fall under the management of a supreme directory governing all the secret societies on earth. The one aim of this directory is to uproot Christianity and the Christian social order as well as the Church from the world. In fact, to eradicate the name of Christ and the very Christian idea from the minds and the hearts of men. This it is determined to do by every means, but especially by fraud and force. That is, by first using wiles and deceit, until the atheistic conspiracy grows strong enough for measures as violent and remorseless in all countries as it exercised in one country during the first French Revolution. I believe this secret atheistic organization to be nothing less than the evil which we have been long warned against by our blessed Lord Himself, as the supreme conflict between the Church and Satan's followers. It is the commencement of the contest which must take place between Christ and Antichrist, and nothing therefore can be more necessary than that the elect of God should be warned of its nature and its aims. With your permission, then, I shall glance tonight first at the rise and the nature of atheism itself, and its rapid advance among those sections of Christians most liable from position and surroundings to be led astray by it, and then at the use it has made of Freemasonry for its propagandism and for its contemplated destruction of Christianity. We shall see its depravity perfected by what is called Illuminism, and we shall see that however checked it may have been by the reaction consequent upon the exercises of its first revolution, it has not only outlived that reaction, but has grown wiser for doing an evil more extended and more complete. We shall see how its chiefs have succeeded in mastering and directing every kind of secret association, whether springing from itself or coming into existence by the force of its example only, and have used and are using them all to its advantage. We shall see the sleepless vigilance which this organized atheism exercises, and thus come to know that our best, our only resource is to fly its emissaries and draw nearer in affection and in effect to the teachings of the Church and her supreme visible head on earth, who can never deceive us and whom the hosts of Satan can never deceive. We shall see that the voice of the Vicar of Christ has been raised against secret associations from the beginning to this hour, and that the directions which we receive from that infallible voice can alone save us from the wiles and deceits of a conspiracy so formidable, so active, so malignant, and so dangerous. End of Chapter 1. Chapter 2 of The War of Antichrist with the Church and Christian Civilization. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Fred Abood. The War of Antichrist with the Church and Christian Civilization by Monsignor George F. Dillon. Chapter 2. The Rise of Atheism in Europe. In order, then, to comprehend thoroughly the nature of the conspiracy I speak of, it will be necessary to go back to the opening of the last century and contemplate the rise and advance of the atheism and anti-Christianity which it now spreads rapidly through the earth. As that century opened, it disclosed a world suffering from a multitude of evils. The so-called Reformation, which arose and continued to progress during the two preceding centuries, had well nigh run its course. It had ceased to be a persecuting force on the continent, and only for reasons of plunder continued to use the weapons of oppression in Ireland. Scarcely a shred of the original doctrines of Luther remained as he had left them, yet no signs of return to the Church were to be observed amongst his followers. Malignant hatred of the spouse of Christ continued, when the reasons alleged for the malignity had departed. Amidst the multitude at the time calling themselves Protestants, little remained certain in Christian belief. The principle of private judgment introduced in apparent zeal for the pure worship and doctrine of Christ had ended in leaving no part of the teaching of Christ unchallenged. It had rendered his divinity disbelieved in, and his very existence doubted, by many who yet called themselves his followers. Socinus and his nephew had succeeded in binding the various groups of Polish and German Protestants in a league where nothing was required but undying hatred and opposition to the Catholic Church. Bayle threw doubt upon everything, and Spinoza destroyed the little respect left for the deity in the system of Socinus by introducing pantheism to the world. In effect, both the deists and the pantheists of that period were atheists. Whether they held that everything was God, or that God was not such a God as Christians hold him to be, they did away with belief in the true God, and raised up an impossible being of their own imagination in his stead. In life, in conduct, and in adoration of God, they were practical atheists, and soon manifested that hatred for the truth which the atheist is sure to possess. Their theories made headway early in the century throughout Central Europe and England. Bolingbroke, Shaftesbury, and the elite amongst the statesmen and literary aristocracy of the reign of Queen Anne were infidels. Tyndall, Collins, Woolston, Toland, and Chubbs were as advanced as Tom Paine was, later on, in the way of atheism. But however much England and Germany had advanced their Protestantism to what was called free thinking, both were soon destined to be eclipsed in that sad progress by Catholic and monarchical France. France owes this evil preeminence to one individual who, though largely assisted in his road to ruin by Bale, and subsequently by association with English infidels, had yet enough of innate wickedness in himself to outstrip them all. That individual was Voltaire. End of chapter 2.
Chapter 3 of the War of Antichrist with the Church and Christian Civilization. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Scott Foster. The War of Antichrist with the Church and Christian Civilization by Monsignor George F. Dillon. Chapter 3, Voltaire. I shall have to occupy your attention for some little time with the career of this abandoned, unhappy, but most extraordinary man. It was in his day and by his means that the atheism which occupies us this evening became perfected, generalized, and organized for the destruction of Christianity, Christian civilization, and all religion. He was the first, and remains still the greatest of its apostles. There is not one of its dark principles which he did not teach and advocate. And from his writings and by their means the intellectual and every other form of war against the Catholic Church and the cause of Christ are carried on to this day and will be to the end. His real name was Francis Mary Arouet, but for some reason which has never been clearly explained, he chose to call himself Voltaire. He was the son of good parents, and by position and education should have been an excellent Catholic. He was trained by the very Jesuits whom he afterwards so hated and persecuted. He was destined for the profession of the law, and made good progress in literary studies. But the corruption of the age in which he lived soon seized upon him, overmastered him, and bore him along in a current which in his case did not end in vice only, but in vice which sought its own justification in infidelity. From the beginning the fool said in his heart, "There is no God," and in the days of Voltaire the number of these fools was indeed infinite. Never before was vice so rampant in countries calling themselves Christian. If the gospel was preached at all in that age, it was certainly to the poor, for the rich, as a rule, to which there were, thank God, many exceptions, seemed so sunk in vice as to not believe in a particle of it. The courts of Europe were in general corrupt to the core, and the court of the most Christian king was perhaps the most abandoned, in a wide sense, of them all. The court of Catherine of Russia was a scene of unblushing lewdness. The court of Frederick of Prussia was so corrupt that it cannot be described without doing violence to decency, and even to humanity. The Regent Orleans and Louis XV had carried license to such an extent as to render the court of Versailles a veritable pandemonium. The vices of royalty infected the nobles and all others who were so unfortunate as to be permitted to frequent courts. Vice, in fact, was the fashion, and numbers of all classes, not excepting the poorest, wallowed in it. As a consequence, the libertines of the period hated the Church, which alone, amidst the universal depravity, raised her voice for purity. They took up warmly, therefore, the movements which, within or without her pale, were likely to do her damage. With a sure instinct they sided in France with Gallicanism and Jansenism, and they welcomed the new infidelity which came over from England and Germany with unconcealed gladness. Voltaire appeared in French society at this most opportune moment for the advancement of their views. Witty, sarcastic, gay, vivacious, he soon made his way amongst the voluptuaries who then filled Paris. His conduct and habit of ridiculing religion and royalty brought him, however, into disfavor with the government, and at the age of 27 we find him in the Bastille. Liberated from this prison in 1727, but only on condition of exile, he crossed over to England, where he finally adopted those infidel and anti-Christian principles which made him, for the half-century through which he afterwards lived, what Cretineau-Joly very justly calls the most perfect incarnation of Satan that the world ever saw. The Society of Freemasons was just then perfected in London, and Voltaire, at the instance of his infidel associates, joined one of its lodges, and he left England, where he had been during the years 1726 to 27 and 28, an adept in both infidelity and Freemasonry. He returned to the Continent, with bitterness rankling his breast against monarchical government which had imprisoned and exiled him, against the Bastille where he was immured, and above all against the Catholic Church and her divine founder. Christ and his Church condemned his excesses, and to the overthrow of both he devoted himself with an ardor and a malignity more characteristic certainly of a demon than of a man. A master of French prose hardly ever equaled and never perhaps excelled, and a graceful and correct versifier, his writings against morality and religion grew into immense favor with the corrupt reading public of his day. He was a perfect adept in the use of ridicule, and he employed it with remorseless and blasphemous force against everything pure and sacred. He had as little respect for the honor or welfare of his country as he had for the sanctity of religion. His ruffian pen attacked the fair fame of the Maid of Orleans with as little scruple as it cast shame upon the consecrated servants of Christ. For Christ he had but one feeling, eternal, contemptuous hatred. His watchword, the concluding lines of all his letters to his infidel confederates, was for 50 years, "Écrasons-nous l'infâme," let us crush the wretch, meaning Christ and his cause. This, he boasted, was his delenda est Carthago, and he believed he could succeed. "I am tired," said he, "of hearing it said that 12 men suffice to establish Christianity, and I desire to show that it requires but one man to pull it down." A lieutenant of police once said to him that, notwithstanding all he wrote, he should never be able to destroy Christianity. "That is exactly what we shall see," he replied. Voltaire was never weary of using his horrible watchword. Upon the news of the suppression of the Jesuits reaching him, he exclaimed, "See, one head of the Hydra has fallen. I lift my eyes to heaven and cry, 'Crush the wretch.'" We have from himself his reason for using these blasphemous words. He says, "I finish all my letters by saying, 'Écrasons l'infâme, écrasez l'infâme, let us crush the wretch, as Cato used one time to say, delenda est Carthago, Carthage must be destroyed." Even at a time when the miscreant protested the greatest respect for religion to the court of Rome, he wrote to de Milleville, "We embrace the philosophers, and we beseech them to inspire for the wretch all the horror which they can. Let all fall upon the wretch ably. That which most concerns me is the propagation of the faith of truth and the making of the wretch vile, delenda est Carthago." Certainly his determination was strong to do so, and he left no stone unturned for that end. He was a man of amazing industry, and though his vanity caused him to quarrel with many of his confrères, he had in his lifetime a large school of disciples, which became still more numerous after his death. He sketched out for them the whole mode of procedure against the Church. His policy, as revealed by the correspondence of Frederick II and others with him, was not to commence an immediate persecution, but first to suppress the Jesuits and all religious orders, and to secularize their goods; then to deprive the Pope of temporal authority, and the Church of property and state recognition. Primary and higher class education of a lay and infidel character was to be established, the principle of divorce affirmed, and respect for ecclesiastics lessened and destroyed. Lastly, when the whole body of the Church should be sufficiently weakened, and infidelity strong enough, the final blow was to be dealt by the sword of open, relentless persecution. A reign of terror was to spread over the whole earth and to continue while a Christian should be found obstinate enough to adhere to Christianity. This, of course, was to be followed by a universal brotherhood without marriage, family, property, God, or law, in which all men would reach that level of social degradation aimed at by the disciples of St. Simon, and carried into practice whenever possible, as attempted by the French Commune. In the carrying out of his infernal designs against religion and society, Voltaire had as little scruple in using lying and hypocrisy as Satan himself is accredited with. In his attacks upon religion he falsified history and fact. He made a principle of lying and taught the same vice to his followers. Writing to his disciple Therio, he says, "Lying is a vice when it does evil. It is a great virtue when it does good. Be therefore more virtuous than ever. It is necessary to lie like a devil, not timidly and for a time, but boldly and always." He was also, as the school he left behind has been ever since, a hypocrite. Infidel to the heart's core, he could, whenever it suited his purpose, both practice and even feign a zeal for religion. On the expectation of a pension from the king, he wrote to M. Argental, a disciple of his, who reproached him with his hypocrisy and contradictions in conduct. Quote, "If I had 100,000 men, I know well what I would do, but as I have not got them, I will go to communion at Easter, and you may call me a hypocrite as long as you like." End quote. And Voltaire, on getting his pension, went to communion the year following. It is needless to say that he was in life as well as in his writings immoral as it was possible for a man to be. He lived without shame and even ostentatiously in open adultery. He laughed at every moral restraint. He preached libertinage and practiced it. He was the guest and the inmate of the court of Frederick of Prussia, where crime reached proportions impossible to speak of. And lastly, coward, liar, hypocrite, and pander to the basest passions of humanity, he was finally, like Satan, a murderer, if he had the power to be so. Writing to de Milleville, he says, quote, "The Christian religion is an infamous religion, an abominable hydra which must be destroyed by 100 invisible hands. It is necessary that the philosophers should course through the streets to destroy it, as missionaries course over earth and sea to propagate it. They ought dare all things, risk all things, even to be burned in order to destroy it. Let us crush the wretch. Crush the wretch." End quote. His doctrine thus expressed found fatal effect in the French Revolution, and it will obtain effect whenever his disciples are strong enough in men and means to act. I have no doubt his teachings have led to all the revolutions of this century, and will lead to the final attack of atheism on the Church. Nor was his hatred confined to Catholicity only. Christians of every denomination were marked out for destruction by him, and our separated Christian brethren, who feel glad at seeing his followers triumph over the Church, might well ponder on these words of his. "Christians," he says, "of every form of profession, are beings exceedingly injurious, fanatics, thieves, dupes, impostors, who lie together with their gospels, enemies of the human race." And of the system itself he writes, "The Christian religion is evidently false, and the Christian religion is a sect which every good man ought to hold in horror. It cannot be approved of even by those to whom it gives power and honor. In fact, since his day it has been a cardinal point of policy with his followers to take advantage of the unfortunate differences between the various sects of Christians in the world and the Church in order to ruin both, for the destruction of every form of Christianity, as well as Catholicity, was the aim of Voltaire, and remains as certainly the aim of his disciples. They place, of course, the Church and the Vicar of Christ in the first line of attack, well knowing that if the great Catholic unity could be destroyed, the work of eradicating every kind of separated Christianity would be easy. In dealing, therefore, with such a foe as modern atheism, so powerfully organized, as we shall see it to be, Protestants as well as Catholics should guard against its wiles and deceits. They should, at least, regarding questions such as the religious education of rising generations, the attempted secularization of the Sabbath and state-established Christian institutions, and the recognition of religion by the state, all of which the atheism of the world now attempts to destroy, present an unbroken front of determined union. Nothing less certainly can save even the Protestantism, the national Christian character of Great Britain and her colonies, from impending ruin. Although Voltaire was confirmed and malignant a hater of Christ and Christianity as ever lived, still he showed from time to time that his own professed principles of infidelity were never really believed in by himself. In health and strength he cried out his blasphemous, "Crush the wretch!" But when the moment came for his soul to appear before the judgment seat of the wretch, his faith was shown, and his vaunted courage failed him. The miscreant always acted against his better knowledge. His life gives us many examples of this fact. I will relate one for you. When he broke a blood vessel on one occasion, he begged his assistants to hurry for the priest. He confessed, signed with his hand a profession of faith, asked pardon of God and the Church for his offenses, and ordered that his retraction should be printed in the public newspapers. But, recovering, he commenced his war upon God anew, and died refusing all spiritual aid, and crying out in the fury of despair and agony, "I am abandoned by God and man." Dr. Fruchen, who witnessed the awful spectacle of his death, said to his friends, "Would that all who have been seduced by the writings of Voltaire had been witnesses of his death. It would be impossible to hold out in the face of such an awful spectacle." But that spectacle was forgotten, and consequently, before 10 years passed, the world saw the effects of his works. Speaking of the French Revolution, Condorcet, in his Life of Voltaire, says of him, "He did not see all that which he accomplished, but he did all that which we see." Enlightened observations prove to those who know how to reflect that the first author of that great revolution was, without doubt, Voltaire. I have thus far spoken of Voltaire and his teachings in order to introduce with greater clearness the important subject to which I ask the favor of your attention this evening. It never was the intention of this man to let his teachings die, or beat the air, so to speak, with mere words. He determined that his fatal gospel should be perpetuated, and should bring forth as speedy as possible its fruits of death. Even in his lifetime we have evidence that he constantly conspired with his associates for this end, and that with them he concocted in secret both the means by which his doctrines should reach all classes in Europe, and the methods by which civil order and Christianity might be best destroyed. Saint Beauvais writes of him and of his in the Journal des Débats, 8th of November, 1852, quote, "All the correspondence of Voltaire and d'Alembert is ugly. It smells of the sect, of the conspiracy of the brotherhood, of the secret society. From whatever point it is viewed, it does no honor to men who make a principle of lying, and who consider contempt of their kind the first condition necessary to enlighten them. Enlighten and despise a human race. A sure watchword this, and it is theirs. March on always, sneering, my brethren, in the way of truth. That is their perpetual refrain." End quote. But not only did he and this thus conspire in a manner which might seem to arise naturally from identical sentiments and aims, but what was of infinitely greater consequence, the demon, just as their sad gospel was ripe for propagation, called into existence the most efficacious means possible for its extension amongst men, and for the wished-for destruction of the Church, of Christian civilization, and of every form of existing Christianity. This was the spread amongst those already demoralized by Voltaireanism, of Freemasonry, and its cognate systems of secret atheistic organization. This is the point upon which I am most anxious to fix your attention this evening. End of Chapter 3. Chapter 4 of the War of Antichrist with the Church and Christian Civilization. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Scott Foster. The War of Antichrist with the Church and Christian Civilization by Monsignor George F. Dillon. Chapter 4, Freemasonry. Freemasonry, we must remember always, appeared generally and spread generally too in the interests of all that Voltaire aimed at, when it best suited his purpose. The first lodge established in France under the English obedience was in 1727. Its founder and first master was the celebrated Jacobite, Lord Derwentwater. It had almost immediate acceptance from the degenerate nobility of France, who, partly because of the influence of English and Scotch Jacobite nobles, and partly because of its novelty, hard swearing, and mystery, joined the strange institution. Its lodges were soon in every considerable city of the realm. The philosophers and various schools of atheists, however, were the first to enter into and to extend it. For them it had special attractions and special uses, which they were not slow to appreciate and to employ. Now, though it very little concerns us to know much of the origin of this society, which became then and since so notorious throughout the world, still as that origin throws some light on its subsequent history, it will not be lost time to glance at what is known, or supposed to be known, about it. Monsignor Ségur, Bishop of Grenoble, who devoted much time to a study of Freemasonry, is persuaded that it was first elaborated by Faustus Socinus, the nephew of the too celebrated Laelius Socinus, the heresiarch and founder of the sect of Unitarians, or, as they are generally called after him, Socinians. Both were of the ancient family of the Sozzini of Siena. Faustus, like many of his relatives, imbibed the errors of his uncle, and in order to escape the vigilance of the Inquisition, to which both Italy and Spain owed much of the tranquillity they enjoyed in these troublesome times, he fled to France. While in that country at Lyon, while only 20 years of age, he heard of the death of his uncle at Zurich, and went at once to that city to obtain the papers and effects of the deceased. From the papers he found that Laelius had assisted at a conference of heretics at Vicenza in 1547, in which the destruction of Christianity was resolved upon, and where resolutions were adopted for the renewal of Arianism, a system of false doctrine calculated to sap the very foundations of existing faith by attacking the Trinity and the Incarnation. Feller, an authority of considerable weight, in his reference to this conference, says, quote, "In the assembly of Vicenza, they agreed upon the means of destroying the religion of Jesus Christ by forming a society which by its progressive successes brought on towards the end of the 18th century an almost general apostasy. When the Republic of Venice became informed of this conspiracy, it seized upon Julian Trevisano and Francis de Rugo and strangled them. Aquinas and the others saved themselves. The society thus dispersed became only the more dangerous, and it is that which is known today under the name of Freemasons." End quote. For this information, Feller refers us to a work entitled The Veil Removed, La Voile Levée, by the Abbé Lefranc, a victim of the Reign of Terror in 1792. The latter tells us that the conspirators whom the severity of the Venetian Republic had scattered, and who were Ocinus, Laelius Socinus, Peruta, Gentilis, Jacques Sibiari, Francis Lenoir, Darius Socinus, Aelius, and the Abbé Leonard, carried their poison with them, and caused it to bear fruits of death in all parts of Europe. The success of Faustus Socinus in spreading his uncle's theories was enormous. His aim was not only to destroy the Church, but to raise up another temple into which any enemy of orthodoxy might freely enter. In this temple every heterodox belief might be held. It was called Christian, but was without Christian faith or hope or love. It was simply an astutely planned system for propagating the ideas of its founders, for a fundamental part of the policy of Socinus, and one in which he well instructed his disciples, was to associate either to Unitarianism or to the confederation formed at Vicenza, the rich, the learned, the powerful, and the influential of the world. He feigned an equal esteem for Trinitarians and anti-Trinitarians, for Lutherans and the Calvinists. He praised the undertakings of all against the Church of Rome, and working upon their intense hatred for Catholicity, caused them to forget their many isms in order to unite them for the destruction of the common enemy. When that should be effected, it would be time to consider a system agreeable to all. Until then, unity of action inspired by hatred of the Church should reign amongst them. He therefore wished that all his adherents should, whether Lutheran or Calvinist, treat one another as brothers, and hence his disciples have been called at various times United Brethren, Polish Brothers, Moravian Brothers, Brother Masons, and finally Freemasons. Monseigneur Ségur informs us on the authorities before quoted that, as well as upon that of Bergier and the learned author of a work entitled Les Francs-Maçons Écrasés, the Abbé Lerouden, printed at Amsterdam as early as the year 1747, that the real secret of Freemasonry consisted even then in disbelief in the divinity of Christ, and a determination to replace that doctrine, which is the very foundation of Christianity, by naturalism or rationalism. Socinus, having established his sect in Poland, sent emissaries to preach his doctrines stealthily in Germany, Holland, and England. In Germany, Protestants and Catholics united to unmask them. In Holland they blended with the Anabaptists, and in England they found partisans amongst the Independents and various other sects into which the people were divided. The Abbé Lefranc believes, in La Voile Levée, Lyons 1821, that Oliver Cromwell was a Socinian, and that he introduced Freemasonry into England. Certainly Cromwell's sympathies were not for the Church favoured by the monarch he supplanted, and were much with the Independents. If he was a Socinian, we can easily understand how the secret society of Vicenza could have attractions for one of his anti-Catholic and ambitious sentiments. He gave its members in England, as Monseigneur Ségur tells us, the title of Freemasons, and invited the allegory of the Temple of Solomon, now so much used by Masonry of every kind, and which meant the original state of man supposed to be a commonwealth of equality with a vague deism as its religion. This temple, destroyed by Christ for the Christian order, was to be restored by Freemasonry after Christ and the Christian order should be obliterated by conspiracy and revolution. The state of nature was the Hiram, whose murder Masonry was to avenge, and which, having previously removed Christ, was to resuscitate Hiram by rebuilding the temple of nature as it had been before. Monsignor Seeger, moreover, connects modern Freemasonry with the Jews and the Templars, as well as with Aquinas. There are reasons which lead me to think that he is right in doing so. The Jews, for many centuries previous to the Reformation, had formed secret societies for their own protection, and for the destruction of the Christianity which persecuted them, and which they so much hated. The rebuilding of the Temple of Solomon was the dream of their lives. It is unquestionable that they wished to make common cause with other bodies of persecuted religionists. They had special reason to welcome with joy such heretics as were cast off by Catholicity. It is, therefore, not at all improbable that they admitted into their secret conclaves some at least of the discontented Templars, burning for revenge upon those who dispossessed and suppressed the order. That fact would account for the curious combination of Jewish and conventual allusions to be found in modern Masonry. Then, as to its British history, we have seen that members of the secret brotherhood of Aquinas made their way to England and Scotland, where they found friends, and perhaps confederates. I have therefore no doubt but that the Abbé Lefranc is correct when he says that Cromwell was connected with them. At least before he succeeded in his designs he had need of some such secret society, and would no doubt be glad to use it for his purposes. But it is not so clear that Cromwell was the first, as Lefranc thinks, to blend that brotherhood with the real Freemasons. The ancient guild of working Masons had existed in Great Britain and in Europe for many centuries previous to his time. They were like every other guild of craftsmen, a body formed for mutual protection and trade offices. But they differed from other tradespeople in this, that from their duties they were more cosmopolitan, and knew more of the ceremonies of religion at a period when the arts of reading and writing were not very generally understood. They travelled over every portion of England and Scotland, and frequently crossed the Channel to work at the innumerable religious houses, castles, fortifications, great abbeys, churches, and cathedrals which arose over the face of Christendom in such number and splendour in the Middle and succeeding ages. To keep away interlopers, to sustain a uniform rate of wages, to be known amongst strangers, and, above all, amongst foreigners of their craft, signs were necessary. And these signs could be of value only in proportion to the secrecy with which they were kept within the craft itself. They had signs for those whom they accepted as novices, for the companion mason or journeyman, and for the masters of the craft. In ages when a trade was transmitted from father to son, and formed a kind of family inheritance, we can very well imagine that its secrets were guarded with much jealousy, and that its adepts were enjoined not to communicate them to anyone, not even their wives, lest they may become known to outsiders. The Masons were, if we except the clockmakers and the jewelers, the most skilled artisans of Europe. By the cunning of their hands they knew how to make the rough stones speak out the grand conceptions of the architects of the Middle Ages, and often the delicate foliage and flowers and statuary of the fanes they built remind us of the most perfect eras of Greek and Roman sculpture. So closely connected with religion and religious architecture as were these brothers Masons, Friar, Fra, or Freemasons, they shared to a large extent in the favor of the popes. They obtained many and valuable charters. But they degenerated. The era of the so-called Reformation was a sad epoch for them. It was an era of church demolition rather than of church building. Wherever the blight of Protestantism fell, the beauty and stateliness of church architecture became dwarfed, stunted, and degraded whenever it was not utterly destroyed. The need of brothers Masons had passed, and succeeding Masons began to admit men to their guilds who won a living otherwise than by the craft. In Germany their confraternity had become a cover for the reformers, and Aquinas, seeing in it a means for advancing his sect, a method for winning adepts and progressing stealthily without attracting the notice of Catholic governments, would desire no doubt to use it for his purposes. We have to this day the statutes the genuine Freemasons of Strasbourg framed in 1462, and the same revised as late as 1563, but in them there is absolutely nothing of heresy or hostility to the Church. But there is a curious document called the Charter of Cologne, dated 1535, which, if it be genuine, proves to us that there existed at that early period a body of Freemasons, having principles identical with those professed by the Masons of our own day. It is to be found in the archives of the Mother Lodge of Amsterdam, which also preserves the act of its own constitution under the date of 1519. It reveals the existence of lodges of kindred intent in London, Edinburgh, Vienna, Amsterdam, Paris, Lyon, Frankfurt, Hamburg, Antwerp, Rotterdam, Madrid, Venice, Gorizia, Königsberg, Brussels, Danzig, Magdeburg, Bremen, and Cologne, and it bears the signatures of well-known enemies of the Church at that period, namely Hermanus, or Herman de Vere, the immoral and heretical Archbishop-Elector of Cologne, placed for his misdeeds under the ban of the Empire; de Coligny, leader of the Huguenots of France; Jacob Danville, prior of the Augustinians of Cologne, who incurred the same reproaches as Archbishop Herman; Melanchthon the Reformer; Nicholas van Noot; Carleton; Bruce; Upson; Banning; Virot; Schroeder; Hoffmann; Nobel; de la Torre; Doria; Utenbo; Falk; Hussein; and Vermer. These names reveal both the country and the celebrity of all the men who signed the document. It was, possibly, a society like theirs which the Venetian government broke up and scattered in 1547, for we find distinct mention of a lodge existing at Venice in 1535. However this may be, Freemason lodges existed in Scotland from the time of the Reformation. One of them is referred to in the Charter of Cologne, and doubtless had many affiliations. In Scotland, as in other Catholic countries, the Templars were suppressed, and there, if nowhere else, that order had the guilds of working masons under its special protection. It is therefore possible, as some say, that the knights coalesced with these masons, and protected their own machinations with the aid of the secrets of the craft. But while this and all else stated regarding the connection of the Templars with Masonry may be true, there is no real evidence that it is so. Much is said about the building of the Temple of Solomon, and that the Hiram killed, and whose death the craft is to avenge, means James Molay, the Grand Master, executed in the barbarous manner of his age for supposed complicity in the crimes with which the Templars were everywhere charged. There is tall talk about such things in modern Masonry, and a great deal of the absurd and puerile ritual in which the sect indulges when conferring the higher grades is supposed to have reference to them. But the Freemasonry with which we have to deal, however connected in its origin with the Templars, with Socinus, with the conspirators of Cologne, or those of Vicenza, or with Cromwell, received its modern characteristics from Elias Ashmole, the antiquary, and the provider, if not the founder, of the Oxford Museum. Ashmole was an alchemist and an astrologer, and imbued consequently with a love for the jargon and mysticism of that strange body so busied about the Philosopher's Stone and other utopias. The existing lodges of the Freemasons had an inexpressible charm for Ashmole, and in 1646 he, together with Colonel Mainwaring, became members of the craft. He perfected it, added various mystic symbols to those already in use, and gave partly a scriptural, partly an Egyptian form to its jargon and ceremonies. The Rose-Croix, or Rosicrucian degree, a society formed after the ideal of Bacon's New Atlantis, appeared, and the various grades of Companion, Master, Secret Master, Perfect Master, Elect, and Irish Master were either remodeled or newly formed, as we know them now. Charles I was decapitated in 1649, and Ashmole, being a royalist to the core, soon turned English Masonry from the purposes of Cromwell and his party, and made the craft, which was always strong in Scotland, a means to upset the government of the Protector, and to bring back the Stuarts. Now, Hiram became the murdered Charles, who was to be avenged instead of James Molay, and the reconstruction of the temple meant the restoration of the exiled House of Stuart. On the accession of Charles II, the craft was, of course, not treated with disfavour, and when the misfortunes of James II drove him from the throne, the partisans of the House of Stuart had renewed recourse to it as a means of secret organization against the enemy. To bring back the Pretender, the Jacobites formed a Scotch and an English and Irish constitution. The English constitution embraced the Mother Lodge of York and that of London, which latter separated from York and with a new spring of action started into life as the Grand Lodge of London in 1717. The Jacobite nobles brought it to France chiefly to aid their attempts in favour of the Stuarts. They opened a lodge called the Amity and Fraternity in Dunkirk in 1721, and in 1725 the Lord Derwentwater opened the famous Mother Lodge of Paris. Masonry soon spread to Holland in 1730, to Germany in 1736, to Ireland in 1729, and afterwards to Italy, Spain, and Europe generally. All its lodges were placed under the Grand Lodge of England and remained so for many years. I mention these facts and dates in order to let you see that precisely at the period when Freemasonry was thus extending abroad, the infidelity, which had been introduced by Bayle and openly advocated by Voltaire, was being disseminated largely amongst the corrupt nobility of France and of Europe generally. It was, as we have already seen, a period of universal license and morals with the great in every country, and the members of the Grand Lodge in England were generally men of easy virtue, whose example was agreeable to the continental libertines. Voltaire found that the Masonry to which he had been affiliated in London was a capital means of diffusing his doctrines amongst the courtiers, the men of letters, and the public of France. It was like himself, the incarnation of hypocrisy and lying. It came recommended by an appearance of philanthropy and of religion. Ashmole gave it the open Bible, together with the square and compass. It called the world to witness that it believed in God, the great architect of the universe. It had an open eye, which may be taken for God's all-seeing providence or for the impossibility of a sworn Mason escaping by fate if he revealed the secrets of the craft or failed to obey the orders he was selected to carry out. It made members known to each other, just as did the ancient craft in every country, and professed to take charge of the orphans and widows of deceased brethren who could not provide for them. But, in its secret conclaves and in its ascending degrees, it had means to tell the victim whom it could count upon that the architect meant a circle, a nothing, that the open Bible was the universe, and that the square and compass was simply the fitness of things, the means to make all men fraternal, equal, and free, in some impossible utopia it promised but never gave. In the recesses of its lodges the political conspirator found the men and the means to arrive at his ends in security. Those who ambitioned office found there the means of advancement. The old spirit breathed into the fraternity by Aquinas, and nourished so well by the heretical libertines of the England and Germany of the 17th century, and perfected by the infidels of the 18th, was master in all its lodges. Banquets, ribald songs, and jests revelling in sin constituted from the beginning a leading feature in its life. Lodges became the secure home for the roué, the spendthrift, the man of broken fortunes, the infidel, and the depraved of the upper classes. Such attractive centres of sin, therefore, spread over Europe with great rapidity. They were encouraged not only by Voltaire, but by his whole host of atheistic writers, philosophers, encyclopedists, revolutionists, and rakes. The scoundrels of Europe found congenial employment in them, and before 20 years elapsed from their first introduction, the lodges were a power in Europe, formidable by the union which subsisted between them all, and by the wealth, social position, and unscrupulousness of those who formed their brotherhood. The principles fashionable, and indeed alone tolerated, in them all before long were the principles of Voltaire and of his school. This led in time to the union and illuminism of Masonry. End of Chapter 4.
Chapter 5 of the War of Antichrist with the Church and Christian Civilization. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The War of Antichrist with the Church and Christian Civilization by Monsignor George F. Dillon. Chapter 5. The Union and Illuminism of Masonry. With the aid of Voltaire and of his party, Freemasonry rapidly spread amongst the higher classes of France, and wherever else in Europe the influence of the French infidels extended. It soon after obtained immense power of union and propagandism. In France, and everywhere else, it had an English, a Scotch, and a local obedience. These had separate constitutions and officers, even separate grades, but all were identical in essence and in aim. A brother in one was a brother in all. However, it seemed to the leaders that more unity was needed, and aided by the adhesion of the Duc de Chartres, subsequently better known as the Duke of Orléans, the infamous Philippe Égalité, who was Grand Master of the Scotch Masonic body in France, the French Masons in the English obedience, desiring independence of the Mother Lodge of England, separated, and elected him the first Grand Master of the since celebrated Grand Orient of France. 2 years after this, the execrable androgyne lodges for women, called Lodges of Adoption, were established, and had as Grand Mistress over them all the Duchess of Bourbon, sister of Égalité. The infidels, by extending these lodges for women, obtained an immense amount of influence which they otherwise never could attain. They thus invaded the domestic circle of the court of France, and of every court in Europe. Thus, too, the royal edicts, the decrees of Clement XII. And Benedict XIV. Against Freemasonry, and the efforts of conscientious officers, were rendered completely inoperative. After the death of Voltaire, the extension of Freemasonry became alarming, but no state effort could then stop its progress. It daily grew more powerful and more corrupt. It began already to extend its influence into every department of state. Promotion in the army, in the navy, in the public service, in the law, and even to the fat benefices in commendam of the Church, became impossible without its aid. Footnote: Before this celebrated convent of Wilhelmsbad, there was a thorough understanding between the Freemasons of the various Catholic countries of continental Europe. This was manifested in the horrible intrigues which led to the suppression of the Society of Jesus in France, Spain, Portugal, Germany, and Naples, and which finally compelled Clement XIV. To dissolve the great body by ecclesiastical authority. No doubt, the Jesuits had very potent enemies in the Jansenists, the Gallicans, and in others whose party spirit and jealousy were stronger than their sense of the real good of religion. But without the unscrupulous intrigues of the infidels of Voltaire's school, banded into a compact, active league by the newly developed Freemasonry, the influence of the sects of Christians hostile to the order could never effect an effacement so complete and so general. Anglican lodges, we must remember, appeared in Spain and Portugal as soon as in France. One was opened in Gibraltar in 1726, and one in Madrid in 1727. This latter broke with the Mother Lodge of London in 1779, and founded lodges in Barcelona, Cadiz, Valladolid, and other cities. There were several lodges at work in Lisbon as early as 1735. The Duc de Choiseul, a Freemason, with the aid of the abominable de Pompadour, the harlot of the still more abominable Louis XV., succeeded in driving the Jesuits from France. He then set about influencing his brother Masons, the Count de Aranda, Prime Minister of Charles III. Of Spain, and the infamous Carvalho Pombal, the alter ego of the weak King of Portugal, to do the same work in the Catholic states of their respective sovereigns. The Marquis de Langle, a French Freemasonic atheist and friend of Choiseul, thus writes of de Aranda: "He is the only man of which Spain can be proud of at this moment. He is the sole Spaniard of our days whom posterity will place on its tablets. It is he whom it will love to place on the front of all its temples, and whose name it will engrave on its escutcheon together with the names of Luther, of Calvin, of Mahomet, of William Penn, and of Jesus Christ. It is he who desired to sell the wardrobe of the saints, the property of virgins, and to convert the cross, the chandeliers, the patens, etc., into bridges and inns and main roads." We cannot be surprised at what de Aranda attempted after this testimony. He conspired with Choiseul to forge a letter as if from the general of the Jesuits, Ricci, which purported to prove that the king's mother was an adulteress, and that the king had no claim to the Spanish throne. Secretly, therefore, an order was obtained from the weak monarch, and on a given day and hour the Jesuits in all parts of the Spanish dominions were dragged from their homes, placed on board ships, and cast on the shores of the Pontifical States in a condition of utter destitution. A calumny as atrocious and unfounded enabled Pombal to inflict a worse fate on the Jesuits of Portugal and its dependencies. Charles III. Ordered Panucci, another Masonic enemy of the Jesuits, to banish the members of the society from Naples, where his son reigned. Geyser writes to Voltaire that the half-fool Joseph II. Was initiated in the mysteries of Masonry, and accordingly the Jesuits, notwithstanding the sympathies of the Empress Mary Theresa, fell in Austria. The world was left thus free for the Masonic philosophers to compass the destruction which they planned at Wilhelmsbad and effected in the Revolution 8 years afterwards. End of footnote. And at this precise juncture, when the political fortunes of France were, for many reasons, growing desperate, two events occurred to make the already general and corrupt Freemasonry still more formidable. These were the advent of the Illuminism of Saint Martin in France and that of Adam Weishaupt in Germany, and the increased corruption introduced principally by means of women Freemasons. A Portuguese Jew, named Martínez Pascualis, was the first to introduce Illuminism into the Lodge of Lyons, and his system was afterwards perfected in wickedness by Saint Martin, from whom French Illuminism took its name. Illuminism meant the extreme extent of immorality, atheism, anarchy, leveling, and bloodshed to which the principles of Masonry could be carried. It meant a universal conspiracy against the Church and established order. It constituted a degree of advancement for all the lodges, and powerfully aided to make them the centers of revolutionary intrigue and of political manipulation which they soon became in the hands of men at once sunk in atheism and moral corruption. An idea of these lodges may be obtained from a description given of that of Hermanonville by Monsieur le Marquis de Lefroy in Dictionnaire des Erreurs Sociales, quoted by Deschamps, Volume 2, page 93. It is known, he says, that the Château d'Hermanonville, belonging to the Sieur Girardin, about 10 leagues from Paris, was a famous haunt of Illuminism. It is known that there, near the tomb of Jean-Jacques, under the pretext of bringing men back to the age of nature, reigned the most horrible dissoluteness of morals. Nothing can equal the turpitude of morals which reigns amongst that horde of Hermanonville. Every woman admitted to the mysteries became common to the brothers, and was delivered up to the chance or to the choice of these true Adamites. Baruch, in his Memoires sur le Jacobinisme, Volume 4, page 334, says that Monsieur le Sieur, the father of the hero of La Vendée, having been affiliated to a lodge of this kind, and having, in obedience to the promptings of conscience, abandoned it, was soon after poisoned. He himself declared to the Marquis de Montron that he fell a victim to that infamous horde of the Illuminati. The Illuminism of Saint Martin was simply an advance in the intensity of immorality, atheism, secrecy, and terror which already reigned in the lodges of France. It planned a deeper means of revolution and destruction. It became in its hidden depths a lair in which the atheists of the period could mature their plans for the overthrow of the existing order of things to their own best advantage. It gave itself very captivating names. Its members were Knights of Beneficence, Good Templars, Knights of St. John, etc. They numbered, however, amongst them the most active, daring, and unscrupulous members of Masonry. They set themselves at work to dominate over and to control the entire body. They had no system, any more than any other sort of Masons, to give the world instead of that which they determined to pull down. The state of nature, goods and the sexes in common, no God, and instead of God a hatred for everything sustaining the idea of God, formed about the sum total of the happiness which they desired to see reign in a world where people should be reduced to a level resembling that of wild cattle in the American prairies. This was the illumination they destined for humanity. Yet such was the infatuation inspired by their immoral and strange doctrines that nobles, princes, and monarchs of the period, including Frederick II of Prussia and the silly Joseph II of Austria, admitted to a part of their secrets, were the tools and the dupes, and even the accomplices of these infamous conspirators. End of chapter 5. Chapter 6 of the War of Antichrist with the Church and Christian Civilization. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The War of Antichrist with the Church and Christian Civilization by Monsignor George F. Dillon. Chapter 6. The Illuminism of Adam Weishaupt. But the Illuminism of Lyons was destined soon to have a world-wide and ineradicable hold on the Masonry of the world by means of an adept far more able than Saint Martin or any of his associates. This was Adam Weishaupt, a professor of canon law in the University of Munich. I shall detain you a while to consider this remarkable individual, who more than any of the atheists that have arisen in Masonry has been the cause of the success of its agencies in controlling the fate of the world since his day. Had Weishaupt not lived, Masonry may have ceased to be a power after the reaction consequent on the first French Revolution. He gave it a form and character which caused it to outlive that reaction, to energize to the present day, and which will cause it to advance until its final conflict with Christianity must determine whether Christ or Satan shall reign on this earth to the end. Voltaire's will to do God and man injury was as strong as that of Weishaupt. His disciples d'Alembert, Diderot, Damilaville, Condorcet, and the rest were as fully determined as he was to eradicate Christianity. But they desired in its stead a system with only a mitigated antipathy for monarchy, and which might have tolerated for a long time such kings as Frederick of Prussia and such empresses as Catherine of Russia. But the hatred for God and all form of worship, and the determination to found a universal republic on the lines of communism, was on the part of Weishaupt a settled sentiment. Possessed of a rare power of organization, an education in law which made him a preeminent teacher in its highest faculty, an extended knowledge of men and things, a command over himself, a repute for external morality, and finally a position calculated to win able disciples, Weishaupt employed for 50 years after the death of Voltaire his whole life and energies in the one work of perfecting secret associations to accomplish by deep deceit and by force, when that should be practical, the ruin of the existing order of religion, civilization, and government, in order to plant in its stead his own system of atheism and socialism. He found contemporary Masonry well adapted for his ends. His object was to extend it as far as possible as a means of seducing men away from Christianity. He well knew that Masonry and the Church were in mortal conflict, and that the moment a man became a Mason, he, that instant, became excommunicated. He lost the grace of God. He passed into a state of hostility to the Church. He ceased to approach the sacraments. He was constituted in a state of rebellion. He forfeited his liberty to unknown superiors. He took a dreadful oath, perhaps many, not to reveal the secrets then or at any aftertime to be committed to his keeping. And finally, he placed himself amongst men, all of whom were in his own position, and in whose society it was possible and easy for the astute disciples of Weishaupt to lead him farther on the road to ruin. Weishaupt's view, then, was first to entice men into Masonry, into the lowest degree. A great gain for evil was thus at once obtained. But a man, though in Masonry, may not be willing to become an atheist and a socialist for some time at least. He may have in his heart a profound conviction that a God existed, and some hope left of returning to that God at or before his death. He may have entered Masonry for purposes of ambition, for motives of vanity, from mere lightness of character. He may continue his prayers and refuse, if a Catholic, to give up the Mother of God and some practice of piety loved by him from his youth. But Masonry was a capital system to wean a man gradually away from all these things. It did not at once deny the existence of God, nor at once attack the Christian dispensation. It commenced by giving the Christian idea of God an easy and, under the semblance of respect, an almost imperceptible shake. It swore by the name of God in all its oaths. It called Him, however, not a Creator, only an Architect, the great Architect of the universe. It carefully avoided all mention of Christ, of the adorable Trinity, of the unity of the faith, or of any faith. It protested a respect for the convictions of every man, for the idolatrous Parsee, for the Mohammedan, for the heretic, the schismatic, the Catholic. By and by it gave, in higher degrees, a ruder shock to the belief in the Deity and a gradual inducement to favor naturalism. This it did gradually, imperceptibly, but effectually. Now, to a man who meditated the vast designs of social and religious destruction contemplated by Weishaupt, Masonry, especially the Masonry of his period, was the most effective means that could be conceived. In its midst, therefore, he planted his disciples, well versed in his system. These consisted of 3 classes, each class having subdivisions, and all of which were high degrees of Masonry. The first class of Illuminati was that of preparation. It consisted of 2 degrees, namely, the degree of novice and that of Minerval. The Minervals formed the great body of the order, and were under the direction of certain chiefs, who themselves were subjected to other agencies invisible to those instructed by themselves. Weishaupt instructed the teachers of the Minervals to propose each year to their scholars some interesting questions, to cause them to write themes calculated to spread impiety amongst the people, such as burlesques on the Psalms, pasquinades on the Prophets, and caricatures of personages of the Old Testament after the manner of Voltaire and his school. It is surprising with what exactitude these Minervals follow out the instructions of Weishaupt to this day. At this moment, in London, under the eyes of the Lord Chancellor, pamphlets with hideous woodcuts, ridiculing David, the man after God's own heart, are weekly published. One of these, which was handed to me in a public place, had a woodcut representing the meek monarch of Judea, with a head just severed from a human body in one hand, and the sword that did the deed in the other. Another represented him amidst a set of ridiculous figures dancing. From this we can easily judge that illuminated Masonry is at work somewhere even in London, and that the Masonry in high quarters is blind to its excesses, exactly as happened in France a few years before the French Revolution. Now these Minervals, if they manifested what the German Masons call religionary inclinations, might indeed receive the first 3 Masonic degrees, but they were not to be further promoted in Illuminism. They were relegated to the rank and file of Masonry, who were of use in many ways for the movement, but they were never to be trusted with the real secret. The teacher, without seeming to do so, was ordered to encourage, but not to applaud publicly, such blasphemies as the Minervals might make use of in their essays. They were to be led on, seemingly by themselves, in the ways of irreligion, immorality, and atheism, until ripe for further promotion in evil progress. Finally, in the advanced grades of illuminated major and minor, and in those of Scotch knight and epopt or priest, they were told the whole secret of the order as follows, in a discourse by the initiator. Remember, he said, that from the first invitations which we have given you, in order to attract you to us, we have commenced by telling you that in the projects of our order there did not enter any designs against religion. You remember that such an assurance was again given to you when you were admitted into the ranks of our novices, and that it was repeated when you entered into our Minerval Academy. Remember also how much from the first grades we have spoken to you of morality and virtue, but at the same time how much the studies which we prescribed for you and the instructions which we gave you rendered both morality and virtue independent of all religion. How much we have been at pains to make you understand, while making to you the eulogy of religion, that it was not anything else than those mysteries, and that worship degenerated in the hands of the priest. You remember with what art, with what simulated respect, we have spoken to you of Christ and of His Gospel. But in the grades of greater Illuminism, of Scotch Knight, and of Epopt or priest, how we have known to form from Christ's Gospel that of our reason, and from its morality that of nature, and from its religion that of nature, and from religion, reason, morality, and nature, to make the religion and the morality of the rights of man, of equality, and of liberty. Remember that while insinuating to you the different parts of this system, we have caused them to bud forth from yourselves as if your own opinions. We have placed you on the way. You have replied to our questions very much more than we did to yours. When we demanded of you, for example, whether the religions of peoples responded to the end for which men adopted them, if the religion of Christ, pure and simple, was that which the different sects professed today, we knew well enough what to hold, but it was necessary to know to what point we had succeeded to cause our sentiments to germinate in you. We have had very many prejudices to overcome in you, before being able to persuade you that the pretended religion of Christ was nothing else than the work of priests, of imposture, and of tyranny. If it be so with that religion so much proclaimed and admired, what are we to think of other religions? Understand, then, that they have all the same fictions for their origin, that they are all equally founded on lying, error, chimera, and imposture. Behold our secret. The turns and counter-turns which it was necessary to make, the eulogies which it was necessary to give to the pretended secret schools, the fable of the Freemasons being in possession of the veritable doctrine, and our Illuminism today, the sole inheritor of these mysteries, will no longer astonish you at this moment. If, in order to destroy all Christianity, all religion, we have pretended to have the sole true religion, remember that the end justifies the means, and that the wise ought to take all the means to do good, which the wicked take to do evil. Those which we have taken to deliver you, those which we take to deliver one day the human race from all religion, are nothing else than a pious fraud which we reserve to unveil some day in the grade of Magus, or philosopher illuminated. Ségur, Le Secret de la Franc-Maçonnerie, page 49. The above extract will serve to show you what manner of man Weishaupt was, and the quality of the teaching he invented. His organization, for the perfection of which he deeply studied the constitution of the then suppressed Society of Jesus, contemplated placing the thread of the whole conspiracy, destined to be controlled by the Illuminati, in the hands of one man, advised by a small council. The Illuminati were to be in Masonry and of Masonry, so as to move amongst its members secretly. They were so trained that they could obtain the mastery in every form of secret society, and thus render it subservient to their own chief. Their fidelity to him was made perfect by the most severe and complex system of espionage. The chief himself was kept safe by his position, his long training, and by his counsel. It thus happened that no matter to what office or position the Illuminati attained, they had to become subservient to the general aims of the order. Weishaupt, after being deprived of his professorship in Bavaria, found an asylum with the Prince of Coburg-Gotha, where he remained in honor, affluence, and security until his death in 1830. He continued all his life the chief of the Illuminati, and this fact may account in large measure for the fidelity with which the Illuminati of the Revolution, the Directory, the Consulate, the Empire, the Restoration, and the Revolution of 1830 invariably carried out his program of perpetual conspiracy for the ends he had in view. It may also account for the strange vitality of the spirit of the Illuminati in Italy, Switzerland, Germany, and Spain, and of its continuance through the "illuminated" reigns of Nubius and Palmerston, the successors of Weishaupt, to our own day. This we shall see further on, but meanwhile we shall glance at the first step of Weishaupt to rule over Masonry through his disciples. This was by calling together the famous General Council of Freemasonry, known as the Convent of Wilhelmsbad. End of chapter 6. Chapter 7 of the War of Antichrist with the Church and Christian Civilization. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The War of Antichrist with the Church and Christian Civilization by Monsignor George F. Dillon. Chapter 7. The Convent of Wilhelmsbad. From its rise, Freemasonry appears as a kind of dark parody of the Church of Christ. The names taken by its dignitaries, the form of its hierarchy, the designations affected by its lodges and obediences, the language of its rituals, all seem to be a kind of aping after the usages of Christianity. When Saint Martin wished to spread his Illuminism in France, he managed to have a meeting of deputy Masons from all the lodges in that country. This was designated the Convent of the Gauls, and Lyons, the place of its meeting, was called the Holy City. Weishaupt had more extended views. He meant to reach all humanity by means of Masonry, and looked for a convent far more general than that of Lyons. When, therefore, he had matured his plans for impregnating the Masonry of the world with his infernal system, he began to cast about for means to call that convent. The Illuminism of Saint Martin was in full sympathy with him, but it could not effect his purpose. What he wanted was that a kind of general council of the Masonry, extended at the time throughout the earth, should be called together. And he hoped that, by adroitly manipulating the representatives whom he knew would be sent to it by the lodges of every nationality of Masons, his own Illuminism might be adopted as a kind of high, arch, or hidden Masonry throughout its entire extent. He succeeded in his design, and in 1781, under the official convocation of the Duke of Brunswick, acting as Supreme Grand Master, deputies from every country where Freemasonry existed were summoned to meet at Wilhelmsbad in council. They came from every portion of the British Empire, from the newly formed United States of America, from all the nations of continental Europe, every one of which at that period had lodges, from the territories of the Grand Turk, and from the Indian and colonial possessions of France, Spain, Portugal, and Holland. The principal and most numerous representatives were, however, from Germany and France. Through the skilful agency of the notorious Baron Knigg, and another still more astute adept of his, named Ditfort, Weishaupt completely controlled this council. He further caused measures to be there concerted which in a few years led to the French Revolution, and afterwards handed Germany over to the French revolutionary generals acting under the Girondins, the Jacobins, and the Directory. I would wish, if time permitted, to enter at length into the proofs of this fact. It will suffice, however, for my present purpose, to state that more than sufficient evidence of it was found by the Bavarian government, which had, some 5 years later, to suppress the Illuminati, and that one of the members of the convent, the Count de Virenne, was struck with such horror at the depravity of the body that he abandoned Illuminism and became a fervent Catholic. He said to will not tell you the secrets which I bring, but I can say that a conspiracy is laid so secret and so deep that it will be very difficult for monarchy and religion not to succumb to it. it may be also of use to remark that many of the leaders of the French Revolution, and notably most of those who lived through it and profited by it, were deputy Masons sent from various lodges in France to the convent of Wilhelmsbad. End of chapter 7. Chapter 8 of The War of Antichrist with the Church and Christian Civilization. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The War of Antichrist with the Church and Christian Civilization by Monsignor George F. Dillon. Chapter 8. Kabbalistic Masonry or Masonic Spiritism. Before proceeding further with the history of Freemasonry, I shall stay a moment to consider a very remarkable feature of its strange composition, without which it scarcely ever appears. The world was never without wizards, witches, necromancers, jugglers, and those who really had, or through imposture pretended to have, intercourse with demons. Masonry, in its various ramifications, is the great continuator of this feature of a past which we had thought departed forever. Spirit rapping, table turning, medium imposture, etc., distinguish its adepts in Protestant countries and in Catholic ones. We have almost incredible stories of the intercourse with the devil and his angels, which men like the Carbonari of Italy maintain. However, from the very beginning, Freemasonry has had a kind of peculiar dark mysticism connected with it. It loves to revel in such mysteries as the secret conclaves of the Jews used to practice in the countries in which they were persecuted, and which were common amongst those unclean heretics, the Bulgarians, the Gnostics, the Albigenses, and the Waldenses. The excesses alleged against the Templars were also accompanied by secret signs and symbols which Masonry adopted. But whatever may have been the extent of this mysticism in Masonry before, a spurious kind of spiritism became part of its very essence since the advent of the celebrated Cagliostro, who travelled all over Europe under the instructions of Weishaupt, and founded more lodges than did any individual Freemason then or since. The real name of this arch-impostor was Balsamo. He was an inveterate sorcerer, and in his peregrinations in the East picked up from every source the secrets of alchemy, astrology, jugglery, legerdemain, and occult science of every kind about which he could get any information. Like the Masonry to which he became affiliated at an early period, he was an adept at acting and speaking a lie. He suited Weishaupt, who, though knowing him to be an impostor, nevertheless employed him for the diffusion of Illuminism. Accompanied by his no less celebrated wife, Lorenza, he appeared in Venice as the Marquis Pellegrini, and subsequently traversed Italy, Germany, Spain, England, the Netherlands, and Russia. In the latter country he amassed, at the court of Catherine II., an immense fortune. In France, assisted by the efforts of the Illuminati, he was received as a kind of demigod, and called the Divine Cagliostro. He established new lodges in all parts of the country. At Bordeaux he remained 11 months for this purpose. In Paris he established lodges for women of a peculiarly cabalistic and impure kind, with inner departments horribly mysterious. At the reception of members he used rites and ceremonies exactly resembling the absurd practices of spirit mediums, who see and speak to spirits, etc., and introduced all that nonsense with which we are made now familiar by his modern followers. He claimed the power of conferring immortal youth, health, and beauty, and what he called moral and physical regeneration, by the aid of drugs and illuminated masonry. He was the father and the founder of the existing rite of Mizraim, the Egyptian rite in masonry. The scoundrel became involved in the celebrated case of the diamond necklace, and was sent to the Bastille, from which he managed to pass to England, where in 1787 he undertook to foretell the destruction of the Bastille, and of the monarchy of France, the Revolution, and, but here he miscalculated, the advent of a prince who would abolish lettres de cachet, convoke the States General, and establish the worship of reason. All these measures were resolved on at Wilhelmsbad, and Cagliostro of course knew that well. His only miscalculation was regarding the Prince Grand Master. The Revolution went on a little too far for the wretched Égalité, who ended his treason to his house by losing his head at the guillotine. As to Cagliostro, he made his way to Rome, where the Inquisition put an end to his exploits on detecting his attempts at Illuminism. His secret powers could not deliver him from prison. He died there miserably in 1795, after attempting to strangle a poor Capuchin whom he asked for as confessor, and in whose habit he had hoped to escape. This impostor is of course made a martyr to the Inquisition accordingly. Masonry does much to disown Cagliostro, but with a strange inconsistency it keeps the Egyptian rite founded by him, and clings to mysticism of the debased kind he introduced. It is wonderful how extremes thus meet, how men who make it a sign of intellectual strength to deny the existence of the God that made them, bow down stupidly and superstitiously before devils, real or imaginary. Necromancy is a characteristic of Antichrist, of whom we read that he will show great signs and wonders so as to deceive, if that were possible, even the elect. He will be, when he comes, both a Cromwell and a Cagliostro. End of chapter 8. Chapter 9 of the War of Antichrist with the Church and Christian Civilization. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The War of Antichrist with the Church and Christian Civilization by Monsignor George F. Dillon. Chapter 9. The French Revolution. I may here remark that the conspiracy of the Illuminati and of Freemasonry generally was far from being a secret to many of the courts of Europe. But then, just as at the present moment, it had friends, female as well as male, in every court. These balked the wholesome attempts of some rulers to stay its deadly intrigues against princes, governments, and all order, as well as against its one grand enemy, the Church of Jesus Christ. The court of Bavaria found out, as I have said, but only by an accident, a part of the plans of the Illuminati, and gave the alarm. But, strange to say, that alarm was unheeded by the other courts of Europe, Catholic as well as Protestant. A revolution was expected, but as now each court hoped to stave off the worst consequences from itself, and to profit by the ruin of its neighbors. The voice of the Holy Father was raised against Freemasonry again and again. Clement VIII, Benedict XIV, and other pontiffs condemned it. The agents and ministers of the Holy See gave private advices and made urgent appeals to have the evil stopped while yet the powers of Europe could do so. These were all baffled, and the court of the Grand Monarch and every court of continental Europe slept in the torpor of a living death, until wakened to a true sense of danger at a period far too late to remedy the disasters which irreligion, vice, stupidity, and recklessness hastened. The lodges of the Illuminati in France meanwhile carried on the conspiracy. They had amassed and expended immense sums in deluging the country with immoral and atheistic literature. Mirabeau, in his Monarchie Prussienne, Volume 6, page 67, published before the Revolution, thus speaks of these sums. Masonry in general, and especially the branch of the Templars, produced annually immense sums by means of the cost of receptions and contributions of every kind. A part of the total was employed in the expenses of the order, but another part, much more considerable, went into a general fund of which no one, except the first amongst the brethren, knew the destination. Cagliostro, when questioned before the Holy Roman Inquisition, confessed that he led his sumptuous existence thanks to the funds furnished him by the Illuminati. He also stated that he had commission from Weishaupt to prepare the French lodges to receive his direction. See Deschamps, Vol. 5, page 129. Discontent was thus sown broadcast amongst every class of the population. Masonic lodges multiplied, inspired by the instructed emissaries of the remorseless Weishaupt, and the direct work of Freemasonry in subsequent events is manifest not only in the detailed prophecy of Cagliostro, founded on what he knew was decided upon, but is still more clearly evidenced by a second convent held by the French Illuminati, where everything was arranged for the Revolution. The men prominent in this conclave subsequently most active in every scene that followed: Mirabeau, Lafayette, Fouché, Talleyrand, Danton, Murat, Robespierre, Cambaceres, and in fact every foremost name in the subsequent convulsions of the country, were not only Illuminati, but foremost amongst the Illuminati. Footnote: It is commonly believed and philosophers were the only men who overturned by their writings altar and throne at the time of the Revolution. But, apart from the facts that these writers were, to a man, Freemasons, and the most daring and plotting of Freemasons, we have abundant authority to prove that other Freemasons were everywhere even more practically engaged in the same work. Louis Blanc, who will be accepted as an authority on this point, thus writes: It is of consequence to introduce the reader into the mine which at that time was being dug beneath thrones and altars by revolutionists, very much more profound and active than the encyclopedists, an association composed of men of all religions, of all ranks, bound together by symbolic bonds, engaged under an inviolable oath to preserve the secret of their interior existence. They were forced to undergo terrific proofs while occupying themselves with fantastic ceremonies, but otherwise practiced beneficence and looked upon themselves as equals, though divided in three classes: apprentices, companions, and masters. Freemasonry consists in that. Now, on the eve of the French Revolution, Freemasonry was found to have received an immense development. Spread throughout the entire of Europe, it seconded the meditative genius of Germany, agitated France silently, and presented everywhere the image of a society founded on principles contrary to those of civil society. Monseigneur Ségur writes on this: See to what a point the reign of Jesus Christ was menaced at the hour the Revolution broke out. It was not France alone that it agitated, but the entire of Europe. What do I say? The world was in the power of Masonry. All the lodges of the world came in 1781 to Wilhelmsbad by delegates from Europe, Asia, Africa, and America. From the most distant coasts discovered by navigators they came, zealous apostles of Masonry. They all returned penetrated with the Illuminism of Weishaupt, that is, atheism, and animated with the poison of incredulity with which the orators of the convent had inspired them. Europe and the Masonic world were then in arms against Catholicity. Therefore, when the signal was given, the shock was terrible, terrible especially in France, in Italy, in Spain, in the Catholic nations which they wished to separate from the Pope and cast into schism until the time came when they could completely dechristianize them. This accounts well for the captivities of Pius VI and Pius VII. The cardinals were dispersed, the bishops torn from their sees, the pastors separated from their flocks, the religious orders destroyed, the goods of the Church confiscated, the churches overturned, the convents turned into barracks, the sacred vessels stolen and melted down by sacrilegious avidity, the bells turned into money and cannons, scaffolds erected everywhere, and victims in thousands, in hecatombs, especially from amongst the clergy. In one word, all the horrors summed up in the Revolution, and the end, which was the great unerring power of all its actions, namely, to see Christ cast down from his altars, to make way for the goddess called Reason. End of footnote. Some disappeared under their own guillotine, others outlived the doom of their fellows. Constantly, the men of the whole conspiracy had understandings and relations with each other. Weishaupt, at the safe distance of Coburg Gotha, gave them his willing aid and that of the German Freemasons. This concert enabled them to float on every billow which the troubled sea of the Revolution caused to swell. And if they did not succeed in making France and all Europe a social ruin, such as that contemplated at Wilhelmsbad, it was from want of power, not from want of will. Position and wealth made many of them desire to conserve what the Revolution threw into their hands, but they remained under all changes of fortune Freemasons, as they and their successors are to this day. Perhaps under the influence of oaths, of secret terror, and of the sect, they dare not remain long otherwise. One or two individuals may drop aside, but some fatality or necessity keeps the leaders Illuminati always. They, as a whole body, remain ever the same, and recoil before political adversity, only to gather more strength for a future attack upon religion and order, still wider and more fatal than the one which preceded it. They are not at any time one whit less determined to plunge the world into the anarchy and bloodshed they created at the French Revolution than they were in 1789. On this point, let one of themselves speak. "I have had," says a Scotch Freemason, horrified at the results achieved by the fraternity in their work up to 1797, "I have had the means to follow all the attempts made during 50 years, under the specious pretext of enlightening the world with the torch of philosophy, and to dissipate all the clouds by which superstition, religious and civil, used to retain the people of Europe in the darkness of slavery. I have observed the progress of these doctrines mixing themselves and allying themselves more and more closely with the different systems of Masonry. Finally, I have seen them forming an association having for its sole object the destruction, even to the very foundations, of all the religious establishments, and the overthrow of all the existing governments of Europe. I have seen that association extend its systems with a zeal so sustained that it became almost irresistible, and I have remarked that the personages who have had the greatest part in the French Revolution were members of that association, that their plans had been conceived upon its principles and executed with its assistance. I am convinced that it exists always, that it works always silently, and all appearances prove that not only its emissaries strongly endeavor to propagate amongst us its abominable doctrines, but that there are even in England lodges which since 1784 correspond with the Mother Lodge. It is in order to unmask these, to prove that the ringleaders are knaves who preached a morality and a doctrine of which they knew the falsehood and the danger, and that their real intention was to abolish all forms of religion, to overthrow all governments, and to make of the entire world one scene of pillage and murder, that I offer an extract of the informations I have taken on this matter. I have quoted these words of Robison to show that as early as 1797 the connection between Freemasonry and the French Revolution was well understood. Since then Louis Blanc and other Masonic writers have gloried in the fact. "Our end," said the celebrated Alta Vendita, to which I shall have to refer presently, "is that of Voltaire and the French Revolution." In fact, what Freemasonry did in France, it now labors, with greater caution, to effect on some future day throughout the entire world. It then submitted, with perfect docility, to a great military leader, who arose out of its own work and principles. such another leader will finally direct its last efforts against God and man. That leader will be Antichrist. End of chapter 9.
Chapter 10 of the War of Antichrist with the Church and Christian Civilization. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Scott Foster. The War of Antichrist with the Church and Christian Civilization by Monsignor George F. Dillon. Chapter 10, Napoleon and Freemasonry. I shall have to ask your careful attention for a few moments to the leader who arose out of the first French Revolution, and whose military and diplomatic fame is still fresh in the recollection of many of the present generation. That leader was Napoleon Bonaparte. In the days of his greatest prosperity, nothing was so distasteful to him as to be reminded of his Jacobin past. He then wished to pose as another Charlemagne or Rudolph of Habsburg. He wished to be considered the friend of religion, and of the Catholic religion in particular. He did a something for the restoration of the Church in France, but it was as little as he could help. It perhaps prevented a more wholesome and complete reaction in favor of the true religious aspirations of the population. It was done grudgingly, parsimoniously, and meanly. And when it had been done, Napoleon did all he could do to undo its benefits. He soon became the persecutor, the heartless, cruel, ungrateful persecutor of the pontiff, and an opponent to the best interests of religion in France and in every country which had the misfortune to fall under his sway. The reason of all this was that Napoleon had commenced his career as a Freemason, and a Freemason he remained in spirit and in effect to the end of his life. It is known that he owed his first elevation to the Jacobins, and that his earliest patron was Robespierre. His first campaign in Italy was characterized by the utmost brutality which could gratify Masonic hatred for the Church. He suppressed the abodes of the consecrated servants of God, sacked churches, cathedrals, and sanctuaries, and reduced the Pope to the direst extremities. His language was the reflex of his acts and of his heart. His letters breathe everywhere the spirit of advanced Freemasonry, gloating over the wounds it had been able to inflict upon the spouse of Christ. Yet this adventurer has, with great adroitness, been able to pass with many, and especially in Ireland, as a good Catholic. Because he was the enemy of England, or rather that England led by the counsels of Pitt and Burke constituted herself the implacable enemy of the Revolution of which he was the incarnation and continuation, many opposed to England for political reasons regard Bonaparte as a kind of hero. No one can doubt the military genius of the man, nor indeed his great general ability, but he was in all his acts what Freemasonry made him. He was mean, selfish, tyrannical, cruel. He was reckless of blood. He could tolerate or use the Church while that suited his policy. But he had from the beginning to the very end of his career that thorough indifference to her welfare and want of belief in her doctrines which an early and lifelong connection with the Illuminati inspired. Father Deschamps writes of him, Napoleon Bonaparte was in effect an advanced Freemason, and his reign has been the most flourishing epoch of Freemasonry. During the Reign of Terror the Grand Orient ceased its activity. The moment Napoleon seized upon power, the lodges were opened in every place. I have said that the revolutionary rulers in France were all Illuminati, that is, Freemasons of the most pronounced type, whose ultimate aim was the destruction of every existing religion and form of secular government, in order to found an atheistic social republic which should extend throughout the world and embrace all mankind. Freemasonry welcomes, as we have seen, the Mohammedan, the Indian, the Chinese, and the Buddhist, as well as the Christian and the Jew. It designs to conquer all, as a means of bringing all into the one level of atheism and communism. When, therefore, its Directory, in their desire to get rid of Napoleon, planned the expedition to Egypt and Asia, they meant the realization of a part of this program, as well as the removal of a troublesome rival. A universal monarchy is, in their idea, the most efficacious means for arriving at a universal republic. Once obtained, the dagger with which they removed Gustavus III of Sweden, or the guillotine by which they rid France of Louis XVI, can at any moment remove Caesar and call in Brutus. They are not the men to recoil before deeds of blood for the accomplishment of their purposes. Now Napoleon, who was, as Father Deschamps informs us, a member of the Lodge of the Templars, the extreme illuminated Lodge of Lyons, and had given proof of his fidelity to Masonry in Italy, was the very man to extend the rule of republicanism throughout Asia. He appeared in Egypt with the same professions of hypocritical respect for the Koran, the Prophet, and Mohammedanism, as he afterwards made when it suited his policy for Catholicism. His address to the people of Egypt will prove this. It ran as follows, with true Masonic hypocrisy. Cadis, sheikhs, imams, tell the people that we are the friends of true Mussulman, that we respect more than the Mamelukes do God, his Prophet, and the Alquran. Is it not we who have destroyed the Pope who wished that war should be made against the Mussulman? Is it not we who have destroyed the Knights of Malta, because these madmen thought that God willed them to make war upon the Mussulman? Is it not we who have been in all ages the friends of the Grand Seigneur, may God fulfill his desires, and the enemy of his enemies? God is God, and Mahomet is his prophet. Fear nothing above all for the religion of the Prophet which I love. The cool hypocrisy of this address is manifested by a proclamation he made on that occasion to his own soldiers. The same proclamation also shows the value we may place on his protestations of attachment to and respect for the usages of Christianity. The following is a translation of it. Soldiers, the peoples with whom we are about to live are Mohammedan. The first article of their faith is this: there is no God but God, and Mahomet is his prophet. Do not contradict them. Act with them as you have acted with the Jews and with the Italians. Have the same respect for their muftis and their imams as you have had for rabbis and bishops. Have for the ceremonies prescribed by the Alquran for the mosques the same tolerance you had for convents, for synagogues, and for the religion of Moses and of Jesus Christ. We read in the correspondence of Napoleon I, published by order of Napoleon III, what he thought of this proclamation to the very end of his career. After all, it was not impossible that circumstances might have brought me to embrace Islam, he said at St. Helena. Could it be thought that the empire of the East, and perhaps the subjection of the whole of Asia, was not worth a turban and pantaloons, for it was reduced to so much solely? We would lose only our breeches and our hats. I say that the army, disposed as it was, would have lent itself to that project undoubtedly, and it saw in it nothing but a subject for laughter and pleasantry. Meanwhile, you see the consequences. I took Europe by a backstroke. The old civilization was beaten down, and who then thought to disturb the destinies of our France and the regeneration of the world? Who had dared to undertake it? Who could have accomplished it? Neither prosperity nor adversity changed Napoleon. He was a skeptic to the end. He said at St. Helena to Las Casas, "Everything proclaims the existence of a God. That is not to be doubted, but all our religions are evidently the children of men. Why do these religions cry down one another, combat one another? Why has that been in all ages and all places? It is because men are always men. It is because the priests have always insinuated, slipped in lies and fraud everywhere. Nevertheless," he continued, "from the moment that I had the power, I had been eager to re-establish religion. I used it as the base and the root. It was in my eyes the support of good morality, of truth. I am assuredly far from being an atheist, but I cannot believe all that they teach me in spite of my reason, under penalty of being deceitful and hypocritical. To say whence I come, what I am, where I go, is above my ideas. And nevertheless all that is, I am the watch which exists and does not know itself. No doubt," he continued, "but my spirit of mere doubt was, in my quality of emperor, a benefit for the people. Otherwise, how could I equally favor sects so contrary if I had been dominated over by one alone? How could I preserve the independence of my thoughts and of my movements under the suggestions of a confessor who could govern me by means of the fear of hell? What an empire could not a wicked man, the most stupid of men, under that title of confessor exercise over those who govern nations? I was so penetrated with these truths that I preserved myself well to act in such a manner, that in as far as it lay in me, I would educate my son in the same religious lines in which I found myself." 2 months later, the ex-emperor said that from the age of 13 he had lost all religious faith. Thiers says that when Napoleon intended to proclaim himself emperor, he wished to give the Masons a pledge of his principles, and that he did this by killing the Duc d'Enghien. He said, "They wish to destroy the revolution in attacking it in my person. I will defend it, for I am the revolution. I, myself. They will so consider it from this day forward, for they will know of what we are capable." A less brave but still more accomplished relative of his, Napoleon III, in his Idées Napoléoniennes, says: "The Revolution dying, but not vanquished, left to Napoleon the accomplishments of its last designs. Nations, it would have said to him, place upon solid bases the principal result of our efforts. Execute in extent that which I have done in depth. Be for Europe what I have been for France. That grand mission Napoleon accomplished, even to the end." When Napoleon obtained power, it was, we know, principally by means of the illuminated Freemason Talleyrand. By him and his confederates of the Illuminati he was recalled from Egypt and placed in the way of its attainment. His brothers were, every one of them, deep in the secrets of the sect. Its supreme hidden directory saw that a reaction had set in, which, if not averted, would speedily lead to the return of the exiled Bourbons, and to the disgorgement of ill-gotten goods on the part of the revolutionists. As a lesser evil, therefore, and as a means of forwarding the unification of Europe which they had planned, by his conquests they placed supreme power in the hands of Bonaparte, and urged him on in his career, watching at the same time closely their own opportunities for the development of the deadly designs of the sect. Then they obtained the first places in his empire for themselves. They put as much mischief into the measures of relief given to conscience as they could. They established a fatal supremacy for secularism in the matter of education. They brought dissension between the Pope and the Emperor. They caused the second confiscation of the states of the Church. They caused and continued to the end the imprisonment of Pius VII. They were at the bottom of every attack made by Napoleon while Emperor upon the rights of the Church, the freedom and independence of the Supreme Pontiff, and the well-being of religion. But the chief mistake of Napoleon was the encouragement he gave to Freemasonry. It served his purpose admirably for a while, that is, so long as he served the present and ultimate views of the conspiracy. For a conspiracy Masonry ever was and ever will be. Even if Cambacérès, Talleyrand, Fouché, and the old leaders of the Illuminati, whom he had taken into his confidence and richly rewarded, should be satisfied, there was a mass of others whom no reward could conciliate, and who, filled with the spirit of the sect, were sure to be ever on the lookout for the means to advance the designs of the Weishaupt and his inner circle. That inner circle never ceased its action. It held the members of the sect, whom it not only permitted but assisted to attain high worldly honors, completely in its power, and hence in absolute subjection. For them, as well as for the humblest member of the secret conclave, the poisoned aqua tofana and the dagger were ready to do the work of certain death, should they lack obedience to those depraved fanatics of one diabolical idea, who were found worthy to be selected by their fellow conspirators to occupy the highest place of infamy and secret power. These latter scattered secretly amidst the rank and file of the lodges, hundreds of Argus-eyed, skilled plotters, who kept the real power of inner or high Masonry in the hands of its hidden masters. Masonry from this secret vantage ground ceaselessly conspired during the Empire. It assisted the conquests of the victor of Austerlitz and Jena, and if Deschamps, who quotes from the most reliable sources, is to be trusted, it actually did more for these victories than the great military leader himself. Through its instrumentality, the resources of the enemies of Napoleon were never at hand. The designs of the Austrian and other generals opposed to him were thwarted, treason was rife in their camps, and information fatal to their designs was conveyed to the French commander. Masonry was then on his side, and as now the secret resources of the order, its power of hidden influence and espionage, were placed at the disposal of the cause it served. But when Masonry had reason to fear that Napoleon's power might be perpetuated, when his alliance with the imperial family of Austria, and above all, when the consequence of that alliance, an heir to his throne, caused danger to the universal republic it could otherwise assure itself of at his death, when, too, he began to show a coldness for the sect, and sought means to prevent it from the propagandism of its diabolical aims, then it became his enemy, and his end was not far off. Distracting counsels prevailed in his cabinet. His opponents began to get that information regarding his movements which he had obtained previously of theirs. Members of the sect urged on his mad expedition to Moscow. His resources were paralyzed, and he was, in one word, sold by secret invisible foes into the hands of his enemies. In Germany, Weishaupt and his party, still living on in dark intrigue, prepared secretly for his downfall. His generals were beaten in detail. He was betrayed, hoodwinked, and finally led to his deposition and ruin. He then received with a measure, pressed down and overflowing, and shaken together, the gratitude of the father of lies, incarnate in Freemasonry, in the Illuminati, and kindred atheistic secret societies. Banished to Elba, he was permitted to return to France only in order to meet the fate of an outcast and a prisoner upon the rock of St. Helena, where he died abandoned and persecuted by the dark sect which had used, abused, and betrayed him. So it has continued, as we shall see, to use, to abuse, and to betray every usurper or despot whom it lures into its toils. We shall now glance at its action, the action of Freemasonry after the fall of Napoleon. End of Chapter 10.
Chapter 11 of the War of Antichrist with the Church and Christian Civilization. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The War of Antichrist with the Church and Christian Civilization by Monsignor George F. Dillon. Chapter 11. Freemasonry after the fall of Napoleon. It would be very interesting, if we had time, to enter into the many intrigues of Illuminati who had planned and executed the Revolution, and had then created successively the Directory, the Consulate, and the Empire in France, as they now posed in a new capacity as friends to the return of monarchy in Europe generally. This they did for the purposes of the Freemasons, and in order to keep the power they wielded so long in their own hands, and in the hands of their party. Now I wish you to note that Weishaupt, the father of the Illuminati, and the fanatical and deep director of all its operations, was even then living in power and security at Coburg Gotha, and that his wily confederates were ministers in every court of Europe. Then, as now, the invincible determination with which they secreted their quality from the eyes of monarchs as well as of the general public enabled them to pose in any character or capacity without fear of being detected as Freemasons, or at least as Illuminati. Since the reign of Frederick the Great, they filled the court of Berlin. Many minor German princes continued to be Freemasons. The Duke of Brunswick was the central figure in the first Masonic conspiracy, and though, with the hypocrisy common to the sect, he issued a declaration highly condemnatory of his fellows, it is generally believed that he remained to the end attached to the regeneration of humanity in the interests of atheism. The court of Vienna was more or less Masonic since the reign of the wretched Joseph II. Alexander of Russia was educated by La Harpe, a Freemason, and at the very period when called upon to play a principal part in the celebrated Holy Alliance, he was under the hidden guidance of others of the Illuminati. Fessler, an apostate Austrian religious, the counselor of Joseph II, after having abjured Christianity, remained, while professing a respect for religion, its most determined enemy. He founded what is known as the Tugendbund, a society by which German Freemasonry put on a certain Christian covering in order more securely to outlive the reaction against atheism, and to de-Christianize the world again at a better opportunity. The Tugendbund refused to receive Jews, and devised many other means to deceive Christians to become substantially Freemasons without incurring church censures or going against ideas then adverse to the old Freemasonry, which nevertheless continued to exist as satanic as ever under Christian devices. In France, the Illuminati of the schools of Wilhelmsbad and Lyon continued their machinations without much change of front, though they covered themselves with that impenetrable secrecy which the sect has found so convenient for disarming public suspicion while pursuing its aims. Possessing means of deceiving the outside world, and capable of using every kind of hypocrisy and ruse, the Freemasons of both France and Germany plotted at this period with more secure secrecy and success than ever. There is nothing which Freemasonry dreads more than light. It is the one thing it cannot stand. Therefore it has always taken care to provide itself